What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 768. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, I think feeling a lot better, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, you back in action?
Yeah, I feel recovered now. I'm
good. We were gonna record the show a couple of days ago, but Luis was pretty dang sick. Ended up having to go to the doctor, but he's back now. And
I'm excited to get going. One of the things that's kind of funny about the timing of this is because we were normally going to record this on Tuesday. It's Thursday now. I actually did play early access for Duskmourn yesterday and did a bunch of drafts and saw a lot of cards. So I actually have a little bit of real world experience under my belt, which means it's testing my prediction muscle less, but I then have the data, so we should use it. It's going to be, for sure. It will ultimately be more accurate for the listeners.
Definitely. One of the things that, that early set reviews lack is context, right? And that's of course really important. So we give you like a starting point for what we think about the cards, but then pretty quickly we'll figure out how they fit within the framework of the set. What colors are good, what color pairs are good, what archetypes work, what don't. And Luis has a bit of a leg up on that one. So that'll be really nice. And it'll contrast with me, who I haven't done any drafts, so it'll be more of a first take for me and a little bit more experience under the belt there for Luis. So we're going to go over every single common and uncommon in Duskmourn today. We're super excited to bring you yet another of our set reviews. This one, of course, is brought to you by you via the Patreon. It's patreon.com/limited resources. If you'd like to support us, you get a thank you card and a Limited Resources sticker in the mail if you do, no matter what level, and you get access to our Patreon feed and some cool bonuses as you go up as well. Thank you so much to everybody who supports us over there. We really appreciate it. This show is also brought to you by Ultimate Guard. If you need to protect your cards, your decks, your collection of cards, Ultimate Guard has you covered. You can head over to ultimateguard.com to check out their full line of products. They have Magic themed stuff. They have, just regular colors and that type of thing as well. Sleeves, deck boxes, long boxes, backpacks, things to make sure that you can protect your precious cards no matter where you need to go. And they make the best stuff in the business, full stop. It is extremely high quality, extremely well thought out, and a really great company. And we really appreciate them supporting us. You can, again, check them out at ultimateguard.com, and you can purchase their stuff at your favorite online retailer or at your favorite local game store. Thank you, Ultimate Guard, for supporting us. We really appreciate it. Luis, before we dive into our first card, we will be giving each of these cards a grade at the end of our assessment.
Yes, we will. So we use A through F grading scale with 2 subgrades, and the A's are bombs, game winners, cards that are good in many situations, especially when behind, and just the best cards in the set, cards like Season of Loss or Feckin' Green Shell. These are cards that actively pull you towards their colors. Or in this case, color pair. It's a 2-color set pretty much. So we're talking cards like Wix Patrol, Fell, Harvest Right Host, just very solid, good cards that you're happy to pick in the first couple picks. C's are playables. These are the Pawns of Limited. They're fairly interchangeable. There's going to be a lot of these, but they're also cards you're not unhappy to play in your deck. So we're talking about, decent removal, good creatures, cards like Glide Dive Duo or Nettle Guard. D's are now past the border of cards you're happy to play in your deck, and now you're unhappy to play these cards in your deck. These are sometimes playable. You'd prefer not to be playing them. Kind of mediocre cards, a little too expensive, a little too situational. Cards like Barkform Harvester or Whisker Quill Scribe. And then the F's are virtually unplayable or unplayable in virtually all scenarios. Cards that cost 1 million mana, deal with Planeswalkers. Cards like Dawn's Truce or One with Nothing. And then Sideboard is one of our subgrades, cards that rarely make the main deck, but can be very good out of the sideboard. Often cards that in a normal set would be blowing up enchantments or artifacts. In this set, those are actually kind of main deckable, but we're talking cards like Wear Down. And then our last subgrade is Build Around. These are cards that on their own don't do anything, but if they're properly built around, they can be the best card in your deck. They're worth building around. Cards like Builder's Talent or Scavenger's Talent. The talents were all great build arounds in Bloomborough.
Would you describe me as a pawn of limited?
No, I mean, I wouldn't say you're interchangeable, but
but on power
I don't know if you're a bomb though.
Yeah, I'm working my way towards a B minus. All right, so what we're gonna do is we are going to do the gold cards first, which is what we like to do. We call these the signpost uncommons. These often will reveal something about the strategy that each color pair in a 2-color set like this one is going for, and it can give us an idea of what we might want to value higher when we get to cards of those colors. In this set, by the way, there's normally one uncommon gold card for each color pair, but in this set there's actually 2. So we're going to start with those, and then we rotate through the colors that we start with after, and this time it's going to be black. But first, the gold cards. Our first one up is called Gremlin Tamer, and it is blue-white for a 2/2 human scout. This whole section is uncommon, so just mark that in your mind. And it has Eerie. And it says, whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, create a 1/1 red gremlin creature token.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Eerie cards in this set. It's on a bunch of different colors as well. So this says, whenever an enchantment you control enters, and when you fully unlock a room, so it counts both those things, which means a room gets you ultimately 2 triggers because you play it and it's an enchantment, and then when you unlock it, it triggers again. It also triggers off of glimmers, which are the 1/1 enchantment tokens that are made by various kind of like blue and white cards.
Oh, okay.
So Gremlin Tamer is quite a strong card. This is exactly what you want out of a signpost card. It is cheap. It works with a ton of cards in these colors, and it is doing the thing that these colors tend to do while being powerful as well. So I really like this card. I'm impressed. I think there's a really good kind of blue-white enchantment aggro deck. Like this plus Ethereal Armor just goes crazy. This plus the room that is 1 and a white, make a 1/1 glimmer, and 2 and a white, put 2+1/+1 counters is crazy too, because when you play it and make a glimmer, this also gives you 2 gremlins.
Wow. So you're just building out a board like on turn 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy how good Gremlin Tamer works. So I would give Gremlin Tamer a B. This is what I want out of a build around.
Would you put this in a build around category? Like
I wouldn't even give it a build around grade. I would just say it's a B, because if you're blue and white, you're going to put this card in your deck. It's just really hard not to. Enchantments. Part of the reason I said that enchantment removal is main deckable. I said artifact enchantment removal. Really, what I meant was enchantment removal specifically. Is almost every deck just has a bunch of enchantments.
Yeah. The thing you mentioned too briefly was that you said this card was cheap, at 2 mana. And that is really critical for these, right? Because the sequencing needs to be that this has to be on the battlefield, and then you need to start casting your stuff. And if a card like this costs 4, it puts you in an awkward situation where you're like, well, do I cast the enchantment on turn 2 that I have, or do I wait? This one really kind of alleviates you of that. So really good. B for Gremlin Tamer. Next is Inquisitive Glimmer. This is the same cost. It's blue-white. This one's a 2/3 enchantment creature. It's a Fox Glimmer. And it says enchantment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, and unlock costs you pay cost 1 less.
So again, this double works on rooms. It makes it cheaper to cast, then the second door cheaper to unlock. This one I like less because cost reduction is always a little bit dicey. It's got the exact same kind of thing you mentioned with Gremlin Tamer, where like it has to be cheap, right, for it to work. But this also stops mattering at a point in the game. Like once you get to 6-7 lands in play, yes, this could be relevant, but it doesn't really matter in a lot of the cases. And there's just going to be draws where this ability doesn't really do much. That said, it's a 2-mana, 2/3 enchantment creature. My rule of thumb for typing, by the way, and I've said this in other reviews, it's good for your cheap things to be enchantments. That's a massive bonus for you. You would almost always choose for your like 1, 2, and even 3 mana cards just all be enchantments when you have enchantment payoffs. It becomes less good for your expensive things to be enchantments. Your 5-drop flyer, your 6-drop 4/4. You don't actually really want that one to be an enchantment, because then enchantment removal blowing it up actually becomes a concern. You don't care about a disenchant killing a glimmer token, or really even a 2-drop all that much. So this being an enchantment is a bonus. I would say Inquisitive Glimmer is like a C+. It's still good. You'll still play it in blue-white, but I would look at Gremlin Tamer as a card I would take early in a pack, and that's the direction I'm going. Inquisitive Glimmer is a reward if you are already blue-white. It doesn't get to the level of build around either, because I don't think it's strong enough to build around.
Right. The extra point of toughness is nice on the Glimmer, right? Just a 2-mana 2/3 is also a thing. What do you want to give it?
I'd give it a C+.
Yeah. I think the delineation that you made there, though, is really important. One of them pulls you in towards those color pair, and the other one is a reward for being there. That's big. That moves us to blue-black. which is our first card is called Skull Snap Nuisance. It is just blue black. It's a 1/4 flyer. It's an insect skeleton, and it also has Eerie. And again, Eerie is a reminder word for whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, then you get something. And the other one, you get a 1/1 token. In this case, it's Eerie Surveil 1.
So that is worse than getting a token for sure, but a 2-mana 1/4 flyer is a lot better than just a 2/2. I do think that blue-black is a little bit less good at spamming the board with enchantments. And also surveilling doesn't stack quite as well either. Once you've surveilled a card to the top, you don't really care about getting another surveil that turn. Whereas like the Gremlin Tamer, you trigger that as many times as you want. I think Skull Snap Nuisance is another one of those cards that it's good in a blue-black deck. You will rarely cut this card because it'll just get incidental triggers pretty much in any deck. But it's not a card I'm going to actively go after. So I would also give this one like a C+.
How do you feel about 2-mana 1/4 flyer?
That would be a C to start with. I would
Pretty
generally
good
want to
stats.
play it.
Yeah. Okay. Next is Fear of Infinity. This is 1 blue-black for a 2/2 enchantment creature Nightmare. This one has both flying and lifelink, but it can't block. And it has Eerie. You may return Fear of Infinity from your graveyard to your hand. These kind of cards are always really interesting, the ones that can't block, because if this thing goes unchecked, you're happy, you're fine, right? You're getting a 4-point life swing every turn, and you don't care that it can't block because you're just going to turn it sideways and assume that it negated a 2-power creature on the other side of the battlefield. The times when these things kind of brick off is if they have like a 2/3 flyer. Right. And you're like, oh, now I can't block with it and I can attack with it, but it'll die. And even if I get it back, who cares? Right. You might get another trigger from casting it or something, but that's a clunky way to go about that. So this, requires you to be able to keep the skies clear. But if you can, then it's really good.
Yeah. And, even if you can't, it's a little bit like what you said. Imagine the scenario where they do have a 2/3 flyer. Are they attacking with it? Well,
Good
if they're
point.
not, then this basically is negating it.
So they need two 2/3 flyers, I guess. Yeah,
right.
That's a good point.
Either way, this still kind of blocks one. So I think Fear of Infinity is great. I think Lifelink effectively cancels out the can't block. Like it means that when you need to top deck a creature and you draw this, you're going to be unhappy sometimes, sure. Right. But I think it does effectively stop that from being an issue. And being able to get it back is great just in a grindy game. And there's going to be some games where your opponent casts this on turn 3 and you're looking at your hand of like double removal, none of which exiles. And you're just like, ugh, you can't ignore a 2/2 flying lifelink.
No.
Like that doesn't work.
And the scenario we didn't cover is when they have a 2 toughness flyer. What are they going to do? Trade for this thing? Like that's got to be the worst feeling too.
So it's a really good card. The lifelink just goes miles and miles here. The other thing though, it's also a card that really rewards you if you build around it because you get to surveil it to your graveyard. You get to discard it.
Sure.
And then you get to get it back and you're just up cards. I mean, it's a little bit like a squee, right? Where you're just sitting there and hoping to self-mill this card and then pick it up for free. So I like B for Fear of Infinity.
Same.
You got to do a little legwork, but assuming you can trigger it even a couple times, like if you can trigger it one time after it dies, you're already like pretty far ahead.
And it doesn't Eerie is not theoretically not
trivial.
hard.
One of the drafts I first picked 2 and a blue for a 2/3 and it has Eerie, draw a card. So whenever an enchantment comes in or unlock a room, draw a card. I just started counting the cards in my library every time I played this card because it was drawing me 2 to 3 cards a turn.
Is that a rare? Say that's a rare.
It is a rare.
Okay, because that sounds insane. Yeah, but this card is a really great case study because you mentioned lifelink goes a mile here. Like imagine this card without lifelink. It's completely different. Like it is so not the same card at all. But as it sits, it's a B. I like Fear of Infinity. Blue-black looks cool. Both creatures with flying, by the way. Next is Disturbing Mirth, which is red-black for an enchantment. And it says, when it enters, you may sacrifice another enchantment or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. And when you sacrifice this thing, Disturbing Mirth, manifest dread. And that says, look at the top 2 cards of your library. You put one of them onto the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature and the other into your graveyard. Turn it face up anytime for its mana cost if it's a creature.
Kind of a weird card since on its face, basically a sorcery speed, village rights. We get to sack an enchantment or a creature, draw 2 cards. That's not great, especially at black-red cost. So like you need to be utilizing the second part of this, but there is, a fair amount of ways to kind of get value from this. And I saw this card be impressive against me in black red. There's just a lot of ways to sacrifice it. And if you do, you've gotten, 2 mana for a 2/2 that draws you 2 if you sack something is just a great card.
Definitely.
And Manifest Dread is even a little better than just a generic 2/2. Plus, enchantment going to the graveyard is good. Delirium is pretty supported in red. So I like this. This is definitely a build around because you gotta have ways to sacrifice it before this card becomes good. The dream, of course, is multiples of these. So yes. I would give Disturbing Mirth a build around B, but you do need, I would say, 3 or 4 ways to sacrifice it before I become really interested.
How does this play pattern math out? I play Disturbing Mirth on turn 2, and I have nothing else, so I just choose not to sacrifice.
It doesn't. Don't do that.
Okay, so if I then play something that says like sacrifice it, get a small bonus, and then I get to get the Manifest Dread, like I'm down?
I'm probably not in for that. No, I think you generally want to use both sides of the card for it to be good.
Okay. Because you do get effectively a 2/2 for 2 with some upside out of that.
You do. So if you
I'm not
really
saying that's
had
exciting,
something
but
that you needed to do, like in that sequence, you could. But like I think most of the time you're not going to want to make that play.
Okay. What do you want to give Disturbing Mirth?
Build around B.
Build around B. Okay. Yeah, this is this feels like if you have the red-black deck, you're going to be really hoping to open up one of these at some point. Next definitely. Was one of our preview cards. It's Sawblade Skin Ripper. This is the 1 black-red 3/2 menace. It's a human assassin, and it has pay 2, sacrifice another creature or enchantment to put a +1/+1 counter on the Skin Ripper. And at the beginning of your end step, if you sacrificed 1 or more permanents this turn, Sawblade Skin Ripper deals that much damage to any target. We loved this card, and boy, seeing it next to Disturbing Mirth is really exciting. Yeah. Dang.
Well, so one of the things they've gotten really good at in design is they make a lot fewer of the little kind of unforced errors. These pieces don't quite fit together parts. They're very consistent. All the things that sacrifice pretty much just sacrifice creatures and enchantments. You don't have to worry about does the Skin Ripper work with Disturbing Mirth? It's yes, they're good about connecting the wires on those things.
Definitely. And
Sawblade Skin Ripper is great. 3 mana 3/2 menace is already bordering on playable, decent. 2 mana to sack a creature enchantment to put a +1/+1 counter on it makes it pretty good with some threat of activation stuff going on. And then of course, if this thing survives, so that's the thing, you do have to make it survive the turn. It then gets a trigger, which will do 1 or 2 damage most likely. And you get to kind of ping something else out. And that's pretty nice. That just leaves Sawblade Skin Ripper as a B overall.
Definitely. And, of course, you're going to be looking for sacrifice outlets here. This is one of them, even with the 2 mana cost on it. Next is Beastie Beatdown. This is green-red for a sorcery. It says choose target creature you control and target creature an opponent controls. And then it has Delirium. If there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, for those of you that remember Delirium, put 2 +1/+1 counters on the creature you control. Wow. And then it says the creature you control deals damage equal to its power to the creature an opponent controls. Man.
Yeah, first of all, if you don't have Delirium, it's not a fight. It's just it's a bite. Yeah. So you get red-green for sorcery speed. Rabid Bite is fine.
Definitely.
You're not unhappy with that. That is going to kind of get you the result you want in a lot of cases. And then when you do have Delirium, this card's just a massive beating. So I like B+ for Beastie Beatdown because this set, I was able to draft red-green Delirium and also blue-green, and it was not hard to get Delirium. There's just a lot of support for it. So this card specifically, I think, is just going to work past turn 5 or 6 a lot of the time.
Yeah, I like that grade then. If you do Delirium this, 2 mana for that is going to be an absolutely game-breaking turn. If you go BC Beatdown, get the counters, get an attack you didn't have, and then cast something out, that's ridiculous. Next is Wildfire Wickerfolk. This is same cost, green-red, for a 3/2 artifact creature Scarecrow. This one has haste and Delirium. It gets +1/+1 and has trample as long as you've got Delirium. Man, so you get a 2 mana 3/2 haste but it can become a 4/3 with trample as well. This is a very aggressive card.
Yeah,
Man, this reminds me of kind of, older card design. This is like beat down very straightforwardly.
Well, the other thing is there are a lot of artifacts in this set, a lot of artifact creatures, equipment,
So do we
all
care?
These things.
I know we care about enchantments. What's the artifact side?
It's for Delirium. And I mean, this card itself is an artifact, which makes it like kind of double good for a Delirium deck because it makes it makes future Delirium cards better while also having Delirium itself. So it gives you a reward. It just fits really nicely into that whole paradigm. And I think that the Wildfire Wicker Folk is great for any red-green deck. It's not as good as Beastie Beatdown. I think it's like a C+. Like you're going to be happy if you end up with this card in your deck, but you also don't need to like take this first because it's a good thing to build around. It's just a really solid part of a deck here.
Seems really pushed though. I mean, that's a lot of stats, right?
Yeah, it is definitely.
We can't get this into the B range. B minus.
You can give it a B minus.
I think I would. I don't know. Like I haven't played this set, but I mean, dang, turn 2, take 3, and it could get bigger and it scales okay with the game. If you play it on turn 5, like it's probably going to be a 4/3 or something. I don't know. That thing seems scary. Really? This card's just called Baseball Bat?
Yeah. Well, I know that you try to take a eyes shut method when it comes to this.
I do.
There's a lot of real world stuff. This is like, think 70s, 80s horror is a lot of like, there's acrobatic cheerleader and there's, killer's mask and like, think of all that stuff. I personally don't like the aesthetic, but the different strokes for different folks.
Okay, well, there's a card called Baseball Bat, and I don't like it. But here we go. I don't know what it does. It's green white.
I'm looking forward to when you start playing on Arena. Then.
Okay.
How many television sets do you anticipate wanting to see every time you play a game? Because the background has like 17 of them.
I would prefer 0 on cards or backgrounds. Baseball Bat, green white. It's an artifact equipment, and it says when it enters, attach it to target creature you control. All right. The equipped creature gets +1/+1, and whenever the equipped creature attacks, tap up to 1 target creature. And you may be wondering what the equip cost is after you get that freebie. It's pretty pricey. It's 3.
This card is unbelievable. Like the fact that it auto equips means that like when your opponent plays this, you are just going to groan. Like they're going to play Baseball Bat and you're going to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to take a bunch of damage. Let's see what I can do about this. It's actually really, really just such a beating because immediately, like, let's say, you have a blocker back and they have an attacker. Well, okay, it opens the door for that. But imagine that you had like 2 blockers back and they had 2 attackers, but then they put this on their smallest thing, tap your biggest thing. Now you have maybe no good blocks, or maybe you're at best trading your 3/3 for their 2/2, and then re-equipping it means it's always a threat. You just always have to leave so many blockers back when you're behind against this. And green-white is the survival colors where you have the mechanic where if this creature's tapped at the beginning of your second main phase, Baseball Bat can just tap one of your own creatures and then you get the survival bonus without having to risk that creature in combat. I have found this card to be quite strong, and it has impressed me. I would honestly give it a B+.
Okay. Why does it tap things? Are they scared?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's the flavor there is not immediately obvious to me.
Yeah, the +1/+1 makes sense. Okay, BB+ for Baseball Bat. That does seem absurd. Shrewd Storyteller. That's 1 green white for a 3/3 human survivor, and it does have the survival reminder text here. It says at the beginning of your second main phase, if Shrewd Storyteller is tapped, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. All his tales are cautionary. That's pretty good.
So to make survival work, you want a combination of combat tricks to make it so your creature survives the fight. So that's what survival is. Removal spells, so they don't have a blocker, and you're able to, push your creatures past things like Baseball Bat, which tap them down. And I think that a Shrewd Storyteller is fine. Getting a 3/3 to survive isn't like the most challenging thing. It's not impossible, but also just getting 1+1+1 counter. It's not like you feel you've really done it. So I think it's a C plus. It's a solid card, but you don't feel like you've just lost if this thing survives twice.
I mean, isn't the play pattern though that like you get this through once and then it's a 4/4, and then the next turn you attack and it's bigger than their thing, and then it's a 5/5, and like if you're on the bad side of this, doesn't it feel like it kind of scales ahead of your potential blockers each time or something?
It definitely can. I think part of the like strength of this card, or the selling point. But I think there's a lot of powerful survival stuff going on, and this isn't actually one of the stronger text boxes.
Okay. But this does seem like a good curve out card.
Yeah,
right?
it is a good curve.
Yeah. So C plus you said for shrewd storyteller.
That's what my inclination. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. I mean, I think that if you could curve it out consistently, it would be a B, but you need to back it up. Like it's going to get traded off, and it doesn't get the counter until the second main phase. So it has to survive as a 3/3, meaning probably a combat trick or something's going to be needed. Next is Rite of the Moth. These are the more expensive versions, apparently. This one's 1 white, black. So 4 mana for a sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. And if you've never seen a finality counter, it says if a creature with a finality counter on it would die, exile it instead. And then Rite of the Moth has flashback for 3 white, black. So it actually reverses the pips there. And flashback is you can cast it from your graveyard for its flashback cost and then exile it.
So the black-white theme is reanimates. They have like various ways to discard or self-mill or cycle, a big creature into the graveyard, and then you get to Rite of the Moth it back. There's also black and white reanimation spells, multiples. Okay. So this card is definitely solid, and like the next black-white card we're going to see is one of the rewards, right? One of the good things you want to try to cheat into play. Mm-hmm. Plus the fact that this gets 2 things back, not the same thing twice. I think that was a really good design decision to put the finality counter on because it's just so obnoxious otherwise. Mm-hmm. But it at least forces them to discard 2 big things if they want to get full value. But it's still really good. Like when you Rite of the Moth something back and then later in the game you get to do it again. Like the first casting of this is about what I expect on a card. So getting a second bite at the apple is pretty nice. And this is another card that works really well if you discard or surveil it into the graveyard. So I like B for Rite of the Moth. I would just play this in any black-white deck on power level alone. And then, of course, the more ways you have to actually kind of break the fairness of it, the better it gets. But this I don't think you even need to be full-on Reanimator to appreciate, though it does get better there.
Yeah. The trade-off is interesting here in that it only does your graveyard and you have a finality counter. So those are the limitations. But the other side that you get is that it does have flashback. So in the same way that you'd like to self-mill your big creatures into the yard, you'd like to self-mill or discard or surveil or whatever Rite of the Moth. And I think that balances out to be pretty strong. Very much a 2-for-1 as well. This is a card you said that you'd like to get back. It's called Shroud Stomper. And it is 3 white, black, 7 mana with 2 double pips. Like this is no joke casting cost, but of course, the joke is, maybe you don't have to cast it. It's a 5/5 Death Touch Elemental. And whenever it enters or attacks, each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life, and you draw a card. Dang. That's a legit reanimation target right there. Like that's the type of card that could excel in other formats besides booster draft. That's a nice one.
Yeah, lose 2, gain 2, draw a card, and it has a 5/5 Death Touch, and it does it on ETB and attack. Yeah, this card's awesome.
Oof, that's a tight.
Played against this a few times, and it has been a beating. The card is very, very strong.
So what do you make of casting it?
I think casting it is reasonable. It's not impossible to cast a 7-drop, and this does enough on ETB. Like the 2 life in the card, it gets you right away. It means even if they did something to this, you would still be in a position to win the game. Mm-hmm. But it's also, you don't really want that to be your only plan. You're generally not going to put this in your deck with no other idea than to cast it. So I would say it is a build around, but it's like a build around like B. In a good reanimator deck, this is going to be one of the best non-rare things you can reanimate. So it is definitely a high priority. Like I think if let's say you first pick Rite of the Moth, I would take Shroud Stomper really highly.
Same.
So
I would take it really highly no matter what.
Or if your first couple cards were like a couple white cards and you saw a Shroud Stomper, that sounds like a really good opportunity to move into that deck.
How concerned are you about the white, black part, given that it costs 7 mana? Does that kind of disappear by then?
I don't think it really matters.
It's much more about 3 drops and 4 drops that have those tough mana costs. I like B for Shroud Stomper with a build around even higher. Like if you can reanimate it a couple of different ways, or, get it in your graveyard or, do that whole thing, it's even better. But I mean, if you have any type of deck that can just survive, I would be, this is a game plan, like period. That card right there, like you don't need to do much with it other than get it on the battlefield before you're going to be looking good. That sounds really fun. Next is Intruding Soul Rager. This is blue-red for a 2/2 spirit with vigilance of all things. And it has tap, sacrifice a room, and Intruding Soul Rager deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you draw a card. Room sacrifice is what we're doing?
Well, so one of the things that's kind of nice about this is the vigilance is really weird. I had this in 2 different decks and I rarely attacked with it. I don't really get the vigilance part. But the thing about rooms is there are some rooms that have static abilities that you really care about as they sit in play. But there are a lot of rooms that like you flip both sides and then they're not doing that much for you while they're sitting in play. So I think that Intruding Soul Raider is a really good card in a heavy room deck because you will be happy to toss like used Meat Locker and Drowned Diner, use both sides. It's just sitting there. Like, yes, some other rooms like, Smoky Lounge counts when you unlock Misty Salon, how many rooms you have unlocked. So it is you're giving up a little bit, but you're certainly willing to cash in for a card in a lot of circumstances. I would give this a build around B-. Like, I think it is good for a room deck, but this is not strong enough to make me want to go into a room deck. Unlike the next card, I'm in love with the next card.
Okay. Yeah. Intruding Soul Rager looks like a great payoff for that deck. It's just you need the pieces in place or else it basically does nothing. The next card is the one that Luis just referenced. It's called Smoky Lounge Misty Salon. And this is an enchantment room. And again, just as a reminder, if you haven't seen the room cards yet, you can cast either half of this. It's basically a split card. There's 2 cards here. You can choose the one that you cast, and that door unlocks on the battlefield. And then as a sorcery, you may pay the mana cost of a locked door, so the other side that you didn't cast, to unlock it, and then you get it as an enchantment. So there's a bunch of these in the set, of course, and they're all framed this way. Very simple. So Smoky Lounge is 2 and a red, and it says at the beginning of your first main phase, add red, and then it says spend this mana only to cast room spells and unlock doors. Okay. And then Misty Salon is 3 and a blue, and it says when you unlock this door, create an XX blue spirit creature token with flying, where X is the number of unlocked doors among rooms you control. So you get spotted. Like whichever side you cast is an unlocked door, and then you can unlock an additional door for like each room can have 2 unlocked doors. Is that right, Luis?
Right. So when you go to cast Smoky Lounge or Misty Salon, you choose which side you're casting and you cast that side. So you either pay 2 in a red or 3 in a blue. You get that effect to start with. And then as a sorcery, you can spend the mana to unlock the other side. But I'm saying the first side is unlocked when you do that, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. If you cast Smoky Lounge, you have a Smoky Lounge. If you cast Misty Salon, you have Misty Salon. No, I know. I what I'm trying to get at is, this card's a little weird, right? Because it counts as being unlocked. Yes. Yeah, they're counting how many things are unlocked. So like each room you have could be 2. Yeah. Okay. So if you first start by casting Smoky Lounge and then you unlock Misty Salon, you then have 2 unlocked doors. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's sweet. So what's the play pattern for this? This card is a split card. It's half of it is a Soul Ring, and then the other half is a 7/7 flyer. I really like it. I 7-2'd yesterday with a deck that had 4 Smoky Lounges. They also stack incredibly well. This is like a build around B+. It is the reason you want to be blue-red rooms, because if you can efficiently use Smoky Lounge, first of all, you then guaranteed get to efficiently use
Misty Salon.
The Misty Salon, because I mean, do you have a lot of rooms? But then also you just get such a huge advantage because every single turn you get 2 mana to play with. It's just incredible.
So you play Smoky Lounge on 3 and then just start popping off?
Yeah, that it works out awesome. Really nicely.
Okay. Yeah, this looks really cool. It actually is slightly a non-bow with Intruding Soul Rager, right? Like, will your token shrink if you start sacrificing the
token won't shrink. It is set upon the time you use it.
Oh, so it's actually perfectly lined up with Intruding Soul Rager then.
Yeah.
Awesome. Dude, this is cool.
Yeah.
I would really not have graded this card really particularly highly. The fact that you've got a chance to play with a bunch of these is really helping us out here. That's awesome.
This is the reason to be rooms. And this is honestly what turns rooms from being too clunky to being just incredible, like super smooth. Because the room stuff is pretty, like I actually drafted rooms twice. The first time I only had one of these and I didn't draw it that much. And I kind of, after going 2-3 or whatever, I was like, wow, or 3-3, I was like, this whole thing felt a bit clunky. Mm-hmm. But then as I played the one with 4 of these and I was just every game casting one on turn 3, it's like, oh, this is how you're supposed to be doing it. And I think that if you can get as many rooms as possible when you have a couple Smoky Lounges, you're going to end up being really happy. It's just so sick. Basically, what happens is you cast it on 3 as the lounge, you get value from it, and then in the like not too distant future, you just start flipping 7/7s and 8/8s or what have you.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. So build around B+ for Smoky Lounge, Misty Salon.
Yeah.
Next is Brood Spinner. We didn't have a card called Brood Spinner before. That feels like we did.
It's funny, yeah.
It's 3-black for a 2/3 spider. It has reach. And when it enters, you surveil 2. And then it has activated ability of 4 black-green, tap, and sacrifice it to create a number of 1/1 black and green insect creature tokens with flying equal to the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. That's a pretty clever way to have a Graveyard Matters payoff here.
Yeah.
And you get a 2/3 reach to kind of let you set up.
Black green for a 2/3 with reach. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
And having the sack of like 2/3 with reach and surveil too. Like that's just a really good package. And then getting the 6 mana ability to get like 3, 4, maybe even 5 1/1 flyers sounds great to me. Yeah,
that's really cool. What would be the number, because theoretically you play the Brood Spinner on 2, it kind of holds down the 4, it lets you do your stuff, setting up, some surveil, maybe getting some action going in the graveyard. And then at some point you have the 6 mana and you're going to want to crack this thing. Is it 3? Is it 4? Like, where's the point that you're pretty happy?
Is about what you're going to want. Like if you crack this for 2, you're probably downgrading. So
right.
3 is about the minimum.
Okay.
And it's not going to be too hard to get 4. Yeah. Or even 5, honestly. Enchantment, artifact, land, creature, instant sorcery is 6, and it's actually, getting 6 is not even impossible.
Yeah. B for Brood Spinner?
Yeah, I like B for Brood Spinner.
Drag to the Roots is 2 black-green for an instant, and it has Delirium. This spell costs 2 less to cast as long as you've got 4 more card types. So it could just be green-black for an instant. Wow. Destroy target non-land permanent.
Yeah,
that's
fantastic
clean
card. If you have to cast this for 4, it's totally fine. And then when you start to getting the discount and it turns into 2, you care about that too. Like both things work out nicely. So I just like B for Drag to the Roots. It's just a good removal spell. It's also really nice that it hits any non-land permanent. Like you just really do care about killing artifacts and enchantments in this set.
Rooms and stuff. Next is Arabella, Abandoned Doll. Okay, that's not creepy at all. This is a legendary artifact creature toy, and Arabella costs red-white for a 1/3. And whenever Arabella attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 2 or less.
So it's kind of like a Valley Rotcaller, the black Rotcaller from the last one. But it just counts. It's almost exactly the same, actually. It counts 2 or less, but it counts itself. And it's really easy to, red white's like the Gremlins Go Wide sort of set or color pair. It's really easy to have like 3 or 4 things in play and just hit for a lot with this card. So
I mean, that's a big drain.
Yeah, Arabella is a B, just a really solid card. If this attacks once, you're usually pretty happy, and if it attacks multiple times, you're in really good shape.
Yeah, this is also the type of card that you could see somebody kind of saving up one big attack, right? Where they're like building out their board of small creatures and then boom, drain you out. Next is Midnight Mayhem. This is 2 red white for a sorcery. Create 3 1/1 red gremlin creature tokens. Okay. And then it says gremlins you control gain menace, lifelink, and haste until end of turn. Wow.
Yeah, it's such a beating because not only do those 3 gremlins get to attack for a ton of damage right away, like you basically get to almost auto attack for 3 points and gain 3 right away. If you have any other gremlins lying around, and some of the gremlins you have are real creatures too. They're
I was going to say, are there big gremlins, or they're kind of by definition not big, right?
I think like 2/2 is about the biggest, but you're still getting,
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, this card looks really, really great to me. This feels like one of those cards that you could play on curve and have it do serious work, but you could also kind of sandbag it to be your finisher if you had a gremlin build around thing going.
Yeah. I like just B for Midnight Mayhem. It's just a really strong card in any red-white deck. I mean, we're seeing a repeated pattern with like Arabella, Midnight Mayhem, Brood Spinner, a lot of these cards where it's like, Beastie Beatdown. You will play these cards in any deck of those colors, and you will probably also make them really good because of the themes of that. But they're also good even if you just draw them. You just draw Midnight Mayhem, I don't need to know the contents of your deck. It's going to be good.
Totally. I love those cards that have that high floor, but if you bother to build around or the right board state comes up, they can just win you the game, and that fits the description. Green-blue is our last color pair. It's Growing Dread, which costs green-blue. It's an enchantment with flash, and it says when it enters, manifest dread. That's where you get to do the thing of look at the top 2 cards of your library. One goes in the graveyard, one goes face down as a 2/2, and you can turn it face up if it's a creature for its mana cost. And then it says whenever you turn a permanent face up, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Oh God, I'm in. This is it.
No,
build around me.
This is worse than it looks.
Come on, it's a build around. Like all I need to do is just manifest.
The next
dread.
one's good. You'll be happy with the next one. Don't worry. But the problem with Growing Dread that I found is it's fine. I'm not saying this card's bad. You don't turn the manifests up all that much.
Oh,
like this isn't 2 mana make a 3/3 manifest. It's 2 mana make a manifest. Then when you turn it face up, put a counter on it. You just miss on creatures a decent amount of the time, or it's an expensive thing, and maybe you don't turn it up till later. You don't care about the counter. There are a number of good manifest dread build arounds. This is just, I find one of the ones that looks good. I first picked this in a draft, and then I didn't really get the second part of the trigger very often. So I would say this is more like a C+. You'll play it in blue-green. It is totally fine, and it will be good in some games, but this isn't a reason to go blue-green. So it's a solid card mostly.
Okay. Yeah, because the baseline's good. It's a 2 mana 2/2 flash that gives you a little bit of selection and can be a little bit more than that, but that isn't that exciting. And you're right. Every single time they put this type of mechanic in, manifest, etc., you almost never flip the cards up. It's very rare. Next is, and our last gold card is Oblivious Bookworm. This is green-blue for a 2/3 human wizard, and it says at the beginning of your end step, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card unless a permanent enter the battlefield face down under your control this turn, or you turn a permanent face up this turn. But I just get to loot either way?
No matter what, it's a loot. It's a 2 mana 2/3 just loot end of turn. Ooh. And then at some point you'll find things that manifest, or you'll turn something face up, and then you'll just draw a card that turn. And the longer it goes on, the more likely it is that you just don't have to give any of the cards back. So
you're right.
This is the builder I'm talking about. This is like a B+ builder. Yeah. If I see an Oblivious Bookworm first pick, I'm probably taking it.
Yeah, that's a lightning rod if I've ever seen. I mean, that is a must kill card. That's probably the only downside to it, but it's even better than a regular looter in that way, because regular looter, you have to wait until it's unsummoning sick, so they get their whole turn, all their mana and sorceries to kill it. And this one, there's a much shorter window, and you start looting right away. I mean, imagine if you play this loot and then they untap and go, okay, now I'll kill it. Like you're still ahead on that transaction somewhat. So that's B+. That card looks awesome.
All right. This next design is one of my favorite in the set. It's actually a design by Annie, who was a former Direwolf designer. Actually, I remember interviewing her for Direwolf, and then she eventually left to go to Wizards. And
this is our first black card, right?
Oh, sorry. This is our first artifact.
Yeah, we will do those.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. But I'll extol the virtues when we get to it. Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
It's okay. We'll get to it this set review, so it'll be something to look forward to. Our first, we are going to transfer to black, though. As I mentioned, we switch which color we go to just to keep it kind of balanced. And
the first one of this is gnarly.
I don't want this. Like, this is not what I need in my life.
This is not the aesthetics for you.
No.
It's not my favorite either. I'm not disgusted by it. I just don't like it that much. I think you actively just don't.
This is, I mean, it's literally enchantment creature type is Nightmare. And I agree. It's called Fear of Lost Teeth. Fear of Lost Teeth. It's black for a 1/1 enchantment creature Nightmare. This is a common. And it says when it dies, it deals 1 damage to any target and you gain a life.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good card. It's an enchantment creature, so you get double types. It's, 1 mana for a 1/1 that dies, like trades for a 2 toughness creature. If they have a good 1 toughness creature in play, they can't mess with this or they're going to lose it. You can squeak that last point of damage in. It's a good thing to sacrifice, right? Imagine sacrificing this, turn 1 this, turn 2 that black-red uncommon that makes you sack creatures. Great. Turn 1 this, they play a 1-drop, and then you sack it and ping their 1-drop. Oh, the game's over. But so yeah, Fear of Lost Teeth is actually like a C+. Like, this is the kind of card I just love having 1 mana cards in my deck that do something good, because you just know some amount of games you're going to start on 1, 2, 3, and it's just going to be bad for your opponent. This also cuts off so many of the games where, like, the games where you're on the draw and you don't have a 2-drop and you just feel like you're going to lose. Yeah. If you have this, you don't even need the 2-drop. No. This will easily let you survive those games.
Right. This blocks like a 2-drop. Yeah. No, this card looks like kind of a pivot card to me. Like, it covers a couple of different archetypes, maybe even 3 different strategies. But, the enchantment thing, the sacrifice thing are the 2 that jump out the most. I like solid C for Fear of Lost Teeth. Maybe C+.
I would C+ it, honestly. Sure. I think this is just going to be one of the cards that you're fairly happy to have,
I don't think I would be happy, but yeah. Fear of Lost Teeth.
I think you will be.
I think I'll be happy with the text on it, but not the picture.
It's even a good manifest target.
Yeah. I guess it is smaller, but anyway. Final Vengeance is next. It's black for a sorcery at common, and it says there's an additional cost to cast this spell. Sacrifice a creature or enchantment, and they bumped this up a little bit. You get to exile target creature. That seems good to me. I mean, especially if, the jump out is red-black, where sacrificing things actually, you get paid off for them. So this just becomes extra good.
A solid way to remove something. And exiling is very good in this set. There's a lot of things that care about the graveyard, both even on cards that they themselves don't care. When you exile their enchantment creature and it doesn't count as 2 types for delirium, that's great. Yeah. You get some pretty good value out of that. So you don't want too many of these, and you certainly do need to support it, maybe with great C+ cards like Fear of Lost Teeth. But you really you can't take your second one of these if you don't have enough fodder. The first one's probably going to be pretty good, and you could easily support 2 if you did a little work. So I would give a C to Final Vengeance. I think it's a solid card.
C for Final Vengeance. Next is Valgavoth's Faithful. This is black for a 1/1 human cleric. This one's uncommon. You can pay 3 and a black and sacrifice it to return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield at sorcery speed. All right, so we're barely into the review, and we already have 2 full-on reanimation spells for your graveyard. Are we supposed to be getting a bonus because we have to sacrifice the Faithful here? Like, is that...
I don't know about bonus, because it's a 1-drop that you don't really yes, this can attack and block. You're not probably going to do a ton of that, but mostly it's it's an animate spell that if you have raised deads, you can then recur it to like get this back and like do it more. It's also nice because there's a bunch of cards. Like this is something I've noticed that they do a lot of now. Return target permanent from your graveyard to your hand because it cuts off the vast majority of the like kind of, BS feeling loops or your opponent bringing back Season of Loss for the third time, that sort of thing. But Valgavoth's Faithful is a reanimate spell that you can use a bunch of ways to get back.
Okay.
And you also get to split this up. It basically does just cost 5 mana, but you can pay 1 and 4. So it's actually a lot like 4 because you go like turn 1 this, even if you don't attack or block with it, you got to pay the 1. If you're in Reanimator, this card's great. If you're not, it's okay. It's not amazing.
Yeah. I think that also it is interesting what you said that sometimes you're going to want to pay it on 1 and it feels like you kind of got that 5th mana for free. But there's going to be later times in the game when you don't actually want to expose the Faithful unless you can cast it and sack it right away, because you can do that. Yeah.
Well, once you know about
like some big target.
Once you know that about their deck, like if you're playing best of 3 especially, like against white blue, I'm probably not going to be too scared of running this out. Against a red deck that maybe has a couple cheap ways to ping it, I'm probably going to be a little more inclined to keep it in hand.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, I agree. I mean, this is a build around card. Fundamentally, you could play it outside of that if you were short on playables, but it loses a lot of its punch if you're not getting back something kind of spicy, or at least have the chance to. What would you give it?
Hey, my inclination is to give it like a B-. Like it's
build around B-.
Build around B-. It is an important card for the exact deck that wants it. Like, and also, I mean, not just black-white, actually. More just any deck that really fiddles with the graveyard. I've seen like a lot of black-green Delirium-style decks that would just play this because it's a cheap creature. You're milling a lot of your decks. You're just going to see a bunch of options. You don't have to go completely nuts. And as we go through this color, you're going to see they've seeded some good high-cost reanimate targets at common and uncommon.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. Next card is Balemark Leech. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 Leech. And it has Eerie, each opponent loses a life. How much are the room things going to be happening in black? I know there's some in each, but like the blue-red felt like there was a ton, and white-blue.
It's not as supported. So like this card, like if it was a red or blue card, I would be a little more excited about it. I feel like those colors do a better job with it. So
okay.
But that's less on the room stuff. On the straight up enchantment side, there's a lot of black enchantments. I mean, there's just a lot of enchantments in general. So I think Balemark Leech is good. Like it's the kind of card, if they have this in play and you're at 9 life, single digit life of any kind, you're going to be uncomfortable with that in play. It's going to, this isn't capped. One of the things I like about this set is they've stayed more away from the once per turn text than in the past, it feels like. And so you can really go and like black, white, make a bunch of glimmers with this card, and you're doing some things there.
Yeah, it's not once and it's not non-token. Like it's you can pop off. Does Balemark Leech need to get a C or need to get a build around rating as well?
No, I would just say this is a C.
Okay. C for Balemark Leech. And you're just assuming that you're going to have some number of enchantments because they're just a thing in this set, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Next is Cynical Loner. This is 1 and a black for a 3/1 human survivor at uncommon. And Cynical Loner can't be blocked by glimmers. And those are those 1/1 enchantment token creature things. And then it has survival. Again, survival's always at the beginning of your second main phase if this thing is tapped. You may search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, and then shuffle.
So it's Entomb.
Yes, the slowest, weirdest Entomb ever.
But Entomb is good in this in that deck, like the black-white deck or even the black-green deck.
Right. So the two obvious things that jump out from Cynical Loner, if you were to get these triggers, are to put something big in the graveyard to reanimate, or to put something of a type that you may not have that many of that can boost your Delirium. I'm curious about edge cases. Where do you go after that? Do you start taking lands out if you've got enough lands? Do you start taking low impact spells, or I'm just curious, Luis, because your brain is built like this. Like, what's your kind of hierarchy for the obvious stuff? Like, okay, I'm getting my delirium up, or I'm getting my target in there. But what if you don't really have anything, and it's more about removing stuff that you don't want to draw?
My guess is you're almost always just going to want to get lands at that point, because like you're just those lands are your worst spell in your deck is probably better than your ninth land, whatever it is. Okay. The other thing I would consider, is delirium is a big one. Like, make sure you filled out that. Basically, deck thinning is like the least important of all of these things, because it doesn't have that big of an impact,
and it also won't come up very often.
Yeah, so mostly you want to use this as a way to fill out delirium or get a reanimation target. One thing I like about this is the 2-drop survival things, especially since this can't be blocked by the most, the freest way to block it. Though be aware that gremlins can block this thing. Isn't that, how do I make this survive to get the trigger? It's like, no, you paid 2 mana for this. Just think of it as like they have to block, and every now and then they won't have a blocker, or you'll remove it and that'll be fine. But you don't have to have a whole lot of plans for this besides put it in your deck and it's a card they kind of have to block. It's a 2-mana 3/1. They're incentivized to block. That's a good card. You don't need to look at this as, if I don't get it to the second main phase, I've failed.
Totally.
I would consider it a success if casting this on 2 and then they cast their 3-drop and then they're obliged to block it. That is an advantage for you. You don't need to go look much deeper than that.
And I would assume that for Cynical Loner, the first trigger is really high leverage for most decks. Like, you get a flashback card, you get a reanimation target, you get some artifact that boosts your, or an artifact creature or something that boosts your whatever delirium count. And then they drop off sharply after that. Like, most limited decks aren't just going to have like a ton of really amazing things that they need in the graveyard or whatever. So you're really incentivized to try to kill it on that first attack so that they don't get that first trigger. Would you say like B- for Cynical Loner?
Nah, I kind of like C+, I think. I don't think
still
it's like
just a 3/1 ultimately.
Awesome. I think it's just solid.
Next is Given to Violence. He woke up and he chose violence. This is 1 and a black for an instant at common. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains lifelink until end of turn. That's a solid combat trick.
Is it just me, or is this art like surprisingly kind of bad for a Magic card?
It stands out.
Sharply
stands out. That
very
it looks
low
amateurish
resolution / detail compared to a lot of the cards.
I don't hate it, but it looks like almost pencil drawn compared to the like highly graphical stuff. I mean, look at Cynical Loner,
Yeah, no, I don't hate it. It's just a very different stylistically, which is something they don't tend to do that often.
Like, I really hope this doesn't sound bad, but this looks like something that like some kid in 8th grade had on their binder.
Yeah, I do think it does look like.
And at the same time, I kind of like it because we've talked about this before, but we both like when they do weird stuff that doesn't fit the super technical. Yeah. Anyway,
as far as
I guess we gave into violence today on this card.
We really did. I think this card is fine. It's not, I think, a super high priority. One thing that's nice is in a delirium deck, you do want, if you can have like 3 or 4 instants and 3 or 4 sorceries and etc. Like it's nice because that way you kind of fill out all the types. But a lot of the themes of this set really want you to have a pretty high density of permanents, and especially creatures, and Given to Violence doesn't necessarily fit into that, but it's good with survival. It's good if you have some decent sized creatures. I just think you're not going to end up playing this card that often. It looks like a kind of classic D to me.
That's what I think too. This feels like a set that doesn't really have room for even a reasonable combat trick like this. Next is Innocuous Rat, which is 1 and a black for a 1/1 rat. And when it dies, you manifest dread. It's a common. That's cool. I love cards like this. Any of these little 2 mana 1/1s that when they die effectively get you a card one way or the other, replace itself with a 2/2 or make them discard a card or whatever. I'm usually in for these type of things, particularly in sacrifice decks, right? These are where these cards really shine.
I mean, this is excellent sacrifice fodder. It's good even if you don't have sacrifice fodder. Imagine if you played this and they played Cynical Loner, like you just dunked on them hard. And I would say every black deck is going to be just happy to put this card in their deck. I think this is also a C+, just really good fodder. And, the fact that Manifest even fills your graveyard with an additional card means this is great in Delirium decks. Innocuous Rat is really anything but. It's one of the better black commons, though black I think is a bit on the weaker side anyway.
Okay. Did you say C plus for the rat?
I would like C plus on the rat, yeah.
Nowhere to Run is next. It's 1 and a black for an enchantment. It's uncommon and it has flash, and it says when it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Wow, instant speed, 2 mana, -3/-3. That's also an enchantment. And it says creatures your opponents control can be the targets of spells and abilities as though they didn't have hexproof. Ward abilities of those creatures don't trigger. Sure. So mostly throwaway text on that last part, but the first 3 parts are awesome. 2 mana flash enchantment that probably kills something or at least shrinks it down it dies in combat.
This not only is 2 mana, effective deal 3, but it's -3/-3, which makes it even better because it means your 4/4 can battle their 5/5 and live to tell the tale. Mm-hmm. Like it's not a 2-for-1. And it triggers your enchantments coming into play, and it's an enchantment to sacrifice. Like it kind of does everything. So,
and this is a good one to sacrifice because it's kind of done its thing, right?
It doesn't even really do much. Like, wow. Ward is a thing, but it's not like you're not going to care about this very often. So I like B on Nowhere to Run. Really good card.
Really good card. Seems like it'll work with a bunch of stuff. Osseous Stick Twister. What is Osseous referring to?
It's a word I'm unfamiliar with, which doesn't come up too often.
I think that's the first time I've ever. Maybe they made it up. It's 1 and a black for a 2/2 artifact creature.
Maybe Scarecrow. I think that has to do with bones in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, sure, like osteo. This is like, but anyway, that makes me think of gas.
It just means bony.
It just means bony.
All right.
Bony Stick Twister. All right, Osseous Stick Twister. Somebody used the thesaurus there. 1 and a black for an artifact creature Scarecrow. It's a 2/2 lifelink and uncommon. And it has Delirium. Each opponent may sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Then the Stick Twister deals damage equal to its power to each opponent who didn't sacrifice a permanent or discard a card this way. Sorry, I should have said at the beginning of your end step, this thing happens if you have Delirium. Wow.
I mean, 2 mana 2/2 lifelink on an artifact nonetheless is just a solid start. And then once you get Delirium, it's really annoying. They either get pinged for 2 and you gain 2, or they have to sack, / discard. And that's a pretty obnoxious, kind of combination of text where it's good early, good late, 2 types for Delirium. I like B on the Stick Twister. I just think it's going to be a really solid card.
And there's it is equal to its power. So if you do manage to raise that, it gets even more annoying somehow, though I feel like at that point it's a bit of a lightning rod. Next is Sporogenic Infection. This is 1 and a black for an enchantment aura. This one's uncommon, and it's enchant creature. And when it enters, target player sacrifices a creature other than enchanted creature. I see. And then when enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it. So you're meant to put this on your opponent's creature.
Yeah, though if they only have 1 creature, you can put this on one of your creatures and then target them, and then they just sack their only creature.
Mm-hmm. So and then your creature's
that's going to be a play
worse,
that I think is going to come up a lot actually. And if you put this on one of your 1/1s, the text doesn't really matter, and you just have another enchantment you can sacrifice anyway if you want to.
Probably 2/2s also, yeah. And like you said, if you're reducing them to 0 creatures, well, your creature still attacks just fine and doesn't care about it. Okay.
Yeah, and it gets around the worst part about edicts, which is usually that they lose their weakest creature. Well, this you can always just put on their weakest creature. It does mean that the text still doesn't do that much on it, but they have a 5/5 and a 1/1. Yeah, this is great. You put it on their 1/1, they sack their 5/5. So this is very close to just not quite destroy target creature, but kind of like destroy target good creature and leave something behind, which I like that at kind of like B- level. This I think is going to play out really cleanly.
What do you think about it being an enchantment that goes to the graveyard at least somewhat frequently? Like the creature it's on is going to die. Yeah,
that's a bonus for sure. The getting enchantments into the graveyard is a pretty easy thing in this set, but you still have to do a little bit of work to make sure it happens.
Yeah. Interesting too that, there are some really nasty, particularly I would assume in red-black, right? Where like they have 2 5/5s and you put it on one and kill the other, and then you just ping the one that has this thing on it, and they're both. I mean,
definitely that's like an additional upside for playing with this.
Next is B-ish for sporogenic infection.
Yeah, I would say B minus.
B minus.
That's quibbling. Maybe it's just a B.
Maybe a B. Winter's Intervention is 1 and a black for an instant at common, and it deals 2 damage to target creature, and you gain 2 life. Well, there's your combo.
Yeah, and this is kind of like a slightly worse saver because the food had a lot of cool combos in the set.
Yeah.
But just a fine removal spell. Like you're not going to cut this too often. It's not obviously amazing, and there's a decent amount of 2/2s in this set, so it's going to be fine. But this is like a straight up C. I don't think this is much better than that. Like I think that you'd rather have the 1-drop, the Fear of Lost Teeth, than this a lot of the time.
Probably. What does Appendage Amalgam do?
Appendage Amalgam is 2 and a black for a 3/2 flash. It's an enchantment creature horror, and when it attacks, you surveil 1. So this is
common,
like a C minus level card. I would just say C probably. It's going to trade off a lot, but it's going to surveil a card, and then if you get to attack with it once, and then it's an enchantment creature. So this gives you a pretty good head start to Delirium. Like I can imagine playing this end of turn, untap, attack, surveil a land, trade this off, and it's like, 3/4 of the way there.
Yeah, this seems like a very solid C. Flash is, not super great on 2 toughness creatures. Like it's quite hard to ambush something, but you can definitely change the board state without your opponent's knowledge. So that's good. Commune with Evil is 2 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. It says, look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 1 of them in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. You gain 3 life.
Yeah. I was expecting this to say lose 3 life because that's what the black card draw usually does. But this card's great. This card really, really turbocharges your graveyard synergies. So I look at this as like a really open-ended enabler where, it gets you to Delirium or, gets a big creature into your graveyard a decent amount of the time. But also in just kind of like a normal-ish black deck, it's not actually that bad to draw the best of your top 4 cards for 3 mana and gain 3 life. Like the gaining 3 life kind of makes up for the mana you spent on this thing.
Right. So, and remember, we're playing limited. Like top 4 cards of your library, that's 10% of your starting library. And, when you actually play a game of Magic, that's 4 of the top 30 if you play it on turn 3. Like that's a big chunk of what you've got left. If you have important cards that, you can curve into, the 3 life will help buffer you as well. So I like Commune with Evil. I don't think I'd want to run too many of them necessarily. Like it is a lot of airball going here where you're just replacing a card, gaining a little life, filling up your yard. But man, this, from what we've seen from the signposts on commons, there's multiple decks that would really like Commune with Evil.
Yeah, I agree. So I like C+ for Commune with Evil.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it played it even higher, just as like one of the better enablers in this set. Next is Cracked Skull. This is 2 and a black for an aura at common, and it's enchant creature. And when it enters, look at target player's hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. And when enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it.
Yeah, this one is kind of interesting. It's like a 3 mana coercion, right? You get to go take the best card out of their hand, but I don't think the text of when enchant creatures dealt damage destroyed is like that impressive. It is nice. This gives you an enchantment. It's just yet another enchantment in play to sacrifice that will eventually head to the graveyard. And I would say Cracked Skull is probably closer to D, but there's decks that maybe if they really need an enchantment, which I don't think is going to happen that often. There's plenty of those. Or if it's a matchup where like you're playing, you're black-red playing against red-green, you might want to bring this in if it's a best of 3 game. But I would not initially be that excited to start this card.
Is this dude wearing a digital watch?
Yes.
Is that like a Casio calculator? Wow.
Well, I agree with you. You can tell me about where the digital watch comes from.
I don't want to see digital watches on my Magic cards. All right, so D for Cracked Skull. Next is Killer's Mask. Good God, they made that even scarier somehow. It's 2 and a black for an artifact equipment at uncommon, and when it enters, you manifest dread, then attach the mask to that creature. The mask gives the creature menace, and the equip cost is 2. Yeah, so it's kind of living weapon vibes.
I haven't found that the manifests are that much better than just straight up 2/2 tokens. Like, yeah, yes, there are definitely times where that is the case, but a lot of the time it's just you're not flipping them up. I mean, and that's not the final word on the subject, but I did 5 drafts and I feel like manifests were not turned up that much of the time.
They never have been.
Yeah.
Right. We never had a format where it was like you're constantly flipping up.
We do get a selection of the top 2 instead of top 1 this time. The last times we've seen manifest, it's just been top.
True. So it's more likely we'll actually have a creature. Yeah.
Yeah. But I do think that you get a 3-mana 2/2 menace with upside here, but the upside I don't think is that big. So I think this card is fine. If you have incentive for manifests, then this card is okay. If you have a lot of like delirium and you care about having another artifact, like there's a variety of things that make this work out, but this looks like a D+ level card that you would put in your deck if you were a black-green manifest deck and you wanted more ways to support it.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. It just isn't quite there on power level, but maybe with all of the synergies being used, it can get up to make it in your deck. Next, it's back, baby. And at common, it's Murder. 1 black for an instant, destroy target creature. Murder's really kind of gone up and down over the years, There's times when it was uncommon.
This I think is a reasonable spot for Murder. Like there are some good creatures to kill, and you play against black-white, you're going to be pretty happy you have it. But there's also a lot of good cards that are pretty cheap. I think it's going to be okay in this format, like C level, but there's going to be matchups where you're really happy you have 1 or 2 Murders, and then there's going to be matchups like you play against a blue-white go wide or red-white go wide type decks, or you play against blue-red rooms, and you're just not that excited to have Murder in your deck.
Yeah, I've definitely learned to temper myself on these. They're fine. They usually play okay. But, in Modern Era Limited, straight up 1-for-1 removal spells are definitely a bit lower. That doesn't mean that they're bad. It just means there were eras where cards like Murder were sort of immediate first picks, or kind of you couldn't really consider other things, and those days are long gone. That being said, Murder's probably like a C+, right? Like it's usually a flexible card that is still in demand and basically never gets cut. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that you just shouldn't take this card that high. I don't know. I think that I'm happy to give it a C+ grade, but I think like you're going to want Fear of Lost Teeth or Innocuous Rat in more decks than you want Murder is kind of my assumption bold. Going in.
There has been some sets that have been like that, but there's also been sets recently where like
totally
the best common was just the good removal spell out of that,
Yeah.
So we'll see. But C+ for Murder. Don't get too excited. It's playable and good, but it's not a B usually. Popular Egotist is next. This is 2 and a black for a 3/2 human rogue at uncommon. And it says you can pay 1 and a black and sacrifice another creature or enchantment to give this thing indestructible until end of turn and tap it, which is always a little bit weird. But normally, this happens while you're attacking, so it doesn't matter. And then it says whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target opponent loses a life and you gain a life. Man, this is really starting to add up. These little incidental pings here and there, like we're only, we're not even through the first color yet, which of course is the color that does this, but still, we've seen a couple of the gold cards in these, it's adding up. There's a lot of little pings flying around.
I mean, this is a card that has a really dangerous line of text that when it's in play, your opponent's going to feel some pressure, and you've got a good built-in way to protect it. It's kind of expensive. Like,
yes.
You're not going to always be able to keep the shields up, but a lot of the time you're just going to, this is going to be part of an engine where a lot of the pieces are causing your opponents trouble. And it's nice that this fills in for 2 of the pieces. Like you look for cards like that, where it is a way to sacrifice things and a payoff for doing so. Kind of like the Sawblade black-red 3/2 thing.
Yes. And it's worth noting that, Popular Egotist has the text 2 and a black 3/2. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, drain them for 1. Like it is not when it sacrifices a permanent. It's just enabling the archetype as well. So even if you're not actually using it to protect itself, you're going to be getting a bunch of extra pings and stuff if you're in that deck. Card seems very solid to me. I agree with you. Like, you don't get super, super excited. The shields will very much be down at many times when you have this, but yeah, it's solid. I mean, it's an annoying card to deal with, and it's like you said, it checks 2 boxes for you as well. I would give it a C+ for popular egotist.
Yeah,
if it plays at a B, I wouldn't be shocked, but I would say C+ for it. You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Resurrected Cultist is next. It's 2 and a black for a 4/1 human cleric at common. And it has Delirium. You can pay 2 black and return it from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it at sorcery speed if you've got Delirium. That is actually annoying. Like 4/1s, I guess maybe the 1/1 tokens kind of put a dent in the strategy here a little bit. But even, like as a blocker, right? Like this thing trades for most things coming across. And then if you can bring it back again, it's just really annoying.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want a lot of these in my deck, but I could see having 1 or 2, especially the better you are at self-milling, the more this goes up, because the part I really like is when you never draw this. When you never, like, if you could put this in your deck and guarantee you never draw it, it'd be an amazing card, like, obviously. But if you just have good ways to mill and discard, and you just end up often getting to kind of free roll this in a long game, that's super cool. The less good your deck is at this, the closer this goes towards a D. I think it peaks out at like a C, maybe C+.
Yeah.
But this is what I view as a reward for drafting a good Delirium deck, not a reason to do so.
Exactly. And that means that, people won't be taking them that highly. So if you're full on, you'll probably get them. Next is Withering Torment. This is 2 and a black for an instant at uncommon. It says destroy target creature or enchantment. You lose 2 life.
This I like a lot more than Murder, because the flexibility of destroying an enchantment is quite strong.
Do you like black being able to destroy target enchantment? Do you care? You're not really a color pie absolutist, are you?
I'm not a color pie absolutist. No, I don't care too much. Also, I think that
it makes me so mad that you don't care about that. Go on.
Does it?
Yeah. I'm like, how could... This is the type of thing that, like, if it all just... If the color pie just disappeared, you'd be so upset because the game would just be so much worse.
No. You
threw the color pie in my face, Luis. That's what just happened.
You're now using hyperbole here. I'm not a color pie absolutist, but I also think the color pie is incredibly important. I think that it's a masterpiece. I've said many times I wouldn't go back and change anything about Magic, or very few things about Magic, because of how well it's ended up. Mm-hmm. But I do think that the color pie gave too much space. Like blue being card draw, for example, was obviously something they figured out. Oh, this doesn't work. Every color needs card draw. That's kind of what makes Magic fun. Red now gets exile the top card and play it. Mm-hmm. Cantrip goes, like, draw a card now goes on any color of card, because they realize that's not a monopoly to blue. I think that black had a bit narrow of a color pie.
Okay.
And I don't mind this being space they can get into. I also think white and green having not a monopoly, but close to, like, we're the only ones who can blow up enchantments, and with blue having counter spells, I think that black was a little left in the cold. So far from not caring about the color pie, I just don't think this is one of the things that bothers me. In fact, I think it helps fix some of the color pie.
I'm still cleaning the color pie out of my eyes that you threw in my face.
Right.
So how about this? When we get a card that is red, pay something, destroy target enchantment, and then every color then I can finally cry about it.
Then your feelings will be valid. They are currently not valid.
So what do you think about Withering Torment? The lose 2 life, we've seen a lot of ways that black has to just incidentally gain little bits of life, so it doesn't feel like, your life total is going to be on a steady march downwards, where this is going to be a big chunk. And if that's the case, this card looks good to me.
The lose 2 life matters. That part definitely, like, it makes me want the second one of these a lot less. But the first one's a B. It just, again, it covers your bases. It's nice to have this. They have an expensive room they're trying to flip, and you just blow it up. Like, that is great.
By the way, how does the timing work on that? When they pay the mana,
you put it on the stack.
It does go on the stack,
and it goes on the stack. Yeah,
and then you can kill it in response, and they never get the whatever. Okay. Cackling Slasher is next. It's 3 and a black for a human assassin at common. It is a 3/3 death touch, and it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if a creature died this turn. Simple. Death Touch doesn't tend to scale that well with size, but whatever.
I think that it's fine. Like if you cast as a 3/3 Death Touch, that's totally fine. It's the floor and ceiling are very close together on this one.
Exactly.
It's not that much better as a 4/4 than a 3/3, but it is obviously better. I would say this is a C, and you'll
just
play
looks like
it.
a C.
It's fine.
Yep. Next is Dashing Bloodsucker.
It's just the meme guy, like they like their tropes. I guess that's kind of the set they're doing. I suppose
they do. It's 3 and a black for a 2/5 vampire warrior at uncommon, and it has Eerie. Dashing Bloodsucker gets +2/+0 and gains lifelink until end of turn. Again, whenever you play an enchantment or unlock a room, or fully unlock a room, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, if you get to attack as a 4/5 lifelink, that's pretty good.
That's big.
You don't really need a double trigger on this, which is nice. I think overall that I think the Bloodsucker's solid. I don't think it's a card that's going to pull me into doing this strategy, but I think it's a totally fine card.
A good payoff. Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, 4 mana for a 2/5 is a good shields up kind of moment. And then any time you get a 4/5 lifelink for 4 mana, like that is very difficult to interact with in combat, and huge life swings in your favor, regardless of what they do on blocks. I like Dashing Bloodsucker a lot. That seems like a really nice payoff for, having a bunch of enchantments around. I'd give it a B-. Like, I think that card just is overstated.
Yeah, I like B- for this. You're spending 4 mana and hoping they don't kill your thing, but the payoff is you get 1 good attack with this. I feel like you kind of got your cards worth. Yeah. That's not that hard to do.
And 5 toughness makes it pretty hard to kill the thing. Next is Fanatic of the Harrowing. This is 3 and a black for a 2/2 human cleric at common. And when it enters, each player discards a card. If you discarded a card this way, draw a card.
This card's sweet.
That's cool.
It means you can't get away with casting this with no cards in hand and discard and just drawing. But it definitely has some cool stuff going on, and I think that it's going to work out. Like where a lot of the times you're actually just happier discarding your land for Delirium and then drawing a card, and then if you just didn't have that, and making them discard a card means you are up a card here at the end of the day. So it's a 4 mana card. You don't really want tons of those, but I'd be happy playing that card.
I would too. I really like the Delirium and Reanimator additions to a card like this. That really breaks that synergy a lot. I mean, you're getting a rummage in a set that really rewards you for that. So I like this card. I would definitely give it at least a C. I'd be willing to go to C+. Will you join me?
Yeah, I like C+. This card it's actually pretty good in multiples too. Like
it's also an annoying Reanimator target. Like
it's got some cool stuff. It's good in Reanimator. It's another way to get your reanimate creatures into the graveyard.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm in for C+ on that.
So B+, A- for Fanatic of the Harrowing. We both agree. Let's play a game. 3 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. It has Delirium. Choose one. If you have Delirium, choose one or more. Instead, there's 3 options. One of them is creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. Again, this is a sorcery. Keep that in mind. Each opponent discards 2 cards, or each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. And if you don't have Delirium, you get to just pick 1.
This card's cool. Like it's a bit underpowered if you don't have Delirium, but the -1/-1 ability is going to be potentially really, really important in that situation anyway. So
definitely has the highest upside.
You're not going to be too unhappy if you absolutely have to cast that card, then this is definitely a great thing to use it for. But as far as getting Delirium, like once you do, 4 mana for them to discard 2, they lose 3 and you gain 3 is already great. And then maybe you pick off a creature. So I like the combination of all these things here. I think this is a B-, a good Delirium payoff.
Agreed. There's a lot there if you can get that going. Next is Defiled Crypt and Cadaver Lab, which, as you might have guessed, is a room. It's an uncommon, and it says for Defiled Crypt, it's 3 and a black. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 black horror enchantment creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. And then the other side is Cadaver Lab, which is black. And it says, whenever you unlock this door, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand.
So you kind of start with this as like, you get to spend 5 mana to raise dead a creature and make a 2/2.
Mm-hmm.
Because you play it as Defiled Crypt, and then you unlock Cadaver Lab is what is basically the sequencing you want to do to kind of get both sides of it. And then once you've done that, it then starts paying you off over time for pretty much any of the other things that happen, like someone exiles a card from your graveyard, or you exile a card from your graveyard, you get something back for any reason. I played against Lord Tupperware, and he had this card. He made 7 tokens. I did. It was actually with that blue-red Rooms deck I posted that was just absurd. So
you were just making sure to set the tone that they don't want to come back for more on the
right, okay, exactly.
Just a reminder.
And I had a really good time flipping 4 Smoky Lounges. But this card I think is a really good engine build around, and I don't like this as much in the Reanimator deck. It's fine, but the goal in the Reanimator deck is to not put your creatures back into play, or into your hand. It's to put them into play. So this card is a lot less impressive in that regard. But getting to play this and get something back and then make a token, and then you exile a card from your something and you make another token, like all that stuff works out really well.
Okay. Yeah, this card seems really kind of on rails, right? It's like, here, do this. And you're like, okay, I get it. I understand. I get the joke. The question is peak power level. Is this thing awesome?
I think this is like a build around C+, where I don't think this is awesome. Like, I don't think it's one of the best build arounds. I think this fits into a green-black Delirium deck in a pretty reasonable way. I don't think I would first pick this and try to go for it. It would be like, if I was in green-black and Pack 2 I saw this, I would keep in mind. There's a number of cards that can kind of like keep triggering it. Like there's the Ghost Vacuum. It's a rare, the 1-mana artifact that taps to exile a card from the graveyard. That just every turn makes a zombie, as long as you can keep filling your graveyard, which is not too challenging in those decks either.
Man, that does sound fun. There's definitely an enticing build-around element to this thing. What do you want to give it?
I mean, I would give it like a build-around, like it's like a build-around like B- or like a C level playable. Like it's fine in a normal deck. I generally wouldn't play this if I didn't have multiple ways to trigger it, but I'm not I'm not going to take this super early, but I think it has some good stuff it can do.
Okay. Next, we're getting into the 5 drops here, and I'm curious to see, what kind of stuff we could get back from the yard here at the common and uncommon area. Because, the gloves kind of come off when you get to the rares where things can get pretty insane, but this one's called
There's some good ones. There's some good ones for sure.
That's exciting to me. This one's called Fear of the Dark. It's 4 and a black for a 5/5 enchantment creature Nightmare. This is common. And it says whenever it attacks, if defending player controls no glimmer creatures, it gains Menace and Death Touch until end of turn.
Yeah.
So glimmers make light?
Yeah, they're little glimmers. I don't think that you're going to get to attack with this like tons and care that much about the trigger. It's fine. This is basically a replacement level 5 drop, in my opinion. Like, okay, if you play this and you attack with it and it works, like it is pretty good. But it's a 5 mana 5/5 that has to survive to attack. Like that's just not like the highest priority.
I agree, it's not. But dang, that's a card, man. Like many decks, it's just a 5/5 menace. Like for 5 at common, like that is annoying. Also, it is an enchantment creature, so you get the Delirium double bonus there too. I mean, I agree with you. These cards have almost never, like for years and years, these 5 drops have been mostly interchangeable and are rarely the priority. But again, I've said this a lot about the commons that they've printed lately. There's not much to complain about. These cards are powerful. Like they're 2 types in a set that cares about that. It's a 5/5 for 5, so it's tough to kill and big, And then it has like a pretty significant upside that's a little random, but still, you know, is I mean, a 5/5 menace is already just like a problem. But again, I agree with you. I just know already that it's not going to be like, oh, I got Fear of the Dark, thank God. It's like, no, that's never going to be the case. But as is always the case, as long as it meets a certain power threshold, which I think this one does, you know, then they end up being like a C- or a C or something that you can put into your deck and not be embarrassed by.
So where do you want this one to land?
C-.
Yeah, I like D+, but
yeah, I mean, that's so weird, right? How this is an objectively fine Magic card, but I agree.
It's because it's because there are no costs to passing 5-drops.
Exactly. Exactly. That's a really good way to put it.
If you just get a 5-drop at random at the end of the draft and that's your 5-drop that you get, it's not going to be that different than if you took Fear of the Dark earlier and then later got a different 5-drop. It's just a wasted pick. So It's like.
Also, you have cards like Cackling Slasher at common that cost 4 that are like close enough, right? And you're getting a whole mana back.
Whereas if you don't have enough 2-drops, like you feel that.
This next one I really hope is good because the artwork's so compelling. It's called Live or Die. It's 3 black for an instant at uncommon. And it says, choose one, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, that's already compelling. 5 mana instant speed, reanimate, or destroy target creature? Nice. Ooh, that got there.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is just a good reanimation spell that also doubles as a removal spell when the reanimate stuff isn't happening or they just play something too big. So this is like a B for black. Like, you're going to be happy with this in most black decks. Obviously, if you do the whole reanimation thing or the Delirium Self-Mill thing, you're going to be much happier. Maybe in blue-black where you got some rooms, you don't really prioritize this. But I think on balance, if you see this early and you're playing black, it's good to take this and build towards it.
Definitely. That's versatility that really counts because the huge downside to reanimation spells are when you don't have something to reanimate and they just sit in your hand and you die. And this completely alleviates that, and it makes it an instant so that you can actually get card advantage by bringing back a 5/5 and blocking with it during combat. That is awesome. Yeah, B at least for Live or Die. I love the name, love the art. That's a front runner. That's a great card. Next is Miasma Demon. It is 4 black for a 5/4 demon. It's uncommon and it has flying. And it says when it enters, you may discard any number of cards. When you do, up to that many target creatures each get -2/-2 until end of turn.
So this is one of the good reanimation targets for multiple reasons. One, it's a 6-drop, so reanimating it early obviously is value. But also the trigger where you get to turn any number of cards in your hand into disfigures. The earlier you do it, the better it is because you have more cards to discard from, and -2/-2s have more of an effect on turn 4 or 5 than they do on turn 7. Mm-hmm. So great reanimation target, and also good just to cast. Casting this for 6 mana and discarding a card to kill one of their creatures is pretty good. A 5/4 flyer is not a bad card. So
can I stack these? No, right?
No. You can only target each creature once.
Okay, so that does change it a little bit. But man, free disfigures. Who wants one? One per creature, one per creature only. How do you feel about casting this? You mentioned that it gets a little worse later in the game because you'll have fewer cards and the disfigures won't be able to kill the bigger things on the other side. But assuming that hard casting, it's the backup plan, how does that sit with you?
I think that this is totally fine to cast. Like I would on balance, I would give this a B and just play this. It gets up to like a B+ in Reanimator, but 6 mana is totally fine. You can cast 6 drops.
Man, how about Miasma Demon off of Live or Die at instant speed during combat? Just like,
that sounds great.
Kill two things,
lot of dying,
block the other. Yeah. Next is Spectral. That was B, by the way, for the demon. Next is Spectral Snatcher. This is same cost, 4 black for a 6/5 spirit at common with ward. Discard a card, and there's the business. Swamp Cycling for 2.
I really like they put ward on the black Swamp Cycler because that is a really nice ability to have. When you reanimate something early, it's nice to punish them if they do have an answer. Because if they don't have an answer, you're pretty much happy. A 6/5 is pretty big, but when they do have an answer, get them for that extra card. Makes up for the work you did to reanimate. So this is the best. This and the white one are the best land cyclers. This is the actual best one, just because I haven't really liked the other color ones quite as much. The green one's pretty good, but the blue and red are just not so much what those decks I think are wanting to do. The black and white ones, like there's just specific reason you want them. It's because you're playing Reanimator. Like, and the Reanimator deck can also splash any color Land Cycler. Like if you really wanted to, you could splash the green Land Cycler and one forest in your Reanimator deck and just cycle it to reanimate it and not care too much that it gets you a colorless land effectively, which is kind of interesting. I think that will happen sometimes. But Spectral Snatcher, I would give this a C+. I think all the other cycling creatures are like a C-, but I like this one at kind of C+.
Yeah, this is so perfect. This design is awesome. Next card is a room. It's called Derelict Attic and Windows Walk. Derelict Attic is 2 and a black, and it says, when you unlock this door, you draw 2 cards and you lose 2 life. And Windows Walk is 3 and a black, and it says whenever a creature you control attacks alone, oh, I love this mechanic. It gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch until end of turn. I've always been, Luis, I am such a sucker for this type of card. The attacks alone, Exalted is one of my favorite mechanics ever. And anytime they make a black enchantment that's like this thing attacks alone, even if it doesn't look that good, like this looks kind of whatever-ish, I love these type of mechanics for some reason. I have no idea why. You're going to need to help me decide if this card's actually good.
It started with the Avacyn Restored one that gave +3/+0, Homicidal Seclusion +3/+0, and Lifelink.
Totally. Lifelink, by the way, is a game changer on these, but yeah.
Yes. It's a fun mechanic. I think that Derelict Attic and Widow's Walk are fine. I mean, draw 2, lose 2 with later upside is reasonable. Like it's kind of like, do you have the luxury of putting a 3-mana draw 2, lose 2 in your deck? If you've built your deck such that you have the ability to do that, I'm pretty happy with cards like this. It's not like casting, Dire Sight and Bloomburrow was bad. It's just how often did you have time to do it? I feel like you'll have time in this format, a decent amount. This card's a C. You'll play it, and it'll be good. It's a good long game card. I mean, Widow's Walk, +1/+0 and Death Touch when you attack alone. Pretty obnoxious as time over time.
Yeah, and you can, of course, imagine that in a board where you're at parity, you could start sending in a small creature with that and just be really annoying. Last black card is called Vile Mutilator. Here's some more business. It's 5 black for a demon. It's uncommon. It's a 6/5. And it says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or enchantment. It's got flying and trample. And when it enters, each opponent sacrifices a non-token enchantment, then sacrifices a non-token creature.
Yeah, this card is no joke. And
wow,
the stunning twist is that when you reanimate it, you don't have to pay the cost.
No downside.
So you kind of get all the value for free. And this is going to eat 2 things fairly often. It's just not hard for them to have an enchantment and a creature in play. And non-token is nice. Their glimmers do not protect them. So
yeah, non-token is
I like Vile Mutilator a lot. This is a B, but this is much closer to, you want this like a build around B than it is just straight, because casting this I don't think it's not a reliable plan, because it costs 7 mana and you have to sack something. So you're paying some pretty big costs. But if you can reanimate this like half the times, then you kind of negated that almost entirely.
Yeah, he's holding, what is he holding, like an animal or something that he's...
Looks like a spectral bear or something, I don't know.
He should be holding a sign that says reanimate me, because this is, once you see this card, that's exactly what you're going to be thinking. I love the partial build around decent backup plan cards like this. Wow, black looks powerful. I'm impressed. Like, that's a heck of a start for this set. Almost all, though, on the more fragile build-aroundy side of things rather than the just raw, I cast this and it's awesome side of things. So, maybe if things are a little harder to set up than it looks, then maybe it won't play out quite as well. But I mean, there's some stuff
I do like this card in like black-green when you have the overgrown, field or whatever, the 2 in a green room that goes and puts a land into play and flips for 6 like that. That's the sort of thing where it ramps to this and you can just sack it to this if you need to. So there are definitely decks that will cast this, but it is at its best in black-white. Yeah,
in black-white for sure. Okay, so that's it for black. Let's move on to red, where our first card is Clockwork Percussionist. It's red for a 1/1. It's an artifact creature monkey toy. Creepy. It's common. It has haste. And it says, when it dies, exile the top card of your library. You may play it until the end of your next turn. So there's another good sacrifice fodder.
I like this one a lot.
Yeah.
Great, Red Green Delirium loves it because it's just like a cheap artifact creature that goes to the graveyard. It's got haste, so you can kind of just like peck in there.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponents like aren't really going to want to block it that much because like they don't want you getting the trigger. Though obviously it's not that bad. It's just draw a card basically.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, this is like a great thing to sacrifice. It just kind of does all these different things that I think are pretty good. So I'm a fan. You don't necessarily want this in every deck, but the more aggressive you are, the more delirium you have, the lower your curve, the better this gets. And I think overall, this is again like a C plus, where like having multiple of these in your red deck, you're going to be really happy with. I'm getting a little bit of shades of LCI with like the really pushed 1-drops. But
I was going to say that too. I'm getting a little worried, but I agree with you. This is a 1-drop that plays like a 2-drop, and it's a C plus. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was on the battlefield all the time in this format. Next is Norrin, Swift Survivalist. This is red for a 2/1 legendary human coward. Oh, this is like Norrin the Weary Norrin, like always running away Norrin.
Yep.
It's an uncommon. Norrin, Swift Survivalist, can't block, of course. And whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, you may exile it. You may play that card from exile this turn. Huh?
So basically, you can always attack with your creatures if you don't mind recasting them.
Having to replay them.
Every time you attack with them and then they block, if you don't like the block, you can just be like, actually, I'm going to go ahead and just recast it. Kind of nice. You attack with an ETB creature or whatever.
Yeah.
Or they just have like a 5/5 and you have a couple 2/2s, just attack with everything. The one they block, you just flicker out and then recast. So that's kind of cool. It's actually like less of a joke than most of the Norrin cards, because a 1-mana 2/1 that you can always just kind of bluff attack with is kind of cool. And you can just play it as a 2/1 and then hit them for 4 and then trade it off. And that's totally fine. Plus the ability in the late game is not a 0. It is actually kind of nice.
This is way more interesting, I think, than it looks. Yeah. Or than you might guess. I have no idea if it's good, but there's
it can't
things
be that bad because a 1-mana 2/1 that, yes, it can't block, but a 1-mana, like, what are we grading a 1-mana 2/1 vanilla? It's probably like a C. Like
C.
I would say a 1-mana 2/1 vanilla is fine.
Yeah. But this is worse?
I think, better than a 1-mana 2/1 vanilla.
Better on average, but
I would still say it's like a C, but I think it is it is a little bit better. Yeah.
I am really curious to see what people do with Norrin Swift Survival. This is not a design I've seen before. Like, this is new territory. I think that's really cool. So we'll get a C for Norrin and see what happens. What does a Trial of Agony do?
This is a red for a sorcery and uncommon. It's 2 survivors chained together across like a gap with a big buzzsaw in between, and so they have to like tug of war to see who survives. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by the same opponent. That player chooses one of those creatures. Trial of Agony deals 5 damage to that creature, and the other creature can't block this turn. So it's a Punisher card, which historically, giving your opponent the choice has been bad. I think this card's great. I think it's quite strong. The key here is, if you're getting value out of the can't block this turn, then I think this card is actively good. Like, we're talking B level good. Like,
because you're taking out 2 creatures for 1 mana.
Yeah, imagine your opponent has 2 4/4s in play, and you cast this, like, one dies and the other can't block. Like, that sounds great to me,
And for 1 mana, like, what's your bar? I mean, if they have a 10-drop and a 2-drop and it kills the 2-drop, well, your 1 mana was supposed to kill the 2-drop, right? I mean, like, we get greedy really fast, right? Where we're thinking like, well, my 1 red mana is supposed to kill some 4 toughness thing. Since when? Right? Like, on average, it's probably supposed to kill something with 2 toughness. So if you get anything above that, then you're golden. And like you said, you really would like to leverage the not be able to block thing to your advantage, but it's red and it costs 1 mana. No, I agree with you, man. I think this card looks strong. Like, you just have to set your expectations appropriately.
Yeah. And I actually think Trial of Agony is a B, but what I will caution you is, if you don't care about the not blocking, this card does get a lot worse. Like, I think I would still play it in like a blue-red Rooms deck, because if they just play a 2/2 then a 3/3, it's 1 mana to kill 1.
Right.
And if it scales up a little nicely when they have a 3/3 and a 4/4 in play, for example, one mana is just hard to overstate how good that is. But where it really shines is like red black or red green when you're red white, any of the red X colors where you're not blue, when you're beating them down, and this card just puts them between a rock and a hard place. So I like Trial of Agony.
I'm with you. This is one of the few Punisher cards I can get behind. I would give it a B. It's not B as far as like it can kill everything. It's not like some catch-all removal spell, but I just don't have that high of expectations for spending 1 red mana. And if it kills something with 3 toughness, I already feel like I'm ahead. And I just like efficient cards like that in beatdown decks. This is a grown test, right? This is just like, dang it, I had 2 really good blockers. Now one's dead, one can't block. I just took 8, and I'm going to lose a game that I thought I was stabilized in. What do you want to give it?
I would give it a B.
Okay. Next is Turn Inside Out. This is red for an instant at common, and it says target creature gets +3/+0 until end of turn. When it dies this turn, manifest dread. So you're looking to trade off some little
trade
junker.
your 1/1 for their 4/4, and you get a 2/2 kind of remaining. I mean, the Felonious Rage, right, back in MCAM, +2/+0, and when it dies, make a 2/2.
Make a 2. That was good.
That was good, and this is better. +3/+0 is better than +2/+0. We know that. And Manifest Dread is quite strong. So I like this card. I think this is probably like a C, maybe even C+ in the right deck.
Think so too. Also, good way to get an instant in the graveyard, and also 3 is just a lot of damage. Like sometimes that just wins you the game. Next is Violent Urge. This is red for an instant and uncommon. It says target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. And then it has Delirium. That creature gains double strike until end of turn. Wow.
So once again, red for +1/+0 and first strike, it's just like a solid deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like you
they've had that trick a lot. Yeah.
Is a card that was always like a D to C level card. And I can remember some formats it being like slightly better. This just all of a sudden in the mid to late game being +1/+0 and double strike, it just turns it into a great finisher too. So I do think this one matters a lot whether your deck's good at making Delirium, but if you're good at doing Delirium, then I think Violent Urge is quite strong.
Yeah, because do you value these type of like if it was just +1/+0 and double strike until end of turn, do you value that later in the game or earlier in the game?
I would say generally later in the game.
Like it's a finisher, right? You play it on something bigger, your 4-drop, 5-drop, right? So this actually scales the way that you'd want anyway with the game. So what do you want to give Violent Urge? I think this is going to end a lot of games that people thought that they were okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's probably like a C+, but I would give it a B- in like a dedicated like red-green Delirium deck that has big creatures and gets Delirium.
Yeah, that seems so good in red-green. Next is Betrayer's Bargain. This is 1 and a red for an instant at uncommon. It says an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or enchantment, or you can just pay 2 mana. And it says Betrayer's Bargain deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. This is 2 mana to deal 5 at instant speed, but it does cost you.
Yeah, I think the fact that there's a 2 mana buyout is just amazing. Like, because you're often going to be able to sack like one of the monkeys to get to exile your top cards, or sack an enchantment that it's like a bonus to sacrifice. So it's actually like can be upside to have that. But then when you don't have something to sacrifice, those are exactly the times when paying the extra mana is not usually that big of a cost. So There's no real fail case. When you top deck this in the late game, you just pay 4 and it does exactly what you want. Plus, I really do like exiling instead of killing. I think that's a significant upside. So
it is.
I actually like B+ for Betrayer's Bargain. I think this is one of the stronger uncommons.
B+ for Betrayer's Bargain. Great removal spell. Next is, oh God. Could cover my screen for this one. Grab the Prize. 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card. And it says, draw 2 cards. If the discarded card wasn't a land card, Grab the Prize deals 2 damage to each opponent. Man, I hate clowns, and this is like really creepy artwork.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Are you supposed to, is the prize that key in his mouth? You're supposed to like grab that? Yeah,
I think so. How many art about things where you're supposed to reach your hand in and get it bitten would you expect them to have? Because one is like, okay, that makes sense for a horror show. Would you expect like 3? Because that's how many we're going to see in a row.
I was going to
here.
say, I would expect 1. I would hope for just the 1. So they're adding a little bit of a bonus here, but also reducing this back to sorcery speed. Discarding a card can help with delirium and stuff, but these type of effects really kind of need to synergize with other things to make them good. Is delirium enough? You're giving us a little bit of damage, but so.
I think this card is actually not going to make the cut most of the time because the normal home for this in like blue-red is like a rooms deck, not a spells deck. So It doesn't get that bonus. I think that the actual best home for this is likely the delirium deck.
Right.
Because it gets you 2 ways closer, and then getting to discard gives you the option of any of any type you have in your hand going into your graveyard.
I just don't like any of this.
Yeah, so I think that this card is like a D. If you want this card, you're going to be probably the only one who's interested in it.
That's what I think too, because red-green, they don't want to discard actual things for delirium. Ideally, these type of cards are good at when you're flooding and they can get you to some action. You don't want to be discarding action to them that often. I do like the extra little damage bonus in that deck, though. Still D for grab the prize. Next is, hand that feeds. Creepy. Is that 6? How many fingers does this thing have? 7? It's 1 and a red for a 2/2.
Looks like 8 fingers.
8 fingers,
but it's a mutant. Generated. They always do too many fingers.
Yeah. It is a mutant, though, so I guess it has an excuse. It's a common, and it has delirium. Whenever the hand that feeds attacks, while there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, it gets +2/+2, and gets menace until end of turn. So this is like the red-green delirium 2-drop payoff. Like once you get to it, it's 4/2 menace.
Yeah, and
an
I think in a delirium deck, you will play this some amount of the time, and outside of a delirium deck, you will almost never play it. So this looks like a D. If you want this, you'll pick it up.
Irreverent gremlin. Is he eating the candle? That's really funny.
Oh, he looks so satisfied too.
He does. That's Luis after he wins a vintage cube draft right there. It's 1 and a red for a 2/2 gremlin at uncommon. It has menace, and it says whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Do this only once each turn. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, 2 mana, 2/2 menace. I'm already in for that, and then giving it the rummage ability is just kind of a nice little bit of upside. So
yeah,
kind of like B- for Irreverent Gremlin. It's just a really good card. Enables delirium.
Definitely.
Good at beatdowns. Kind of exactly what red-green wants, and good in really any red color pair.
Agreed. It's going to be responsible for 4 or 6 damage most games if it comes down and if you can back it up with anything. Next is, Piggy Bank. It's 1 and a red for, this is
like I said, creepy. How many things where you're supposed to reach your hand in and get bitten?
Right. This one has, what is it? A bunch of teeth? Oh, God. 1 and a red for a 3/2 artifact creature boar toy. It's uncommon. And it says, when Piggy Bank dies, create a treasure token. That's a pretty good card, actually, but there's a lot of setup there for a fairly simple card. But yeah, 2 mana, 3/2 relevant type with artifact being in addition to creature, and then when it dies, you get something that matters for the game too. So I like everything I see there.
Yeah, this is a really good card. This is a B. You put it in any deck and be really happy. There's literally any deck should just always play this card. It's a fantastic piece of value. It's rarely going to be amazing, but it's the floor on this is very high. It's a second story house where the floor starts at the second story. Because 2 mana for a 3/2 with 2 types that dies into a treasure, perfect.
Is it a B?
Yeah, oh, definitely.
What about Pyroclasm's back? 1 and a red sorcery uncommon. It does 2 damage to each creature. This card's been around forever.
Yeah, Pyroclasm is great. It just really depends on what sorts of creatures are in your deck, because you don't want to end up in a spot where, this kills most of your creatures. But I've had this in red-blue, and it's been, incredible. Mm-hmm. And I imagine it could be good in the right red-green deck or possibly red-black. Red-white, I don't think is often going to want this. So this is kind of like a B in terms of power, but doesn't fit into every single deck.
Agreed. You just have to be picky about it. But if you get it in the right deck, like you said, it can be nasty. And in the right matchup, it can be like the best card in your deck. Ragged Playmate. This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 artifact creature toy at common. You can pay 1 mana and tap it to have target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn.
So it's a 2-mana 2/2 that, is an artifact and kind of does its brawling. And then later in the game, you can just start tapping it to make something unblockable and hitting for some damage, which is pretty nice.
That's actually pretty good.
I think the card has some real merit.
C?
I would think it's a C. Yeah, I don't think it's like crazy good or anything.
No, but it just has enough here to work. Next is Scorching Dragonfire. This is a 1 and a red instant. It's a common. It does 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If that creature or planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead. This one's a reprint. But man, that exile instead starting to pop up more and more. And as you said, that is a significant upgrade. That is. It used to be kind of trinket text, in many sets, but in most sets these days it's not, and definitely in this set it's not.
Yeah, I think that Scorching Dragonfire is like among the best it's been. I mean, it's always good, but I just find the exile comes up like half the times you cast it, it feels like. So
right.
I like B for Scorching Dragonfire in this set. I think
Agreed.
It's just a really premium common.
This is going to be front runner for best red common from what we've seen. Our next one is called Untimely Malfunction. It's 1 and a red for an instant at uncommon. And it says, choose one, destroy target artifact, change the target of target spell or ability with a single target, or 1 or 2 target creatures can't block this turn. That is interesting set of things. That's really interesting. Because the last one can just be, I win, right? Your 2 guys can't block, attack with everything, you're dead. Destroy target artifact is kind of, when it comes up, it's relevant, but it usually doesn't. But the middle one, that is a huge swing when it pops off correctly.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one where if you get to land that like and retarget their murder or whatever, like you're just going to end up in incredible shape.
Totally. The question is, are these 3 somewhat random, somewhat disparate abilities enough? Do they give you enough of a safety net that you're comfortable throwing this into your deck and that something good is going to happen from it every time you draw it?
My inclination initially is that no, like you probably don't want to play this card, but the factor that would make me the most likely to is if the last part, the creatures can't block this turn, is good in your deck. That would kind of move the needle for me. The problem is destroy target artifact is fine, but I wouldn't want to main deck destroy target artifact in this set, and getting to get a retarget and a creatures can't block thing, it doesn't add quite enough for me.
I agree with you.
In most decks, but if you can kind of put this in an aggressive deck like that, there's definitely something going on there.
Right, because what you really want to see with these type of cards is you want to see like two creatures can't block, change the target, but then the baseline mode is like, make a treasure, draw a card, or make a clue, some like way to kind of clunkily replace itself. And then you feel like, all right, well, if nothing else is going on, I can just always do that. This doesn't have that. This relies on 2 separate scenarios as the most powerful ones to come up that don't necessarily come up every game. And then the destroy target artifact is like, sure, right? It's kind of a minor checkbox on there. So I agree with you. I think that this feels like the upside's definitely there. It can win you games, but it is not going to be consistent enough to be just like an all-star card.
Yeah, I think it's a really good sideboard card.
Definitely. What would you want to give it?
I would probably just give it a sideboard B. I think out of the board against someone who can give you a lot of targets for the retarget effect, like they have multiple kill spells, it becomes awesome. I think when you're looking at just putting it in your deck, you're not going to be very happy. So I like sideboard B on this one. Next
is Fear of Being Hunted. This is 1 red for a 4/2 enchantment creature nightmare at uncommon. It's got haste and it must be blocked if able.
I mean, 3 mana 4/2 haste is pretty good. but
it
and
will
must be blocked is upside. It's only downside if they were going to make a mistake, like make them be unable to.
Right.
But
And we don't really approach Magic
for
that way.
4/4, you cast this. It's basically like a deal 4 if that's their only blocker. But double red means I'm okay with this. Like I think it's like a C. I don't think you're going to be super excited. Double red is a real cost. Double color cards and limiteds. It's especially ones like this where you kind of do want to play it on curve. It's almost like it gets us half a grade down because it is a huge cost. 20% of the time. Like if you compare this between a card that costs 2 and a red, you're just like some percentage of the time you'll draw it, not be able to cast it, and that makes it a lot worse.
Yeah. If you can bump the toughness on cards like this, they can start eating 2/2s or whatever, but that's hard to do. Next is Rampaging Soul Rager. This is 2 and a red for a 1/4 spirit at common, and it gets +3/+0 as long as there are 2 or more unlocked doors among rooms you control. So you just need to have one fully unlocked room cast and unlocked.
One fully unlocked room does the trick, which is pretty neat.
You're getting a 3/4 for 3? Okay.
4/4.
Sorry, a 4/4 for 3? Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not easy to do it the next turn, right? Like you play the Soul Rager.
You're not usually going to have this flipped on turn 4 or whatever, but just having a bunch of 3-mana 4/4s in your deck in the middle of the game is pretty good. And the cool part is I now that the 2 times I drafted the room decks, no one took this card in the draft at any point. I was the only one. So even if it's like a C in the room decks, you can kind of treat it as if everyone else at the table looks at it like a D or an F, assuming no one else is in rooms. And, sometimes you'll be a little bit contested. But I think this is a C if you're in rooms, maybe even like a C+ if you're in rooms, but you don't have to prioritize it. Yeah, neat card.
That's cool. I like cards like this. Next one is Vengeful Possession. This is 2 and a red for a sorcery at uncommon. It says, gain control of target creature until end of turn. All right, well, here we go. Untap it, it gains haste until end of turn. You may discard a card if you do draw a card. So you got an uncommon threaten effect that staples on a little rummage, which is a nice thing to have. But this is, there's always the question whenever sacrifice is one of the themes, which is there a common one? And if not, is there an uncommon one? And here's an uncommon one. Which is generally the right price. Anytime that the threaten effect gets to 4, it becomes really hard to have enough mana to pay for a sacrifice, assuming you don't have like a free sack outlet or something along those lines. But 3 is usually, you can get away with it. You can build up to 5 mana, steal your thing, and then pay 2 mana to something to sacrifice it. So yeah, I mean, I don't think the rummage changes Vengeful Possession from like, I just want to play it in all my aggro decks, or I don't really want to throw it in every deck, to I do. But it also is a welcome bonus when I do get to play this in my sacrifice deck, which is where I'd want it. Yeah,
I think that it doesn't take it from my deck that doesn't want threaten now wants threaten.
Right.
Most of the time. If you're really borderline in a really aggressive red-green deck and you're like, yeah, this will help me get to Delirium, like you can always kind of excuse it. It's great. Delirium excuses anything. Why are you playing that card? Oh,
Neither
types. It's got good types.
Yeah, good types.
Delirium. But it does make the red-black sack deck that the threaten is just better. It added extra text, and that text is good. So it's kind of like a build around B. If you have some good sack outlets, this card's really good. If you don't, you usually don't want to play that card.
Definitely. Next is Jeez. It's just literally called Vicious Clown. And that artwork is so creepy. It's 2 and a red for a 2/3 human clown at common. And it says, whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, Vicious Clown gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Are we excited about this power 2 or less thing?
So it is good in red-white where you've got like a bunch of like ways to make, gremlins and just cheap creatures in general. This card can attack as a 4/3, sometimes a 6/3. I did die once to turn 3 that, turn 4, make 3 haste gremlins, attack you for 11.
You got killed by a vicious clown?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
But
not how I want to go.
But is it like a strong theme overall? I mean, It's deck dependent. You can build towards it. I think Vicious Clown, again, like this is certainly nowhere near as extreme as Bloomborough, right? Where like, yes, the lanes, like once you're in a lane, you kind of got to ignore a lot of the things outside of that lane.
Mm-hmm.
Not that many decks at the table are going to want Vicious Clown, but it's going to be good in some decks. And I think that's pretty neat. I like when they have more cards like that, you know?
I agree. Do you see this as like what color pair wants Vicious Clown the most?
Red white.
Just red white straight up.
Yeah, that the red white is what that wants it, and I think red green can also justify it. I'm not so sure about like red black though.
Okay, what do you want to give it? Like a D? D plus?
Yeah, I would give it a D.
D. Next is Diversion Specialist. This is 3 and a red for a 4/3 human warrior with menace at uncommon, and you can pay 1 mana and sacrifice another creature or enchantment to exile the top card of your library, and you may play it this turn. This was one of our preview cards also. So this one does have a time restriction on it. You don't get to wait until the end of your next end step to play it. So you do have to play it now, but you're getting a 4/3 menace for 4 with the ability to sacrifice things for just 1 mana. That's, you know, we were talking about the Vengeful Possession, right? Like this is 4 mana, steal your thing, sacrifice it, turn it into a card, hit you for 4. I mean, you know, Diversion Specialist, we liked it when we read it in a vacuum. It looks really good here.
Yeah. I mean, I think this card is good. Like it's good enough to be played outside of a dedicated sack deck and especially good inside of a dedicated sack deck.
I would give it a B.
Yeah, I like B for Diversion Specialist.
Like the type of card that makes you want to go into that color. Next is Infernal Phantom, which is 3 and a red for a 2/3 spirit at uncommon. And it's got Eerie. Infernal Phantom gets +2/+0 until end of turn. And when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. Wow. I can't remember. When you unlock a room, can you do that at any speed, or is that only sorcery?
No, that's sorcery speed.
Okay, so you do kind of have to show what you're doing.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, it ends up being a 4/3 that if it dies, you can just hit something for 4. And you can get multiple triggers off this. I mean, they're going to know about it, but unless you have a flash enchantment.
I think that it is good at its base level as 4 mana 2/3 when it dies deals 2 to any target is not the most aggressive card. So like red green wouldn't be thrilled for it, but like I could imagine a black red deck just being really happy to always play this card because when you sack it, it deals 2. And then if you have ways to pump its power, obviously it gets much better. And then when you have enchantments, that does that. I think Eerie should not signal this is good in a rooms deck as much as this is just good in most decks, because getting enchantments onto the battlefield is not difficult. So obviously this is good in the rooms deck, but I would say Infernal Phantom is going to be good in most any red deck. And of course, the more you work for it, the better it's going to be. But this starts at like a B- and just goes up from there.
Yeah, and it probably gets up to B+ if you're like in the deck that you were describing, that you played the blue-red deck. Next is Most Valuable Slayer. This is 3 and a red for a 2/4 human warrior.
Great names, right?
Common. And it says, whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn.
This card is probably, it's funny, I was just saying that had we not gotten me to play in the early access before doing this, we would have underrated this card a lot.
I would give this like a C.
Well, there's one thing that you're probably missing. It's not when this attacks, it's when you attack. So turn 3, you play a 3/3, you play this on turn 4, you attack, it's immediately a 4/3 first strike.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, this card is just awesome. You don't even have to risk this in combat to be getting the bonus. And then, of course, if you do want to attack, it's a 2/4. It attacks and blocks quite well. I think Most Valuable Slayer is like a B-. I think it's going to be...
Yeah.
It's possible this is actually just a straight B and is about as good as Scorching Dragonfire, which is not where I would have started. And yeah, this card is great.
Yeah, that really, any card in an aggressive, assertive deck that you can play and get something right away from, I'm a huge fan of. And this gives you something very relevant. Yeah, no, that's great. B- for Most Valuable Slayer. Next is Ripchain Razorkin. This is 3 and a red for a 5/3 human berserker at common with reach. There's a little secret reach for you. And it has 2 and a red, sacrifice a land to draw a card. So something to do late game if you get a little bit desperate. But how do we feel about 4 mana, 5/3 reach?
It's fine. I mean, you're not going to be unhappy if you play this card, but you're also not going to be super. It's not going to be a high priority to pick up. Like it will be close to free. So I think that it's basically like textbook filler, like D plus C minus level filler. And honestly, when you cast it, it's not going to be much weaker than your other cards. It's just you don't need to go out of your way to put a 4 mana card in your deck.
And you're going to almost never activate the ability, right? That's a rarity.
It's good if you flood out. I mean, that is the time when it becomes good. But yes,
it also gets you a land in your yard for
totally fine card. Just not much more special than most cards of its cost. Next
is Boiler Bilge's Reaper. This is 4 and a red for a 4/4 human assassin at common. And when it enters, you may sacrifice another creature or enchantment. When you do, this thing does 2 damage to any target. Hey, that's nice.
Yeah. I mean,
it is up against the 5 mana, blah, blah, but free
5 mana 4/4 deal 2 would obviously be just like a fine card, like, find a good. This requires a sacrifice, but that's not even straight up downside. Some of the time it's actually just a benefit to be able to sacrifice something. So on balance, of course, it's worse that you have to sacrifice, but the fact that sometimes it's even better makes this card totally fine. I like it at C. I mean, it's not like
agreed
that much better than other 5s, but it is a good card.
Impossible Inferno is 4 and a red for an instant at common, and it deals 6 damage to target creature. And then if you have Delirium, you exile the top card of your library, and you may play it until the end of your next turn. Okay, so this fills the slot of the mediocre removal spell, but if we're Deliriuming, it is kill a thing, draw a card on some level. That is sweetening the pot significantly for this 5 mana spot, right?
Yeah. I mean, I would not put this in my deck unless I could reliably get Delirium. But once it turns into 5 mana kill a thing, draw card, like, yeah, I'm totally in for that.
Yeah. So, slight build around element to this. You of course can play it as a one of, I just needed a removal spell when you're forced to do so. It does kill most things. It deals 6 damage at instant speed. So, it is a bit of a catch-all removal spell in most scenarios. And, those usually come in at the D range where you're just really would rather not play it, but occasionally have to. But this one, if you built around it, it's definitely in the solid C, maybe even approaching C plus territory if you're getting the card off of it, a decent percentage of the time.
Yeah, I would say on balance, Impossible Inferno is like you'd probably draft it around a D level card, D to C minus level card, but you can, with some work, make it like a C plus level card, which is the beauty of draft. There's a lot of cards like this in this set, and that I think is a good initial sign. Whereas it's just better than if all the cards are always the same value, because then everyone can just take the best one in every pack. It's like, well, Impossible Inferno is better for me. And Boiler Bilge's Ripper is better for you. We both end up with those in our decks because we did the work to make
even though we're both playing red. Exactly. Next is a room. It's called Painter's Studio and Defaced Gallery. Painter's Studio is 2 and a red. And it says, when you unlock this door, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them until the end of your next turn. That's, sorcery speed, draw 2, but you get the room, you get the enchantment, ETB, you get all the extra stuff. And then Defaced Gallery is 1 and a red. Whenever you attacking creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Wow, 2 completely different things.
Yeah, they're completely different in some respects, but they do both overlap in one important way, which is they're good in decks that have a lot of cheap creatures. Like the more Clockwork Percussionists are in your deck, the better both sides of this are. But my experience with this mainly is playing it in red-blue, where just the room decks has a bunch of smoky lounges which subsidize this, and it's good, where you don't care about Defaced Gallery. But the red-white deck is on the flip side. It plays it for Defaced Gallery, but it's nice that their Defaced Gallery, later in the game, they can spend 3 mana on it to kind of draw 2 cards as well. So
yeah.
I like it. It's a well-designed card. I think it both sides play well. Like you mentioned, they're a little disparate, but they do kind of overlap in some good ways. So I like this at C. but there's going to be some decks that are pretty happy to play it.
Yeah, and what deck doesn't want to draw cards at some point? Next is Razorkin Horde Caller. This is 4 and a red for a 4/4 Human Clown Berserker at uncommon. It's got haste, and whenever you attack, create a 1/1 red gremlin creature token. I couldn't get it tapped and attacking? Okay, all right.
I don't know if that's better or worse. I think it's generally better to have it not be attacked and attacking.
Better for it to just be back. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah, and once again, it does not have to attack. So if you don't want to risk it, you get to keep this back. Though I have yet to see this cast and not immediately attack, so that's
right.
Not
it is a
4/4. The biggest deal. But your Razorkin Horde Caller, it gets the job done. This is like a B- level card.
Definitely.
Like, it hits pretty hard.
B-, B. I mean, it's right there. Next is Bedhead Beastie. Its head is literally a bed. It's 4 red for a 5/6 beast at common. It's a menace. It has menace, and this is the Mountain Cycler. So you can pay 2 to discard it and go search up a mountain, put it in your hand.
Yeah, I haven't liked this too much. I just don't find the red decks want to spend time mountain cycling all that much, and it's pretty high on the curve. Especially, red has so much rummaging. You just want to discard land number 5 and 6 to your rummage effects. You don't want to hold them to play this or be forced to play them out. So I think red is actually, this is the worst one. So my guess is that, and maybe blue is comparable, but this is like a D. You don't want to put this card in your deck most of the time.
Yeah, there was also an opportunity for this to be an extra type of some sort, and it's not. It's just a creature. So next is Fear of Burning Alive. This is a little scarier than Fear of the Dark, I guess, but this is 4 red for a 4/4 enchantment creature Nightmare at uncommon. And it says when Fear of Burning Alive enters, it deals 4 damage to each opponent. And it's got Delirium. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, if you have Delirium, Fear of Burning Alive deals that amount of damage to target creature that player controls.
So not only does this work with like later spells, but the real trick is playing this when you already have Delirium, because then it deals 4 to them and 4 to a creature.
Oh, it does it to it. Wow. Man, this thing's just throwing damage all over the place.
Yeah. If you just get 4 to your opponent, this card is not spectacular, and you're probably not going to have tons of things that work with it. I mean, yeah, it picks up off I don't know, whatever. There's not that many things that actually ping your opponent directly. So mostly it's, can you get Delirium before casting this? And I view this as a reward for like red-green Delirium or red-black Delirium, as this is your high end. On 6, you want to cast this with Delirium and Nug for 4. So
and kill a thing.
In that sense, it's a B. But if you don't get there, it's like a build around B, because if you don't get there, the card is not that impressive.
Doing 4 isn't good. Like, would you have it as like the top end of your aggro curve?
Yeah,
like
I think that would finisher? Be fine. Though I think that the rummaging stuff still applies, but this is actually a payoff, whereas Bedhead Beastie is not really a payoff. When you cast this on 6, you just feel like you got exactly what you paid for. Right. Whereas this, if you cast this with Delirium, you're getting significantly better deal.
Next is a room called Glassworks and Shattered Yard. Glassworks is 2 and a red, and it says when you unlock this door, this room deals 4 damage to target creature an opponent controls. Nice. And Shattered Yard is 4 and a red, and it says at the beginning of your end step, this room deals 1 damage to each opponent. Oh, man.
The flip side of this is actually really relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously casting Glassworks is totally fine. Plus, it's an enchantment for Delirium. I think this card is great in rooms, great in red-green, fine in red-black. Red-white, still okay, because when your aggro deck gets them to single digits and you flip Shattered Yard, like, that changes the pace of the game pretty dramatically.
Definitely. And also this is just a really like mean way to win the game, right? Like kill your thing and then flip this and just start draining them to pinging them down. What do you want to give this? I mean, Glassworks on its own would already be like a C or something, right? Or a C minus.
I would give this a C plus. I don't think it goes much higher than that, but I found it to be good.
Definitely. Next is Ticket Booth and Tunnel of Hate. Ticket Booth is 2 and a red, And it says, when you unlock this door, manifest dread. All right. Not great. As you mentioned, like there's some upside there, but it's still kind of 3 mana for a 2/2. And then Tunnel of Hate is 4 red. And it says, whenever you attack, target attacking creature gains double strike until end of turn. So you get to pick one, but it's when anything attacks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really view Manifest very close to just being a 2/2. So
yeah.
I don't think this card is very good.
Yeah,
I think this card's a D. I don't. The blue-red Rooms deck does not want this card. I could imagine it being okay in red-green if you're really hard up for manifests and you want to get Delirium going, but I don't think this is a card you should prioritize.
Yeah, and it's tough because like the mana cost is so disparate here. 3 mana all the way up to double that for 6 just means that like there isn't that easy like, well, I have a 2/2 and now I get to make it better by turning this thing into Tunnel of Hate. Like there's way too much stuff that happens in between to really make that like a reliable play pattern. Yeah, I agree. Not super great. What did you say you want to give it?
My guess is I would give it a D. Like if you have to play it, it's not a disaster, but I don't think it's good.
Yeah, seems not that great. Okay, that's it for red. And that'll move us to green, where our first card is Coordinated Clobbering. This is green for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says tap 1 or 2 target untapped creatures you control. They each deal damage equal to their power to target creature an opponent controls.
So this is not only a bite spell that lets you use 2 creatures to make it less likely they can disrupt it because they have to have 2. Like if you target their 3/3 with your 2 3/3s, like they're going to have to disrupt it with 2 removal spells. But also in the survival deck, this lets you tap your creatures down to get your survival triggers, which is a pretty nice little combo. So I think this loses a little luster in an aggro deck. Like red-green doesn't want to tap its creature and then not attack with it when you're removing a blocker, though it works on a summoning sick creature, so you can still kind of do that. But in like blue-green or green-black, I think, or green-white, this card is going to be quite strong. So I think that this card is probably like a B-level card overall.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed about the tap part. I know that there's some upside there, but the best turns for cards like this are when you spend 1 mana to take out their best blocker and then turn your creature sideways. Like that's where the big swing happens. It's not just because you got a 1-for-1 removal, that isn't really the point. Because these do have that significant upside or downside of needing to have creatures on the battlefield, you do get to kill something big for just 1 mana when you do pull it off. And that can be such a big swing. So yeah. I do wonder.
And you do get to use the creature you cast that turn to mitigate that in those circumstances.
That's true. That's true.
I would just.
And you can't just do 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can.
B, is that what you said?
I like B because it's probably closer to a B plus in like green white that has all the survival creatures. And then give a 1 mana kill spell is really strong. And the fact that you can use 2 creatures means that you don't have to worry as much about counterplay. So all that together makes up for the downside of sometimes your aggro deck has to tap its attacker to use this.
Okay. Next is Insidious Fungus. This is green for a 1/2 fungus. It's uncommon. And it says you can pay 2 and sacrifice it, and then you get to choose 1 of 3 options. Option 1, destroy target artifact. Option 2, destroy target enchantment. Option 3, draw a card. Then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped. Is this in the right deck? Like, this is green, right? Like, is this whole sacrifice thing really lining up? I mean, so I should say, I like the card. I like the versatility. I like a lot of that I see here, but I'm kind of wondering where it goes.
I would mainly play this in decks with forests.
Just play it in anything that can cast it.
Well, what I find kind of funny about this card is they put the last line in, which is draw a card, put a land card into play as a way to like, here's your buyout. But I think it's actually would be a fine main deckable card in this format without that. That does sweeten the pot, though. I would always play this card. I think you should main deck every disenchant. Like, I think the first disenchant and the second disenchant are actually well worth main decking. I've actually played 3 and still been happy.
Wow.
Like, there's just so many. Your opponents play like 3 enchantments per game.
Okay.
And there's a lot. I mean, did you notice how many artifact creatures there were? Like, there's so many.
Yeah.
So I think they took a good lesson from Shadows over Innistrad, which had Delirium as well. But Delirium was like quite hard to get sometimes. Like you really had to work for it. If you didn't have Vessel of Nascency, that enchantment lets you sack to mill 4 and, get a card back. You were not getting Delirium very early. This set, like Delirium is just like they're stocking the larder with artifact creatures and discard and self mill. So like they want you to play with the mechanic. I think that's good. I think Delirium was too hard initially. So that kind of leads you to cards like Insidious Fungus just being completely main deckable. And because of the fact that you can sack this to cycle, you have no excuse. I would play 2 or 3 of these in my deck. I just wouldn't, I wouldn't. So I think this card is a B-. I think it's a really good flexible card that's going to remove important cards. So yeah, I really like it.
I like that. Yeah, B- for Insidious Fungus. Looks really good, especially on a 1-mana creature. Next is Patchwork Beastie. This is green for a 3/3 artifact creature beast and uncommon. And it says, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill a card. And then it has Delirium. It can't attack or block until you get to it. Delirium, that is.
Yeah. Which it does a pretty good job of getting you there. Like, again, everything, there's like so many double typed creatures and stuff here. Like you play this, you mill a card. It's like, oh, I milled an enchantment creature and then I milled a land, and I'm 3/4 of the way there. I love this card. Also, you don't have to mill, and it itself is 2 different types, which also is nice. So I would say Patchwork Beastie is a B-. Like you have to have a Delirium theme, but it's really like when your opponent plays this on turn 1, you're going to be like, ugh.
Yes, definitely. Because it is going to turbo it out. And like you said, just it existing in the deck, to get milled.
Also, really nice card to manifest. You pay 1 mana to flip it up.
You actually get to upgrade. Yeah. So this card seems very solid to me. Again, all 3 of these only costing 1 mana, they have an outsized impact on the game for 1 mana. For your investment. What do you want to give the Patchwork Beastie?
I would probably give it a B-, I think.
Yeah. It has build around elements to it, but yeah. Next is Cathartic Parting. This is 1 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says the owner of target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls shuffles it into their library. You may shuffle up to 4 target cards from your graveyard into your library.
Yeah. Another card which I would be happy to main deck. And it even shuffles in. So there's a lot of those enchantment, the rare enchantments that the enchantment creatures that when they die come back as an enchantment. This just answers them very cleanly, just shuffles them in. There's none of that nonsense.
Yeah, this is like
basically.
Go ahead.
It's basically exiling.
I was going to say this is like second to exiling, right?
Yeah, and you also get to shuffle 4 cards from your graveyard, which so far when I've cast this, I've just declined to do that.
Right, Delirium set, like no.
Just don't need to, but it is kind of nice. Sometimes it could happen, and I can imagine a control deck with 2 of these. You can loop them if you get to that point.
Luis definitely notices when it says you can shuffle up the 4, because like in the decks he drafts, that's 4 turns that he gets to not die.
I'm not the person who notices that text the most. That would be Sam Black. That's his favorite thing in the world. That and rules lawyering people in CDH. But I think that Cathartic Parting is, that's just a little bit of upside. I do notice that, and that is the sort of gameplay I like. That said, this card is just great. I would also give this a B. I just think it's a premium removal spell.
Wow, you're that high on it? I mean, because of course it normally would have to clear the bar of, is this a sideboard card or a main deck card? Now you've said unequivocally you're in for main decking these.
I mean, I guess B- is actually more accurate. It's about as good as Insidious Fungus. Maybe Insidious Fungus is a little better because you can recur to Fungus really nicely. They're both good. I'd play both, and I would take them as if they were good removal. I think they're both better than Murder. So. Yeah,
I mean, to me, Insidious Fungus looks way better than Cathartic Parting. Like, because you just have
part is pretty good.
You get that bailout. I mean, Cathartic Parting might be better than it would normally be, but I mean, it's not actual removal. Like, there's most creatures that it just doesn't kill.
Yeah, but they play a lot of cards that aren't creatures that you do want to kill. Like, I mean, there's just a lot that it hits. It hits rooms. It hits,
Yeah, but I mean, like you're telling me, okay, it hits a room, but half of the room already happened, right? Like, I'm not excited about that, right?
It depends on the room. If they play a smoky lounge and you hit that, you're going to be thrilled.
That's true. But unless they did the what's it called part first, right? Yeah, I don't know. I definitely, I'm with, I believe you about these things being main deckable, but I don't want to get too carried away with how good they are.
That's why we're not. We're just being accurate.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So we can give it like a C or a C plus.
I think these are all like a B- level cards.
All right. Next is, I thought it said Flesh Borrower, but it's Flesh Burrower.
No, I don't think it gives it back.
No give backs. It's 1 and a green for a 2/2 insect at common. It has Death Touch, and whenever it attacks another target creature you control, gains Death Touch until end of turn. Well, that's annoying.
This card's so annoying.
Yeah.
Like, if your goal to like try to stop them from killing you is like play a big creature, this card is like, all right, well, I'm going to attack with this and like, a random 2/3. And now you're just like, you're looking at your 4/4 and you're like, okay, I guess I'll trade to your Flesh Burrow, take damage from that. Next turn, maybe I can block that one. And a 2-mana 2/2 Death Touch is good. It's a 2-drop. It just, it's good in pretty much all the decks. So I like C+ for Flesh Burrower, a really solid card.
C+ for Flesh Burrower. Horrid Vigor is 1 and a green for an instant at common. Target creature gains Death Touch and indestructible until end of turn. I never like these ones, Luis. I get it. Like it basically makes it win every combat. So as long as your creature is being blocked or can block, you're trying to turn this into a removal spell effectively. But man, anytime your creature is not being blocked, that isn't the case. And I've never ever felt good about using combat tricks defensively. I've done it when needed, but this one almost says like, I kind of want you to do that a good chunk of the time. And it never feels good when your opponent just drew a card, has 5 mana, attacks with their things, and you're like, I'm going to just bald face cast Horrid Vigor on my creature and hope that you don't respond with something. Yeah, I don't like that.
I also just think green's kind of low on the color that really wants combat tricks in this set.
Yeah.
So I would give this a D. Like
D.
Look, the state of Magic design at this point is there's basically no common in any modern set that if you put in your deck would be that bad for you.
Agreed.
They just don't make cards that are like really actively horrendous to put in your deck. So yeah, Horrid Vigor is fine. You can imagine a lot of times when it's going to be good. I just think it's a little bit less consistent than you want and not quite powerful enough. And this is like among the worst of all these good cards. So yeah, it's a D. I wouldn't expect to play it very often. Not a disaster if you do. House
Cartographer is 1 and a green for a 2/2 Human Scout Survivor. It's uncommon and it has survival. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land card. Put that card in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Wow. So if you can get this thing tapped,
it just draws a card. Well, the card's a land, but it draws a card.
But it's getting you like legit. Wow, that's really strong. And it's a 2-mana 2/2. So, you might even just get that first attack kind of for free.
I mean, the 2-mana survival creatures are such free rolls when you just are on the play and you play them on turn 2. Like some amount of the time, your opponent's just not going to be able to stop you from getting that card. The knock on this, the thing that makes it not so broken is that past a certain point, drawing a land is not drawing a card. Like the first time you do it, it's pretty close, right? It's the start of the game. Drawing a random land is going to be fine. You're going to need your lands to play your spells. The second land you draw is worth quite a bit less, and the third land you draw is like not worth that much. So this card is kind of neat in that it looks like it could snowball, but it can't really snowball because drawing lands is just like, again, at a point you're just not getting much benefit out of them. So I like the card a lot, and I think it's got a nice kind of like safety valve that it can't run away too much with the game. So I would give House Cartographer a B-. Like it's a good 2-drop.
B-.
My guess is it ends up being a little bit less good than it looks.
Yeah. Even though you're getting those cards. I mean, you need to get to 8 or 9 lands before you're like deck thinning, baby. Like
right.
Next is Manifest Dread. This is
what does that do?
This is 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. It's so funny. Has this ever happened? The rules text is Manifest Dread.
I love it. This is great. See, like they
see that.
I don't want to always be critical. This is really good design.
This is really great.
Yeah, good card. Puts 2 cards in your graveyard, one of which is a sorcery. Like it, again, mostly just makes a 2/2. I mean, I obviously we'll see how that plays out, but my guess is the average, like the mean case for Manifest is you get a 2/2. Like you feel pretty lucky when you're doing something more than that. But it does fit nicely into Delirium and Manifest decks alike. So pretty much all the colors are interested in this, all the green pairs. I like Manifest Red at C+, not quite B level, but among the better commons.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, it's a 2/2, but you're actually paying the correct price for this. Also, this one starts to tread into that territory, that we've been exploring, where it's like 2 mana, something else happens and you get a creature. This one isn't quite as good, but you are getting the thing in the yard, and that's going to add up. Monstrous Emergence is 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, choose a creature you control or reveal a creature card from your hand. And it says the Monstrous Emergence deals damage equal to the power of the creature you chose or the card you revealed to target creature. Wow.
So once again, a kind of odd additional cost kind of bite spell. They can respond to this by messing with your creature, but most things won't do anything. If they bounce or kill your creature, I think this just does the same amount of damage, but I think if they -3/-3 your creature, it will do less.
Okay. And then if it's from your hand, there's nothing they can do.
Then there's no, I mean, even making you discard, I don't think that would do anything. Not that there's an instant way to make you discard your hand. So it's a really effective 2 mana fight or bite spell, because whatever's in play or in your hand gets to do it. Like, that's totally fine. Like, this is I think, like B- level, just really good removal. Like,
this is one of the best ones we've seen because of
you do have to have a creature, but it can be anywhere. It doesn't even have to be in play.
Right.
And there's just not much liability.
Yeah, I like that. B- for Monstrous Emergence. Next is Overgrown Zealot. This is 1 and a green for a 0/4 elf druid at uncommon. It taps to add 1 mana of any color, or it taps to add 2 mana of any one color, but you can only turn permanents face up with that mana.
Yeah, I mean, 2 mana 0/4 taps for any color is a card I'd be happy with, and then it gets the bonus that, sometimes you will flip a manifest. I know I'm not saying it'll never happen. I'm just saying it won't happen that often, and this will make it a little more often. You can flip one of your land cyclers or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Manifest is a good reason to play the land cyclers, by the way. I was hating on them some, but Manifest is a nice way. Like some amount of times, if you get to play like 2 land cyclers and 1 less land, some amount of the times you'll see one of those instead of a land when you're manifesting, and that could be pretty nice.
Oh, okay.
Flipping up,
and then later in the game, you make it some monster.
Yeah, you flip up a giant thing instead is great. But this is a B. 2 mana 0/4 taps for any color, really good, and sometimes you'll get 2 mana out of it.
Say Its Name is 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. It says mill 3 cards, then you may return a creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, this is a good start, Luis. We've been on a heater with these. Then it says exile this card and 2 other cards named say its name from your graveyard. Search your graveyard, hand, and or library for a card named Altanak the Thrice Called and put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle, activate only as a sorcery.
So Altanak the Thrice Called is an uncommon, so you can see it. It's 5 green for a 9/9 trample with some abilities. We're going to review it, at the end of the uncommon. So, but it's a good creature to put into play, like a really strong creature. So the question here is, would you play this without that last part? We'll get to that. 2 mana, mill 3, get a creature or land back. Obviously, that's less good than we've gotten spoiled by Cash Grab and Malevolent Rumble, but this is a set that pays you off really heavily for doing this thing. I think it's probably fine to play Say Its Name.
Actually, it is. Yeah, because this is also not from the milled 3 cards. This is from your graveyard.
Yeah.
And we're already incentivized to be putting a bunch of stuff in our graveyard for Delirium and sometimes Reanimator anyway.
Yeah. So this only looks at 3 new cards, but like you said, because it gets everything, it's a little bit more powerful. And it's also, this is a set where this is putting 4 cards in your graveyard and then you get 1 back. Like you're really getting there on like Delirium. So that's justifiable. And then the real question is it worth going after Altanak when you let's say you pick up 4 of these and you have an Altanak? Is that good? I think that's probably fine. Because
all you have to do is exile the 3 copies of there's no mana. They're just in the yard and you just simply remove them from it. Okay.
And Altanak has like a cycling ability kind of itself, as we'll see. So it's not like you just put a 9-drop brick in your deck that you can't cast or a 7-drop brick in your deck that you can't cast. So I like Say Its Name at C, and then if you have the ability to go for it, I think it's probably okay to try to stack up a bunch of copies of this. I don't think it's going to happen very often, but it doesn't seem like a complete dream. There's sometimes we see these cards, right, that refer to other cards and we just dismiss them.
Yeah, because they're rares and stuff. Yeah.
Right. This is not one of those cases. I actually think it could happen. So I'm
okay, this is cool. This is cool. This is definitely not on that level that we talked about, but it definitely seems playable in the right deck. And I kind of like the random upside. Could you actually play, say, 4 copies of Say Its Name? Like, you're milling yourself a lot.
I mean, if you had Altenac, you would play 6 copies of it. Like, because you would just mill some of them. You don't have to cast the 4th copy.
Right. In fact, you could, anyway, let's not dream too much. So what do you want to give Say Its Name?
I would give it a C. I think it's like a build around C.
Actually, yeah, I want to. So, what would you do? Say Its Name in a green black or a deck that cares about green black or green red, and then what would you give it if you had Altenac?
I would give it a C in a Delirium deck that just is playing it on the fair. Mm-hmm. I think it's a playable card if you need some Delirium enablers. Mm-hmm. If you have the Altenac thing, I'm not even convinced that makes it better because your win percentage might go down by trying this. I want to try it first, but I could see it being worth going for, maybe bumping it up a little to like, once you have 2 and you see an Altenac, you take it, and now they're like B-level cards because you're not passing them, but. And
you can get the Altenac from anywhere, right? Graveyard hand or library. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. They do, it answers all the questions. Next is Wary Watchdog, which is 1 and a green for a 3/1 dog. It is it's common, and it says when it enters or dies, surveil 1.
That's Wary Thespian coming back. Cats and dogs. Yeah, great card. This is a really good format for it. I mean, that card was fine in New Capenna, and it's much better here, like significantly better, because there's a ton of graveyard stuff here. So I like Wary Watchdog at C+. I really want this card in my deck.
Definitely. Super solid common. Going to see a lot of play. Next is Break Down the Door. They're going for some Shining vibes here. Mm-hmm. 2 and a green for an instant at uncommon. Choose 1. There's 3 options. You can exile an artifact, exile enchantment, or manifest dread. Why does this sound familiar?
I mean, look, to support my point, how many disenchants are in this set?
No kidding. We're like not even that far through green, and we've already got a bunch. Yeah. So they must have clued into the same thing of saying, well, we want to keep this stuff in check, and we're going to put some that are going to be main deckable. Because, one of the things that you have to remember as well for modern design sets is they very much keep best of 1 in mind, because that's the most popular format on Arena. And so, if you do artifacts or enchantments and you don't have these type of cards floating around that people could justify putting in a best of 1 deck, then those type of cards can just run away with it.
Yeah. So
this card seems great, though.
You're going to be unsurprised to hear that I like this card. Yes, I
like this one too.
I think this card's a B. Just instant speed exiling is great. I would like it without the manifest part. And of course, the manifest part gives you the perfect buyout of this card's always live. So I like B for Break Down the Door.
Same thing. I mean, the manifest part really makes it. Next is Cryptid Inspector. This is 2 and a green for a 2/3 Vigilance Elf Warrior at common. And it says, whenever a face-down permanent you control enters, and whenever Cryptid Inspector or another permanent you control is turned face up, put a +1/+1 counter on Cryptid Inspector.
So this is the payoff for manifesting, where you get a counter when you manifest, and then you get a counter when you turn something face up. Yeah, this card's fine. I think that you would probably play this in your manifest decks, and it will be a role player. It's not a card most decks are going to want, and even in those decks, I don't think this is like a high priority, but it is playable. So again, it's a kind of nice reward. If you're in this archetype, not that many people are going to be fighting you for their copies of this card. It's like a C-level card in that deck and like a D or an F outside of it.
Exactly. Next is Defiant Survivor. This is 2 and a green for a 3/2 human survivor at uncommon. As you may have guessed, it has survival at the beginning of your second main phase. If it's tapped, manifest dread. Nice.
Yeah, this is a pretty good reward for manifesting or for surviving. I mean, it's got some real good payoffs of getting to manifest, and then now you have multiple creatures and makes the attacks better. I think this card requires a little help. The 3-mana ones, especially with 2 toughness, you can't like the 2-mana 2/2. You could expect some percentage of the time to naturally get a survival hit in without any help, which is you're on the play, they don't have a 2-drop, you kind of get that. Or the 3-mana 3/3 version is you're on the play, you play your 3/3, and they don't have a creature big enough to brawl with it. Their first play is a 3-mana 2/3 or something. Defiant Survivor's never going to get in unassisted.
No.
There's basically no game you'll play where you get to cast this, attack, and it survives without you taking some other action. Obviously, you could be in a top deck war and everyone's out of cards, you draw this and it works. But mostly you should look at this card as, okay, how am I going to get this through? And there's plenty of ways to do that. So I think this is like a C+, B- level survival build around where if you can kind of get it going, it's nice. But it also, still doesn't snowball in a crazy way.
I like B-.
Yeah.
For Defiant Survivor. Next is Fear of Exposure. This is 2 and a green for a 5/4 enchantment creature nightmare at uncommon. And it says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, tap 2 untapped creatures and or lands you control, and it has trample.
So like the floor on this is it's a 5-mana 5/4 trample. You can always just tap 5. The way to get edge is to like have some cheap creatures. Like technically, if you want 1-drop, 2-drop, you just play this on turn 3, and then that is pretty strong. Mostly, this has just been close to a 4 or 5 mana trampler, and sometimes you get to like be efficient on turn 7, cast this in a 4-drop because you have some creatures to tap. So this doesn't really feel like an uncommon, if that makes sense. It is not that impressive. It's like a C. It's just an okay card.
Yeah, I guess being an enchantment creature helps a little. Next is Frantic Strength, which is 2 and a green for an enchantment aura at common. It's got flash. It enchants a creature, and the creature gets +2/+2 and has trample. So we've got a decently upgraded combat trick here.
Yeah, I think it's a fine card if you really want to be aggressive and especially need another enchantment. It's funny, most Delirium sets, you'd be like, oh, this is a great way to get an enchantment in your deck. That's actually not a type you typically are, struggling to fill. So that actually is a little less important. But I think that, when these things work, they're really good. But a lot of the time, you're just not going to have room for cards like this. So this is like a D+ level card.
Yeah, it's funny because what I would say is this is a great way to get an enchantment in your graveyard, which is not really the way to win a game in this case. Next is Grasping Longneck. This is 2 and a green for a 4/2 enchantment creature horror at common. It's got reach, and when it dies, you gain 2 life.
Just complete filler. Like, it's good for Delirium because it's 2 types and a 4/2 they can't just ignore. Whereas like, let's say a Percussion Monkey, the 1-mana 1/1, like sometimes they just ignore it because they don't want to put an artifact in your graveyard. You can't really do that with this. And gaining 2 life is nice, but you're never going to look at this and be like, wow, I really want a 3-drop that dies to manifest. That sounds great to me. So
right. This thing feels like it's born to die.
I think,
right. Like,
I think that this is like a C-. Like if you want this card, you'll get it and it'll be fine. Yeah.
Just destined to trade. Next is Spineseeker Centipede. Good God. This is 2 and a green for a 2/1 insect at common. Look at that art, man. When Spineseeker Centipede enters, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, and then shuffle. So 3 mana 2/1, go grab a land. And then it has Delirium. It gets +1/+2 and Vigilance as long as you've got Delirium. Dang, that's a common?
Yeah, this card is no joke.
Dude.
I mean, 3 mana 2/1, go get a land. I'd be like, whoa, great. I'm in. And then in the late game, all of a sudden, oh no, now it's a 3/3. Not even late game, kind of like mid game. Now it's a 3/3 Vigilance. Why not, right?
Wow, and it's got really creepy but impressive artwork too. And a common, man, that's impressive. Does it get to the B range? Is the question. My guess is yeah.
I would say it's probably like a C+, B-. Like the 3-drops, 3-drops are kind of like, they're not like 5-drops where there's a limit on how many you want. You usually want a good amount of them. That's not usually an issue, but they're not like 2-drops where if you don't get enough, you're in a lot of trouble. You always get enough. They're just very common. So it's not in a really contested mana slot, but it is among the better cards you could get for 3 mana. So I think it's like a C+, B-, probably closer to C+.
Yeah. I like that card. Next is Under the Skin. It's 2 and a green for a sorcery. At uncommon, it says Manifest Dread, and you may return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Well, that's a theoretically built in 2-for-1. They do happen in that order. Is that right?
Right. Which means you get to manifest. And if you like what you see, you can mill that card and then return it if it's a permanent, which is neat.
Or if you have nothing else. If it's turn 3. And
I guess you could raw cast this on 3 and you'll probably hit something. I mean, your deck's all permanents, I'm sure.
Right. Your green deck, you're probably going to hit, even if you might not love it. But it does mean you could cast this on 3 and have a decent shot of getting the card back too. That seems very strong to me. I mean, you're developing your board. As you've said many times, it is just a 2/2 for the most part, slight upside there. Not going to be amazing, but you're getting a card out of it. Decent chunk of the time.
Yeah.
If not the majority.
Good. I think that it's also nice that get any permanent back. Like, this is why I was valuing cards that are like permanents that acted like removal spells, because this is a good way to pick those up. And in like a green-black deck or blue-green deck, I think this card will be pretty nice. I think it's a little slow for some of the aggressive red-green Delirium decks, though it's obviously fine. But in black and blue-green, you get to like really do a lot of self-milling and stocking your graveyard, and this is going to be a kind of a game breaker in the late game. So I like B- for Under the Skin. You know, you also, it's a late game card. You don't want a ton of these. Like, it's not that good in the early game.
Right. It just has kind of a pressure release valve. But next is Anthropede. This is 3 and a green for a 3/4 insect at common. It's got reach. And when it enters, you may discard a card or pay 2. When you do, destroy target room. Get to blow up a room.
Well, the other thing I like about this is in red-green or any deck that really wants Delirium, you can just play this and discard a card like a land. And then really even if there's no room in play, it just as a way to get something into the graveyard.
Oh, really? You can just do that. Oh, that's cool. And if
when you do destroy target room, well, there's no room in play. Okay, well, I already discarded.
Okay. Yeah. And that's cool especially if you do nab the other half of a room and you get a tough Delirium card going and a 3/4 reach for 4 mana. You know, that is kind of a sweet spot. Like, that is a tough card to get through. Like, that is the type of card that if your opponent's even curving out decently, like they need a removal spell to kill your Anthropede. Otherwise, the attacking starts to become very unattractive. And it turns sideways fine enough. A 3/4 is kind of a mid, it gives up a lot on both sides, but it does satisfy kind of a defensive and offensive creature at the same time.
Yeah,
this looks like a very solid combo.
Pretty replaceable, but it is definitely solid.
Solid. So like a C, right?
Like a C.
Yeah. Next is Cautious Survivor with a video camera. This is 3 and a green for a 4/4 elf survivor at common. And it says at the beginning of your second main phase, if it's tapped, you gain 2 life. Sure.
Yeah. This is like a D. You're just not going to prioritize playing it. There's very little reward for doing the thing. And we're really at a time when a 4-mana 4/4 is just not the business anymore.
Totally. And gaining life is nice, but it has nothing to do with anything else in the format, etc. Threats around every corner. This is 3 and a green as well. It's an enchantment. It's uncommon. And it says, when it enters, you manifest dread. And it says, whenever a face-down permanent you control enters, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. Oh, wow. So you just get both.
So for 4 mana, it's like a Solemn Simulacrum. You get a 4 mana 2/2 plus a land, and then every time you manifest, you get another land. Like, this is a great manifest builder, and this is one of the ones I want, because this just gives you so much mana to work with that you now really flipping big things is a real possibility, and just doing multiple things in the same turn. I mean, one of the things they're never short on in sets these days is ways to spend your mana, and this thing does a lot there. So I think Threats Around Every Corner is like a build around B, like just a great reason to be in the manifest deck.
And do you think it's good enough?
Is the best home for that.
Okay. Do you think it's good enough to play on its own? Like, you get a 2/2 and you get to go search up a land? That sounds like enough.
I would
definitely worse, but
I would want there to have like good kind of expensive cards for this to be something I'm just putting in my deck,
or a splash or something.
But I think it's just not going to come up that scenario that often, where if you're green, you're going to pick up some manifest cards in a lot of cases naturally. So this is rarely not going to make the cut. And usually the person who ends up with it is going to have a bunch of manifests, because that's who's going to take it. Like in the scenario you're talking about, you wouldn't first pick or second pick this card. If you got it 5th, you might play it. I just think you might not get it 5th because the person who 3rd picks it is going to have 7 manifest cards in their deck or more. So,
Build
but yes,
around
I
B.
think this card is a build around B, but you really don't need to do that much work because you just naturally get a lot of manifests.
Yeah, I may be
I just
old
don't
school.
think that you can accuse this set of not supporting the build arounds. Like I have felt like all the decks have like a lot of support. I'd rather go over than under. It's great.
Agreed. Yeah, it might be old school thinking on my part, but I just can't imagine not playing this in a green deck. Like you're just getting.
I just think it would.
But I totally hear what you're saying.
5s and 6s, you wouldn't want it.
Totally. No, you're right. And it does not have a massive impact on the board the turn you play it. And that really does. It's a big part of what matters now. Next is Wicker Folk Thresher. This is 3 and a green for a 5/4 artifact creature scarecrow at uncommon. And it says Delirium whenever it attacks. If you've got Delirium, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield. If you don't put that card onto the battlefield, put it in your hand.
So
it's awesome.
4 mana 5/4 and then Delirium when it attacks, you draw a card basically.
Even slightly better than that, but yeah.
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 Shorthanded again.
I like
and
that.
It's an artifact. Nice. Yeah, I like the Thresher at B. This is one of the cards that like it's nice to hit off manifest, you know?
Definitely.
You do have to flip it before you attack if you have Delirium, if you want to get the trigger. But like anything that has a good cost to stats ratio that you could flip at instant speed is pretty neat.
Yeah. And you know, many of the cards we've seen are referencing other things like you were saying, like in a build around kind of nature. This thing's just a hammer, right? This is just like rate. Here you go. Good stuff all around. Next is Bashful Beastie. This is 4 and a green for a 5/4 beast. It's common. And when it dies, you manifest dread. Only once? So it replaces itself from a 5/4 with no abilities to a 2/2 with the stuff. Is not that great, is it?
I think it's fine. I think that this is the 5-drop you'll want in the manifest deck because imagine if you had threats around every corner and then you play this, then when it dies you get a 2/2 and a land. Like you're cooking there.
Yep.
In a red-green deck that doesn't particularly care about manifests, you're not gonna be, or like a white-green deck, you're not really gonna care that it's this versus some other expensive card. So I think this card is good, but like all the cards that cost this much mana, you don't really have to prioritize it. So I think it's a C. I think like you're not unhappy if you play this card. I mean, look, you cast this card and they kill it, you get a 2/2 out of it. Like that's a good deal.
It is. It feels like it's missing just something. Like it needs vigilance or reach or trample or just something is a little bit under there. I would assume it's like a C- power level. Next is Rootwise Survivor, 3 green for a 3/4 human survivor at uncommon. It's got haste, so 5 mana 3/4 haste, and it has survival. If it's tapped on your second main phase, put 3 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target land you control. That land becomes a 0/0 elemental creature in addition to its other types, and it gains haste until your next turn. So it wakes.
Haste on a
wakes
survivor is pretty dangerous because you get to kind of take advantage of them not leaving the correct blockers back. And if this connects, if it survives, getting a 3/3 is pretty good. Basically, not for free because you do lose a land if the card dies, but by the time you're casting this and making a 3/3, like I assume you're not going to care too much about the fate of that land. So I think this card is good. I think that it's kind of like a feast or famine card where if they play a 5 mana 4/4 and your turn is like this, you're like, okay, I guess this go, and then hope that you can get it through next turn. That's not the most impressive. But if their turn 4 is like play a 3/3 and that's all they have, and you go turn 5 this attack, make a 3/3, like you're going to win that game most of the time. So
the 3/3 is untapped if you've tapped out. Like it doesn't do the thing where it untaps the land, right? So
it does not. So if on turn 5 you'd end up with a tapped 3/4, a tapped 3/3, and then 4 normal lands.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think it's probably like a C+.
You really? Okay, I thought you were going to go a little higher. 4 toughness on haste is
it's expensive enough that I think the turn you cast it, the way has to be clear, or you can't really help it. Because unless you had like most valuable Slayer or something already in play, then of course this card gets a lot better. So yeah, it has a higher high end, but I think that I would start it at C plus, just again because it's a 5-drop.
Okay. Next is Slavering Branch Snapper. This is 4 green for a 7/6 lizard at common, and it's a trampler, and it's got forest cycling for 2.
So this is kind of good in the manifest decks for the reasons I mentioned earlier, and it does help with delirium. It's also the green version of these is always like the biggest, right? 7/6 trample is pretty good. So huge. I think overall this is fine. I don't like these at their base. I think at their base, Modern Limited is just too fast for you to want to spend 2 mana cycling for a land. But if you can find a couple ways to kind of get extra value with, whether that's manifest, reanimation stuff, delirium, which this set has those themes all going on, then I'm fine playing some of these. I still wouldn't take this super high. I still think it's like a C.
Okay. Man, it's disappointing, but we have had a set or two where these have underperformed. So I have revised my baseline to that. All right, here's Altanak, the Thrice Called. Again, 5 green, 9/9 legendary insect beast at uncommon with trample. And whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you draw a card, and you can pay 1 and a green and discard it to return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That's impressive. Gets itself in the graveyard easily. If you do the thing, of course, you can search it up from wherever. So it kind of...
Yeah, I think the discarding is more like, here's a way to use this card with like to make use of it, like give you a little buyout before you can cast it.
You may not get to 7.
But 7 mana is also just castable.
It is, and it's huge. It's a 9/9 trampler.
And you get a card back if they mess with it.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of in for it, especially because we have seen a few ways to ramp, right? There's like a creature and 2 ways to get lands onto the battlefield. And like you said, 7's not unattainable. It's a consideration, but especially if I'm getting an additional land onto the battlefield, or if I'm using a Branch Snapper to hit a land drop that maybe I wouldn't have normally hit, or something just to, knock that 7 down to a 6 in effect, then this card's huge. I mean, very scary.
And also, like, in a Delirium or Self-Mill deck, getting to discard it to get a land back is just a fine, like, buyout or to reanimate. Though, note that you can't discard it without a target. So you can't just discard this on turn 2 because you want to reanimate it.
Okay.
You do have to have a land in the graveyard. But
do you think the reanimate decks will want, like, off-color huge things like this?
But like, black-green can have the black reanimate spells and still have, like, a pretty fine reanimate deck. Like, okay. I think black green is going to be the secondary reanimate deck.
Well, I'm kind of optimistic on the Altanak here.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of creeping up into B range for me, like assuming that you give it a little bit of mana support. I would give it a B minus. What do you want to give him?
I like B minus for Altanak. I was thinking C plus, but I think that just casting this is going to be pretty good. And every now and then, if you take this early, you kind of keep the door open, just a little cracked there for getting a bunch of Say My Names.
I want to do it.
Or say its name.
Say its name. Next is Greenhouse and Rickety Gazebo. Greenhouse is 2 and a green. And this is one of our preview cards, by the way. It says lands you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. And Rickety Gazebo is 3 and a green. And it says when you unlock this door, mill 4 cards, then return up to 2 permanent cards from among them to your hand.
So you're mostly playing this for the Rickety Gazebo because
it actually does something.
Making your lands tap for any color is pretty unlikely to come up a ton. But in basically, the better you are at Self-Mill and Delirium and all that stuff, the more you want this. This does do a bunch of stuff like that as well. Like, it helps mill, it helps set all that stuff off, but you do have to have a good amount of support before paying 4 mana for this effect is the thing you're looking for. Would
you pay 4 mana for this effect?
If I had a lot of other things in this realm,
I wouldn't want. This could be the one of the few, get a bunch of stuff back type cards.
Yeah,
you don't
like,
have a lot of room in your deck for these, is what I'm saying.
in a
So
blue,
could
green, or
this
black
be
green
one?
deck primarily, where you've got manifest and self mills and ways to like stock your graveyard and delirium, like this is the kind of card you want. I just don't want to play this in like white green survivor deck as like a value card. That's just not going to work that well. So I think it's like a C level card.
Yeah.
And in the right deck, it's like a build around B- where you get good value. There is also a 5-color rooms deck that could use greenhouse, but I'm not to the point where I think that impacts the value of this card in the draft very much.
Last green card is Moldering Gym and Weight Room. Moldering Gym is 2 and a green. Of course, this is a room. It says, when you unlock this door, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, and then shuffle. This is a common, right? Yeah. So this is yet another way. I didn't know that we had even one more ramp spell floating around here. Yeah. And then Weight Room is 5 and a green. When you unlock this door, manifest dread, then put 3 +1/+1 counters on that creature. Dude, that's nice. I like that. Again, the huge question being, like, do you want Moldering Gym? Right? Like, that's
just basically it. Like, do you want a 3-mana ramp spell? And some decks do, and some decks don't. Like, I haven't been super impressed with this card so far. Like, I think Weight Room is just okay. I mean, you get a 5/5 out of it with room for more if you find something good, and it is an enchantment and all that stuff. But I just don't. Most decks I don't think want to pay 3 for a rampant growth, and that's kind of the main thing this card offers. So it is nice that your rampant growth comes with a 6-mana 5/5 attached. Like that is a good late game buyout for sure. So in the late game, if you draw this, you're just going to cast Weight Room and say go.
Right, and you're almost there. Right, like you Moldering Gym into 4. If you have like even another land in your hand, you just need one more before you're Weight Rooming.
Yeah, but I still think it's probably like a D+ level card in terms of where it'll be drafted.
Yeah, this is the type of card that would be really good in a format that I love, and in most formats these days, it's too slow. Not that means I don't like the format; it just means it's a little too slow. All right, that's going to do it for green, and that brings us to white. Our first card up is Ethereal Armor. It's white for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It enchants a creature, and the creature gets +1/+1 for each enchantment you control, and it also gets first strike. This is a card I've learned to respect, right? It's very powerful.
Oh, yeah. This card, I think, is quite strong in aggressive decks that can like muster the appropriate number of other enchantments. But honestly, even just by itself, if you play a 3/3 survivor and then they play a creature and then you cast this, you're going to get to attack them. They're not going to get to block you. So I think white-green likes it for that reason. And then white-blue likes it because it can frequently make Ethereal Armor +4/+4 thanks to all the glimmers. So
what's the threshold for it?
If your creatures all kind of suck, like let's say in white-blue, I would want like to reliably have maybe... If you get one other enchantment in play when you cast this, it's actually fine. +2/+2 and first strike is a pretty big game. Like that. That means you're going to win in combat.
Come on.
I mean,
it's just okay, right?
I think it's
three
good,
were business, right?
Definitely +3/+3 were in business, but it doesn't have to. Like if it was +2/+2 half the time, +3/+3 25% of the time, and like +4/+4 25% of the time, you would play this card in most aggressive decks.
Okay.
I see this mainly fitting again in white, green, and white, blue. White, blue because the enchantment density, and white, green because they have the highest number of survivors. So it's less how many other enchantments do you need in your deck, and more like what is your deck trying to do and what are the size of its creatures. But I think if you want like 10 or 11 enchantments in your deck before this card becomes good, but like cards that make glimmers, cards that make multiple things are definitely worth keeping an eye on. Like there's ways to kind of get more value than count the number of enchantments, or get more accurate picture rather. So that's a long story to say Ethereal Armor is kind of like a build around B, where I think in the decks where it's good, it's really good. I mean, if you're red-green and they slam this on something on turn 4, like you often are going to be like, what am I supposed to do about that? Right.
Totally. That happens. And the sort of unspoken thing we're talking about, is it 2? Is it 3? Maybe 4? Like this card has the potential to be +8/+8. Right. And it's just dumb, right? Where you're like,
I had this in a white-blue deck that was good at making glimmers, and this card is frequently +5/+5 and just awesome.
For 1 mana. That's great. So build around B for Ethereal Armor. Next is Jump Scare. This is white for an instant at common. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+2, gains flying, and becomes a horror enchantment creature in addition to its other types.
So 1 mana for +2/+2 is not bad. And then flying is also pretty great. It becoming an enchantment at instant speed is, I think probably more upside than downside, but not by a lot. Because yes, it opens you up to enchantment removal, but it's only till end of turn. So it's not like
What's
on
the
their
upside?
turn they can use a sorcery speed
Ethereal
enchantment
Armor's
removal
better?
spell. What's that?
What's the upside?
Cards like Ethereal Armor. Cards that care about enchantments.
Okay, so this looks like an okay combat trick then.
Yeah.
D plus C minus range, I assume.
I would say it's probably like a C minus.
Next is Optimistic Scavenger. This is white for a 1/1 human scout at uncommon. It's got Eerie. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Whew.
Yeah, this card is nuts in the right deck. Because again, they didn't cap this at 1 or anything like that.
Yeah.
So you just have this card, and I mean, turn 1 this, turn 2 you play the let's see, where is it? Grand Entryway, Elegant Rotunda, the 2 mana thing that makes a glimmer. Like turn 1 that, you pay a 2 mana room that makes a glimmer, and this you get 2 triggers off this.
Wow. This has to be one of the scarier 1 mana plays to make in the format, right?
Like I mean, that curve, by the way, is turn 1 this, turn 2 make a glimmer, put a counter on this, then a counter if you want on the glimmer. Turn 3, you've just flipped the room. This triggers again, and you get 2 more counters. You're talking attacking for 7 or something on turn 3.
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, this card looks very scary. Better the more you build around it. But as you've said, this type of card, I'm assuming is still just okay in any deck, like just because you're going to get some number of enchantments incidentally if you're playing white. Is that accurate? Yeah.
I think that most white decks are going to be happy with this card. There are some that won't, but by the time, like if you see this late enough that you're a deck that doesn't want it, you cannot take it. If you see it earlier than that, then you can build around it. Like it's not that high risk of a card, I don't think.
But building around it is insanity, right? I mean, this is the type of card that could be absolutely incredible. I would give this a build around B+.
Yeah.
And a regular C+ or whatever. Like it's fine if you've got 4 or 5 enchantments or something. But if you have 10, it's like, this is dumb. Possessed Goat. It's white for a 1/1 goat. It's common. You can pay 3 mana and discard a card to put 3 +1/+1 counters on Possessed Goat, and it becomes a black demon in addition to its other colors and types. And you can only activate this once. Oh, and it's not sorcery speed.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I mean, well, is it like you actually have to do this to make this thing a card though, right?
Yeah. I mean,
otherwise you're just literally playing a random
the place
1/1.
this is good is obviously in the Reanimator deck, where this is a discard outlet. I wouldn't just play this on the fair, because like a 4 mana 4/4 that you have to discard a card, even if you can pay 1 and 3, is still just not that impressive. So you are going to want to have this in a deck where discarding is a benefit. But in those decks, this is good. I mean, in turn 1 goat, turn 3 use it, turn 4 reanimate something is a pretty classic curve.
And you've got a 4/4 at that point from your 1-drop. Yeah, that seems great.
So I like Possessed Goat at C+. You just have to like kind of build around C+. You just have to know which place it fits.
Yeah, this is a type of card that when somebody plays it, it's like it's either going to go really good or really bad for you. Next is Shard Mage's Rescue. And this is white for an enchantment or an uncommon. It's got Flash, an enchants creature you control. And as long as Shard Mage's Rescue entered this turn, enchanted creature has hexproof, and the creature gets +1/+1. That's kind of a lot there, right? That's for 1 mana?
Yeah, 1 mana. I mean, think this is like a kind of like a Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah.
Except you get to keep an enchantment in play, which is even better. So I think Shard Mage's Rescue is a B. Like
I do too.
when you land this card, you're going to be thrilled. Like imagine annoyed. Using this to save your Gremlin Wrangler and counter the removal spell. Now it's a 3/3 and you even got a little Gremlin, you know, like it's just a really high value card. And at just 1 mana is just so nice on these tricks.
Yeah. And an instant speed enchantment of any sort can have different ability or effects on the game. I agree. B for Shard Mage's Rescue. Next is Unwanted Remake. Is this like a movie pun?
Yeah, I think so.
White for an instant at uncommon. Destroy target creature, its controller manifests dread.
It is cheap enough. Into giving my opponent cards back, you know.
It never works.
You weren't either.
You know, there's card types that they keep going back to, and recently they have found ways to make them actually good or playable, but they've just never enticed me, or none of these ones where that your opponent especially gets something on board, even if it's small. This is actually medium, but even if it's just like a 1/1 or whatever, they just never seem to perform well. This one at least pushes the boundaries on it being a 1 mana instant, but I wouldn't play it. I just, again, these type of cards, you got to prove it. Like, we have a lot of evidence that giving your opponent on-board material for killing their creature is not the way to move your game plan forward. And even though this one's really cheap, I still would assume that that's going to stand up until somebody shows me different. So I would start by giving this a D- or an F, or just a card I wouldn't want to play until people start beating me with it regularly.
Yeah, I agree.
Veteran Survivor is white for a 2/1 human survivor at uncommon. It has survival. If you survival it, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard, and as long as there are 3 or more cards exiled with Veteran Survivor, it gets +3/+3 and has hexproof. This kind of goes back to what you talked about earlier, Luis, about, you know, do you want a 1 mana 2/1? Are you in the market?
Yeah, and I think these decks will. I don't think you're going to get the bonus from this all that often, because surviving 3 times is pretty difficult. And it's not even surviving 3 times. If you play this on turn 1 and then attack, there's no cards to exile, so it doesn't even really count towards that count.
Right, because it almost comes down too early. So this really does put a ton of pressure on, do you want a 1 mana 2/1 then? I mean, that's the question. Yeah. Do you?
I mean, some decks will. I don't know how often you're going to want it.
Yeah. I would give Veteran Survivor like a C. It might be a C-. Like, there's a little upside here. I think it's like a
C- probably. C-. Like, look, the red-white deck is just going to want it as a 1 mana 2/1, I think, a decent amount of the time. Mm-hmm. And the white-green deck might as well. I don't think you're going to play this as often. Like, certainly not black-white most of the time. And sometimes in blue-white, if you have enough, like if you're a beatdown deck that wants ethereal armor and stuff like that, yeah, this card's probably fine. So I think C is probably fine, honestly.
Also, it will randomly hose.
Yeah, it gets to nug some of their Delirium cards and then or get them off Delirium. And then also, like, when you do live the dream and it survives a couple times, it is very good.
It is very good. Next is Acrobatic Cheerleader. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 human survivor at common, and it has survival, put a flying counter on it. This ability triggers only once? I guess they just don't want you to pile up redundant counters on a creature.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, okay, I like this card. I'm a big fan of these like 2 mana 2/2s that like get a nice little bit of evasion, or like, I don't know, any of the 2 mana 2/2s that can get flying have just generally been good. You know, using again past inferences, like I think this card plays well. And then when I saw it play, it played totally fine. Like if you get to survive 1 attack, you got a 2/2 flyer. 1 combat trick later, you've got a pretty good card, and then a 2 mana 2/2 is just solid to begin with.
Yeah, and I also think about it in terms of not only just do I get that first attack, in which you sometimes will, but is it worth spending a combat trick? And it's like, definitely. If they block and go for a trade, you use your combat trick, you kill their thing, and you even get a flyer out of the deal. Like, that's really good. I would still just give it a C. I mean, right? Acrobatic Cheerleader is
just a straight up C.
Exercise. This is 1 and a white for a sorcery. At uncommon, exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. Well, I think we know how you feel about this.
Yeah, this one's nice. I mean, this just kills everything. Like, Swords to Plowshares here.
Yeah, I mean, this one has a, conditional but powerful removal spell tacked on, plus you've already talked about the benefit of the other part. So the question is just, we don't have to deal with, do we want to main deck it? Yes, we do. The question is, what kind of grade? Like, how good is this on just, how important would you getting this type of card be?
Yeah.
Like, is it a C?
And
is it a B?
I think it's a B.
Okay. Very versatile in your mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably even a B plus. Like, this just kills everything for 2 mana and it exiles.
All right. Can we just keep it at B? Like, let's not get, you're just too excited about these things. Plus, I do wonder.
We can do it. We can give whatever grade you want. We'll check back and see how these play out, you know?
Yeah, it's tough because I obviously believe you, but I mean, these type of cards to me look like a C, right? Like, they're not, it's a sorcery speed way to kill some stuff, but I'm not really, it's tough because
this is way better than the C.
No, I hear you. And you played the set and I haven't. So I'm not trying to, I'm not going to pick that fight, but I'm just saying, like, when you look at these, like when they're getting up into the B plus range, I'm like, wow, like there must be even more targets.
Top removal in the set tends to be that. And I think this card's near the top.
But what if they play like a green-red, whatever against one of these? This one's actually pretty good against that.
I mean, green-red has a lot of artifacts. They play a turn 2 piggy bank, and you're just going to cast this card and exile. They don't get a treasure. Like, you're going to feel like you got at least a decent deal there. Like, you both spent 2 mana.
One question I do have is, would you rate them a bit lower because there are so many? I mean, this is like the most I've ever seen of like main deckable.
That definitely does make them a little bit less critical to pick up, but white doesn't have as many as green. Green has a lot. And I don't actually know what the like upper limit is. Like, would you play 3 disenchants in your deck? I think so, especially since as we've seen, like a lot of these things have best of 1 clauses, basically, where you don't really take that much of a risk of playing them.
Yeah,
like,
this is a good
I would
example.
play an Insidious Fungus and 2 Break Down the Doors in my deck and not come close to thinking that was too many. I might play Cathartic Reunion as well, or Cathartic Embrace as well.
And they have done a good job of, like, this one having the creature with power 4 or greater. It is going to be very difficult to find a game where you can't find at least some decent target for a card like Exercise. Yeah. All right, so you're saying B plus. I'll go B based on your evaluation. Next is Fear of Surveillance. This is 1 and a white for an enchantment creature, Nightmare. It's common. It's a 2/2 with Vigilance. And it says, whenever it attacks, surveil 1. Sure. In white, yeah. So this is like a reanimator thing, enchantment thing.
2/2 enchantment creature with vigilance and an attack trigger. Like, that's just a lot.
It's just a lot. Mana. It's a lot.
So I like C plus on Fear of Surveillance. I think this is just a really, really solid little card.
Very good. Next is Orphans of the Wheat. This is Children of the Corn. This is 1 and a white for a 2/1 human. It is uncommon. It says whenever it attacks any number of untapped creatures, tap any number of untapped creatures you control. And Orphans of the Wheat gets +1/+1 until no turn for each tapped creature tapped this way. Wow, that's a heck of an enabler for the survivors, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you might only get 1 shot with this, but then you get a trigger off of all your survivors, and you probably traded this off. It's not like you're chump attacking, like it's going to be a 4/3 or something.
Right.
And then if this survives and you're frequently attacking with it, you're pretty happy. So I don't think you're going to play this outside of a deck that has a heavy survival component, because I mean, to attack with this as a 4/3, you have to tap 2 creatures. Like, that's not really what aggressive decks want to do. A go wide deck like red white is not going to want to tap half its attackers to pump this thing. But a green white deck is going to be thrilled with this. So looks like a build around C plus to me, or B minus, where it's like a good card in the green white deck and probably not great in most decks.
Would this be better if it were a 1/2?
Yeah, I think so.
Just, you could have a much better chance of getting that second attack in or whatever.
I just think, like, especially like 3/2 is not a good stat line in this format. And I like 3/4 generally more than 4/3. So
Sheltered by Ghost is next. It's 1 and a white for an enchantment aura at uncommon. And it says enchant creature you control. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Sheltered by Ghosts leaves the battlefield, and the enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has lifelink and ward 2. This card's just absurd.
It's just unbelievably good. I mean, you're putting a lot of eggs in one basket. If they kill your creature, not only are you down a really good creature, but they're back up whatever their best creature is. Mm-hmm. Well, non-land permanent, so you can actually hit other things too. But obviously you can nug tokens. That's always a good play. And Ward 2 makes it pretty hard to kill this thing, especially early. Another great combo is you play this and you have Shard Mage's Rescue in your hand. Like, you feel like you're going to win the game. So I really like this card. This is a B+. I'm willing to say that, okay, fine, Exercise can be a B, but this is a B+. I think it's one of the best removal spells in the set.
Yeah, and this card is awesome. Yeah, B+ for Sheltered by Ghosts. Next is Split Skin Doll. 1 and a white for a 2/1 artifact creature toy. Man, these toys are creepy. It's uncommon. It says when it enters, draw a card, then discard a card unless you control another creature with power 2 or less.
I mean, it's funny because, like, in the black-white deck, you will often be like, okay, how can I play this and make sure I can discard because I want to discard my thing? But in most decks, this is just 2 mana, 2/1, draw a card. You can't play it on turn 2 and get the card, but the condition of a creature with power 2 or less is trivially easy to meet.
Definitely. This card looks very solid to me. I don't know how much do we care about being in an artifact, like in white?
I mean, it's not a downside because you don't care about them killing this. So it's upside more than downside. It's not that big of a factor, though.
Okay. What do you want to give him?
I think I'd give this a B-.
Yeah.
2 mana, 2/1, draw a card. Great card.
Really good. Next
and
is
the discard part, like I said, is I think more likely to be upside for black-white than downside overall because it's just so easy to get around it.
Mm-hmm. Next is Cult Healer. This is 2 and a white for a 3/3 human doctor at common. It has got Eerie. Cult Healer gains lifelink until end of turn. Yeah. Assuming that, I mean, you said that you felt like getting Eerie triggers are easy, right?
Yeah, I think it's easy. I think this is not the biggest payoff for them, so this looks like straight filler to me, but getting lifelink, a 1 lifelink hit in is still fine.
Man, 3 mana 3/3 with lifelink's like pretty good, right?
Also, if you put ethereal armor on this thing, we're really talking.
Yeah, now it's business. That's nasty. So you just want to go C for Cult Healer?
I would give it a C, yeah.
Yeah. Next is Glimmer Seeker. This is 2 and a white for a 3/3 human survivor at uncommon. It's got survival. You draw a card if you control a Glimmer creature. If you don't control a Glimmer creature, create a 1/1 white Glimmer enchantment creature token. So you're either getting the 1/1 or a card.
Yeah, and there's other ways to make glimmers, too, all over the set. So often you just get the card to start with. Also, I like the 3 mana 3/3 survivors because they can brawl fairly well.
Definitely.
Glimmer Seeker is really good, I think. This is a pretty high payoff. Like, starting by getting a 1/1 is good, and then drawing a card every other time is great. You could even... Sometimes you can decide which one you want. Like, do I play my Glimmer card before this, or do I want to actually make a Glimmer? I'd rather have a 1/1 than a card, which I think is a very reasonable choice. Like, sometimes you'd rather have something on board. So I like Glimmer Seeker at B-. I think this is one of the good survival cards to try to get through.
Yeah, I really like what you said about the 3 mana 3/3s. Like, that's a good spot to actually get this creature through and have it survive. B-, B- for Glimmer Seeker.
I would probably give it a B-, yeah.
Hardened Escort is 2 and a white for a 2/4 human soldier at common. And it says, whenever it attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. This one actually has to attack itself, though.
Yes, this one has to attack itself. But what's going to happen a lot with this is, A, it's a 2/4. Those don't die super easily. Like, they can survive. It has a pretty good shot. And B, you can just, if you imagine attacking with this and Glimmer Seeker into a board of 2/2s, like, your Hardened Escort dies, but you got your survival trigger and a bunch of damage in. So
totally.
I think this is a C and just put it in your survival decks and typically don't play it otherwise.
Agreed. Yeah. And the 4 toughness does mean that, you may even get another crack at it too. Next is Living Phone. This is 2 and a white for a 2/1 artifact creature toy. It's common. And it says, when it dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with power 2 or less from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order.
3 mana 2/1 that dies into a card is good, but this obviously is not always going to hit. And it's the decks that where its trigger works are also decks where a 3 mana 2/1 is like kind of like an iffy, per filler. So I think this card's like a C- D+. Like you'll play it and it'll be okay, but it's not going to be like an early pick.
That's how I feel too. I feel like even though the value's there, your opponent's going to be like, okay, I kill this thing. And then you're going to go get another 2/2. And they're like, yeah, okay, sure. Like, I don't care. It's turn 5 now. Like that time's over. Next is Patched Plaything. This is 2 and a white for a 4/3 artifact creature toy at uncommon. It's got double strike. Okay. Patched Plaything enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it if you cast it from your hand. So it's a 2/1 double strike for 3. Or it's a 4/3 if you can get it into play some other way with double strike.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like a cheap reanimation target.
Backup reanimator.
Or if you reanimate this, there's also some things that deal with creatures with cost 3 or less, like operating room or surgical suite / hospital room. So, room we're going to see here. So you got some combos, but also 3 mana 2/1 double strike, not too bad. That is a fine brawler and works nicely with pump spells. So I'm fine playing this card in any deck that has like a couple ways to like pump it or put it into play without casting it. Just some ways to make it a little better than it's just baseline. Its baseline is like C or so, and you can get it up to a C+ with some help. So I think I would just say C+. It's going to be good in most decks.
C+ for Patched Plaything. Next is Trapped in the Screen. This is 2 and a white for an enchantment at common. The enchantment has Ward 2, and it says when it enters, exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment an opponent controls until Trapped in the Screen leaves the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, basically Oblivion Ring for most purposes. Can't hit planeswalkers, I guess. But it gets Ward 2, which is really nice. It makes it a little more resilient to removal. Maybe their 2 mana removal now costs their whole turn. So I like Trapped in the Screen at C+. I think it's a pretty solid removal spell. Also, being the enchantment type, well, it's bad in the sense that disenchants killing Oblivion Rings is like one of the worst things that can happen. There's a lot of disenchants in this set, but if you can get an Eerie trigger off this, you're usually pretty happy with how it turns out. Really try not to hit things with good ETBs because of how many removal spells there are, but Ward 2 at least punishes them a little for spending the time to kill it.
By the way, that's 3 cards in a row that are targetable by your, main deck, right? It's like creature, removal spell. They're all relevant.
And multiple of them you'd really rather exile than than just destroy.
Next is Friendly Ghost. This is 3 and a white for a 2/4 flying spirit at common, and when it enters, target creature gets +2/+4 until end of turn. Yeah, see, I just look for these because these are survival enablers, right? Yeah,
I mean, you really don't want to play this outside of a deck that has survival creatures very often. But if you do, this +2/+4 is a lot. If you cast this on your 3/3, like, gonna get to attack. So Friendly Ghost I view as like, if you can cast this, get 4 or 5 damage and get a survival trigger, plus a 2/4 flyer, that's great. So I think this is like a C overall, but like a C+ in survival decks. Like you do want this to be your 4-drop in survival decks.
Yeah, and I like having a 2/4 flyer back to give me the time to untap again with my, upgraded survival creature and all that stuff too. Next is Savior of the Small. This is 3 and a white for a 3/4 core survivor at uncommon. It says at the beginning of your second main phase, if Savior of the Small is tapped, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. They didn't go for the power 2 or less thing here, huh?
No, they're doing 3 and
3 mana value. Yeah.
Well, 3 mana value. It is a little disappointing. This goes back to your hand instead of in play. Like that,
Mhm.
that would have been sick. That's what I thought it was at first. But this is okay. This is, again, we're now at the cost and stats ratio where this will not naturally get to survive
Right.
in most games. Like by the time you play this on turn 4, your opponent will have 4 points worth of blockers in the vast majority of games. But if it does survive, you often effectively draw a card. So I think this is like a C plus.
Yeah, this seems like a C or a C plus to me. That's a lot of setup. Next is Unsettling Twins. This is 3 and a white for a 2/2 human. It's a common. And when it enters, manifest dread. Come play with us. Creepy.
So this is another one of those cards where, like, at its baseline, it's fine. 4 mana for 2/2/2s is, you're not going to complain about that. And even if you're not flipping up the manifest that often, like that often is good enough to include. But I really want to see things like rewards for power 2 or less, things on ETB. Like there's a lot of ways to get extra value from this card, and go wide, like mass pump, that sort of thing. I want some of those things before I want to choose this as my 4-drop instead of like, Friendly Ghost, right? It just depends. What is your deck trying to do? Are you trying to push survival things through, or do you have manifest combos or go wide combos? And you can kind of decide which one and take the appropriate 4-drop for your deck. So I like Unsettling Twins at C. You're not going to be too disappointed by it.
Yeah, that cares about two power or whatever. Likes that. Emerge from the Cocoon. 4 and a white for a sorcery at common. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You gain 3 life. All right, there it is. So there's our common. Nice buffer of life, by the way, to give you a little bit of time. But it's a 5 mana reanimate. So there it is. I mean, that's a big payoff.
Yeah. Emerge from the Cocoon is just a great part of the reanimate deck. You don't really want it outside of the deck that often, which is a good thing for the reanimate deck as well. So it's like a build around like B minus in that deck. Like you will not, like if you have some good reanimation targets and discard stuff and you're hoping for these, you will play as many as you can get. So I like a build around B on Emerge from the Cocoon, and you will not typically play this outside of the specific deck that it's good in.
Because it's just a critical piece of that deck. Next is Fear of Immobility. This is 4 and a white for a 4/4 enchantment creature nightmare at common. And when it enters, tap up to 1 target creature. If an opponent controls that creature, put a stun counter on it. That's really nice design.
Yeah, just the 5 mana 4/4 that taps and stuns is just a classic card, and basically always good.
It actually is always good. And then this one, if you do decide to enable survival on your side, you're not going to pick up the stun counter.
Yeah. So
it's still like a C though, right?
I mean, I would still probably say it's a C, but it's a good card. And this is one of the 5 drops where I don't mind having multiples.
Yeah. Next is Grand Entryway Elegant Rotunda. Grand Entryway is 1 and a white. It says when you unlock this door, create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token. So 2 mana for the 1/1. But as you mentioned, that does give you 2 enchantment ETBs, 2 enchantments on the battlefield. Elegant Rotunda is 2 and a white. And it says when you unlock this door, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So there's an elegant design.
Indeed. I mean, without factoring in the synergy stuff, for 5 mana you get a 1/1 and 2 +1/+1 counters, which that's okay. It's not obviously good enough, but it's not crazy, right? Like you because you're getting to split it up in 2 really efficient ways. So even though you're getting 3/3 worth of stats for 5 mana, you get to cast it and flip it in the order where not only is it the most efficient, but also you get to put the +1/+1 counters on like the high leverage situations. Your 2/2 now can attack past their 2/3. But then once you factor in all the synergy stuff, this card just becomes awesome. Like I think that Elegant Rotunda or Grand Entry or whatever you want to call it is going to be a pretty high pick for blue-white and red-white. And not something that black-white and green-white are going to be that worried about. Some green-white decks might want it, but blue-white is really where it shines.
How powerful? How good?
I mean, I guess overall, I would say it's
B minus. Like, is it?
No, I would say it's like a C plus.
Okay. I mean, because it looks like it could have those turns where you're like, oh God, they had the grand entryway, and now, all these things, there's a lot of triggers happening because of it, but also sometimes they just play it on turn 2 and you're like, yeah, sure. Next is Lionheart Glimmer, which is 3 white for a 2/5 enchantment creature, Cat Glimmer. It's uncommon. It has Ward 2, and it says whenever you attack, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. So this is back to the other templating where it's just attack with something. That's a heck of a card to play on turn 5.
Yeah. I mean, it puts a lot of stats into play, and like, if you play this and attack with 2 creatures, it's like you got +2/+2 immediately hasted, and then you have this 2/5, and the Ward 2 makes it really a little more resistant to enchantment removal. So pretty solid card overall.
And it attacks as
the more
a 3/6.
aggressive you are, the better. This is the curve topper you want in your go wide deck.
This seems awesome for that deck. Yeah. I mean, this is like a B, maybe even a B+ for that deck. I think in a normal deck, it's probably just fine. But next is Seized from Slumber. This is 4 and a white. It's an instant. It's common. It says this spell costs 3 less to cast. If it targets a tapped creature, you destroy the creature.
This is okay. It's at its best in a defensive deck because you really want to be in a position to kill a tapped creature. You don't really want to keep killing untapped creatures with this. So the more their creatures are going to be tapped, and the better for you. But I'm not that excited about it really either way. Like, it's just okay.
Agreed. This is very much that D level filler type thing, but in the right deck, it might creep up into the C- range where you're going to be getting attacked and not trying to be assertive until like the very, very end of the game. Oh God, Fear of Abduction. This is not what I needed to see. An alien with 4 white for a 5/5 enchantment creature, Nightmare at common is definitely a nightmare. As an additional cost to cast this spell, exile a creature you control. It has flying. When it enters, exile target creature an opponent controls, and when it leaves the battlefield, put each card exiled with it into its owner's hand. I have to exile a creature I control just to cast this.
Yeah.
I do get to nab one of theirs as well.
And then you get yours back if this dies.
And
or
they
if this
do
leaves
too.
the battlefield. Yeah,
Right.
they do too. But
Okay. Man. Is this worse or better? This is just worse than if it was just 6 mana, 5/5 flying Oblivion Ring, one of your things, and you get it back if it dies,
much
right?
worse, yeah.
Is this good?
Oh, yeah, I think it's pretty good. Like, you're going to have something to exile most of the time you cast it. If they can't deal with it, it's just going to win the game. And if you reanimate it, again, you don't have to pay that additional cost, which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
You're just always going to play this in white. I mean, assuming you have enough creatures.
And you could do some synergy break things like, exile, like, say, a cheap creature or an ETB creature on your side and do like a token on theirs where they're just getting nothing back.
Yeah, okay. There's some good value there.
So
Exiling a
setup
manifest,
cost, but
it can be a little risky though, because they get the card back in their hand. So even if it was a good spell, they would get that back in their hand. So you
like a removal spell. So does this end up fleshing out to be like a B? Fear of Abduction?
What is it like as a grade?
Yeah, is it like a B?
I would say that Fear of Abduction is a B. This is just like a classic good uncommon big flyer where if you cast it and they don't deal with it, you win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's got setup cost, but it is very powerful.
Are there any good ways to kill our enchantments? Because that would make this card a little bit worse. I mean, it really does. This is the kind of card you would much rather not just have this be an enchantment.
Totally.
But I think that Fear of Abduction is a good card. Look, the better you are at like synergizing with it, the better it's going to get. But would your random green-white survivors deck play it? Yeah, they should. It's a 6-drop that will win the game when unanswered. Like, that's kind of what you're looking for.
Totally. And the fact that you get to pick the creatures means that, like, you take your worst one, you take their best one, you take the one that you want to cast again in anyway, that kind of thing. Shepherding Spirits is next. It's 4 white, white for a 4/5 flying spirit at common, and it plane cycles for 2.
Yeah, like I said, pretty much all the stuff that applies to the black one applies here. It's just one of the better ones because of the reanimate stuff. And look, you're not going to win the game off a turn 4, 4/5 flying, but it adds additional value to all your cards, and maybe that'll get you far enough ahead that the next thing you do will win you the game. So I like C+ for Shepherding Spirits.
Definitely. Last white card is Surgical Suite Hospital Room. So Surgical Suite is 1 and a white. And it says, when you unlock this door, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And Hospital Room is 3 and a white. It says, whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature.
Yeah,
this is one I could see doing backwards.
Deck, which is a low curve aggressive deck.
Mm-hmm. I could see casting this backwards, right? Like Hospital Room first. Sometimes.
Oh, definitely. Like that would be that's I think going to be a pretty common play.
Mm-hmm. Is this card good? This card seems
if you
fine.
can cast this Hospital Room on turn 4 and it opens an attack with a survivor, like that's fantastic. You already got your money back basically, and then later you just flip the Surgical Suite open and get something back as like pretty good value. So if you've got just a good low curve, you're the 1 through 3 mana curve aggressive deck that's trying to play cards like this. This card is a B.
Yeah, for sure.
+1/+1 each attack is really strong. Like it's a +1/+1 counter. Like that's a big game.
It is, and it's a thing that we talked about with that other card where it can kind of start to run away with it, where it's just one step ahead of what your opponent's doing if they don't kill your creature. Okay, that's it for white. Last color is blue. Let's see if blue's good in this set. First up, we have Enter the Enigma. This is blue for a sorcery at common. It says target creature can't be blocked this turn. Draw a card.
So this is almost purely a survivor kind of synergy card where you just cast this on your survivor, attack unblockably, and then get your benefit. It's funny because usually this kind of card is good in like spells decks, but the spells deck is enchantment based in this set. So I like this in the white blue deck I had that had a couple Glimmer Seekers and it was really strong. Otherwise, it's fine for Delirium if that's what you're into. I guess in the late game, it's like deal 5, draw a card, which can be nice. But I think it's a C, and if you want it, it gets a little bump. You're going to be able to pick these up fairly easily, I would imagine.
Definitely. Next is Scrabbling Skull Crab. This is blue for a 0/3 crab skeleton at uncommon, and it has Eerie. Target player mills 2 cards. Oh. Is it back?
This is the Hedron Crab version 3.
Is it back?
I don't think this is a very reliable thing. I think if you got like 2 or 3 of these, you could really get somewhere. But it's an uncommon, and there's not really a whole lot more mill support. So I'm not gonna take this early and hope it works out. But if you like C1 and then C1 7th, you could take that one and see if the other one wheels, and then maybe you get lucky and get a third, and you could really pop off.
Is there a way to do like a reanimator thing where like you play this, do the thing, and then like if they kill it, you have ways to buy it back?
Yeah, you could definitely use that route as well.
But definitely you want 2 or 3. The 3 or 4 would be where you'd want to be. And that's really
you're not really going to get 3 or 4 very often.
It doesn't work like that with how many uncommons are printed now. It's a build around. It's got a severe setup cost. If I were to give you 3 of these plus the deck for it, it's probably pretty awesome though, right?
In reality, I think this is more a trap than anything else. Here's one place where it's kind of not, is if you want to self-mill, you can use this to self-mill.
Oh, sure.
And like imagine you use this to kind of kickstart your Delirium stuff, and then at some point you just start targeting your opponent. And especially if they're a self-mill deck, you can actually clock them with just one of these.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's some utility to this, but I think mostly you should not take this card early and assume you can build a deck around it, because you just really are going to need a little more support than it has.
Trust us, we want this to be a thing more than anybody.
This isn't a want thing. It's like what's reality. So I think the reality is the Skull Crab is probably like a D, but if you can get enough, that grade can go up.
Unable to Scream is next. It's blue for an enchantment aura at common. It enchants a creature. The enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a toy artifact creature with base power and toughness 0/2 in addition to its other types. And as long as enchanted creature is face down, it can't be turned face up.
I think this card is solid. Like It's got the drawback of there being a lot of enchantment removal, so you can't rely on it. But 1 mana is 1 mana, and an O2 does not trade for a card. It does not attack you.
That's right.
The difference between an O2 and 1/1 is pretty big. It's a lot worse. So I think Unable to Scream, especially in a deck with Eerie triggers, is like a C+. And I think overall, it's like a C plus level card. Most of the time, cards like this, that like the 2 mana enchanted creature becomes a 1/1 with no abilities, that card's like a D. But this is significantly better than that. So I think Unable to Scream is solid.
Okay. Yeah, this does seem to be maybe a spot where this type of card could do better. Next is Creeping Peeper. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 eye. It's common. It taps to add blue, but you can spend this mana only to cast an enchantment spell, unlock a door, or turn a permanent face up.
That's enough things.
That's a lot of things.
This is going to tap for mana a couple times over the course of the game, which is plenty to justify it, especially since a 2 mana 2/1 can certainly do some attacking and blocking. So I like C for Creeping Peeper, and most blue decks will be able to use it. And if you can't, don't take it.
Yeah, especially because
most decks will have something.
Yeah, the things that it mentioned are 2 of the 3 are pretty mana intensive. Like unlocking extra doors is you've already had to, pay for the thing, and then on top of it, turning permanents face up. We talked about a bunch too. Don't Make a Sound is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant at common. It says counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. If they do, surveil 2. So you get a consolation prize if they pay. These type of cards have been fine though, right? Like these actually play out fine.
Yeah, I think they play out fine. I think this card is solid. It's not like amazing, but it is totally fine.
Yeah. It looks like a C to me.
Yeah,
just right down the middle.
I would give it a C. I've cut it in some decks and played it in some decks, and been okay.
Closer to C- than C+. Next is Fear of Isolation, which is 1 and a blue for a 2/3 flying enchantment creature Nightmare at uncommon, and it says as an additional cost to cast this spell, return a permanent you control to its owner's hand.
This card's great. It does a lot for you. So it is not a card you want to cast on turn 2, because returning a land on turn 2 is crazy. But it re-triggers ETBs. It saves things that got like Unable to Scream, right? Like a negative aura. It can reset a room if you've used it. It can also pick up a land. If it's turn 5, you have 4 lands in play, you haven't played a land, you can cast this, return a land, play a land. You got a 1 mana 2/3. It's a cheap enchantment for Eerie. And for Eerie, you can play this, picking up an enchantment, and then play that, and you get multiple Eerie triggers. I drafted a lot of these somehow. I think I had that in 3 different decks, and it was just good every deck. It was never like amazing, but it was always good.
Definitely. This card looks, and you're getting a 2/3 flyer for 2 mana for your troubles. That's a good blocker. That's a good attacker for a very cheap price. Is it a B?
Oh yeah. I would say that it's just a solid B.
Flood Pit's Drowner is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 merfolk at uncommon. It has flash and vigilance, and when it enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. And you can pay 1 and a blue and tap the Drowner to shuffle it and target creature with a stun counter on it into their owner's libraries.
Yeah, I mean, look at this card.
Wow.
2 mana, 2/1 vigilance, tap, put a stun counter, flash, so you get to cast it on their turn to get like an additional turn of tapping effectively.
Yep.
And you can then decide, oh, actually, I'm going to cash this in to just shuffle both of these things back. Like
there was a jellyfish that did this, right? Like Gomozoa or something that grabbed another creature and shuffled them both away. I don't remember, but
there was.
But that's a cool mechanic that you don't actually see that much, right? Where it's kind of dragging it down with it. This card's awesome.
Yeah, really good.
Not much to hate on here. Is it a B plus? Is it a B?
Oh, definitely a B plus. I think this card is on the top end of the like uncommon range.
Get Out is blue for an instant at uncommon. Choose 1 counter target creature or enchantment spell, or return 1 or 2 target creatures and or enchantments you own to your hand.
This card's pretty solid. Like blue is obviously costly, but countering an enchantment or creature is a pretty wide range. So like when you hold this up, you're rarely gonna not be able to do something with with the card. And then bouncing 2 of your own things is actually really strong, because it can like again, reset multiple rooms, save something. Like, it's a good combination of flexibility, which is they're both quite strong in the late game. Like in the late game, like on turn 8, you'll be pretty happy if to have this card in your hand because you can just pass with 2 mana up and probably negate most of their good plays on the next turn, or save 2 of your things, or like, make a strong play. Early in the game, obviously, it's not the best card, but if you have a mana base where you can cast a blue spell early, like if you can go island and have this up, like you're also happy with that too.
Definitely.
So the double blue part is a real cost, but I think overall, if you can have like a 10 island deck, this card is going to be one of the cards you're not really going to cut.
But still, it's like a C, right?
Yeah, it's a C, but counter spells are a little harder to figure out usually, so it's kind of nice to get to talk through why this card is decent. Which I think it is
for sure. Next is Paranormal Analyst. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 human detective at uncommon, and it says whenever you manifest dread, put a card you put into your graveyard this way into your hand. Oh wow!
Yeah, this is one of the better manifest payoffs. It basically makes all your manifests draw a card. And because you get to choose, you get to draw the best of the 2 cards too. So
wow,
this is like a build around B+. Like if I see this card on turn 2, if they go Forest, Island, and play Paranormal Analyst, I'm just like, oh my God, this sucks.
Right.
Like,
I want to kill this thing. And if I don't, they're going to be making 2/2s and drawing cards like every turn. Yeah. I like that card a lot. Build around B+ for Paranormal Analyst. Next is Piranha Fly. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 flying fish insect at common, and it enters tapped.
So this is just straight up, how aggressive are you? If you're aggressive, this card's a C. If you're not, it's basically an F.
Exactly. Next is Stalked Researcher. This is 1 and a blue for a 3/3 human wizard at common. It's got Defender, but it has Eerie. It can attack this turn as though it didn't have Defender. So you get a 2 mana 3/3 to hold down the fort, but every time you Eerie, you get to slam with it if you want.
Yeah, this card's fine. Like if you have enough ways to trigger it and you're aggressive, like Blue-White Aggro is just going to play this and be not really care about the drawback all that much. Or if you're defensive and don't care at all about attacking, it can be a good curve filler. So definitely. I think it's a reasonable card in either scenario, and that means a lot of decks are going to be interested in playing it.
Yeah, Stalked Researcher looks like a C to me.
Yeah, a solid one.
Yeah, I like it when cards like this exist because they can be really good speed bumps for fast starts. Next is Stay Hidden, Stay Silent. This is 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It says enchant creature. When it enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, and you can pay 4 blue to shuffle enchanted creature into its owner's library. Then manifest dread at sorcery speed. A lot of upside there. 2 mana, lock down a creature, and then the clock's kind of ticking, for you to get even more value off of it.
Yeah, I'm into this. I think that it's just a good removal spell that later in the game lets you permanently, or not permanently because it shuffles in, but like semi-permanently deal with their thing, get it off the board at least, and you get to manifest. So you kind of get to draw a card. Like it's cheap to basically take something out of play for a while, and then later you get to deal with it a little more permanently while drawing a card. So I think that Stay Hidden, Stay Silent is a B-. Like
yeah. Two mana take something out, so usually pretty good to start. Cursed Windbreaker, literally it's a jacket. 2 and a blue for an artifact equipment at uncommon. The equipped creature gets flying, and when this thing enters, you manifest dread, then attach it to that creature, and the equip cost is 3. So you were saying that the manifest dread is not that much better than just a 2/2. What if I throw on flying for 3 mana?
Then I think it's still, you're basically getting a Windrake here that you can, the upside is you get to spend 3 to move the cloak later to something.
Yeah, that's not great.
Like that's just okay. It is not great.
We keep, we have to mention that you get the card going into the yard too, which might add up really importantly, but I don't know, man. I don't know. And 3 to equip just to give a creature flying, like especially in blue, right? We're not talking about a card you can just have in your green-red deck or whatever. I'm just not, I don't know. I don't want to underrate these, but they don't get me going.
Yeah,
Like,
I think if anything, I don't think the Manifest deck is falling short, but I think even with Manifest Dread letting you pick out of 2, I'm just not seeing the morph gameplay as at that high of a rate. So I think Curse Windbreaker is a C. I don't think it's you would normally be like, oh, an equipment that does a thing, it's uncommon. This got to be like a B, and I think it's closer to a C.
I do too. I mean, the truth is that Windrake straight up is like a D plus at this point. Like it's not even a card, a D maybe. Like you need more. Next is Erratic Apparition, which is 2 and a blue for a 1/3 spirit at common. It's got flying and vigilance, and it has Eerie. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
Yeah, I misread this at first and thought it got a counter, and this card would have been out of control good. Mm-hmm. As is, it's still fine if you care about attacking. Like if you're a deck that you've got some good incentives to have like a cheap attacker that grows, then this card can be good. But I think most of the time you're just not going to want to play this card.
No, this seems narrow. They always put something like this in these decks, but the better versions are the ones that accumulate value for their Eerie triggers rather than just like getting a couple of extra damage in. So I would assume Erratic Apparitions like in the D range, even though it has flying and vigilance, it's pretty good. But Fear of Imposters is next. This is 1 blue for a 3/2 enchantment creature nightmare at uncommon. It has flash, and when it enters, counter target spell. Its controller Manifest Dread. Yeah, I mean, you could also just not. It's up to you. So if you're free rolling it, like, do you want a 3 mana, kind of hard to cast 3/2 flash enchantment creature? Not really, right?
Yeah.
So is the extra ability enough to push it over? I mean, it's better than letting them have their bomb, but it's still like, that doesn't, you're putting a 2/2 into play against your 3/2. It's like,
I mean, it certainly is going to be good to counter most of the time you counter something, like, or even most of the time you have the option to counter something, you are going to make something worse. Like whatever spell they cast is probably worse than manifesting. But are you going to pay the privilege of 3 mana and you get a 3/2, but you just downgrade your spell. You didn't deal with it.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to knock this card too much. It's got some stuff going on, but I don't think I'm like a huge fan. I don't see like casting a bunch of these and being like, and then I easily won the game.
Yeah. I think it's playable if the mana isn't a huge concern.
Yeah, I think so too. I'd rather have it than not in most cases, but I'm just not excited. I would give it a C+ for Fear of Imposters.
Yeah, I would probably give it a C+ as well.
Tunnel Surveyor is 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human detective at common. It says when it enters, create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token. Nice. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, this is good. Like, I mean, obviously, you when you get 2 creatures for one card, you're pretty happy. Right. But in a set where enchantments are like payoffs, like this just works really nicely with a lot of other cards. So totally. I do like it still best in white blue, because I think that's where you have them like a good amount of payoffs to go along with this. But it's a card that I'm going to be pretty happy with most blue decks. Like at worst, it just makes 2 things and you just block with them. Totally.
Yeah. So C+ at least for Tunnel Surveyor.
Yeah, I would give it a C+.
It's hard to get it up into the B range. Next is Twist Reality. This is 1 blue for an instant. It's common. It says choose 1, counter target spell, or Manifest Dread.
Again, it's like you're spending 3 mana to counter something. Sometimes that's okay. But it's not. It's just not a card I'm that excited about. Either mode of it is not going to be like amazing. Yeah, it's like 2 great tastes that taste great together. This is like 2 mediocre tastes that I'd probably rather eat something else. When you cast either half, you're never like, well, we really did it. Right, exactly. I do like that they're different enough, right? Gives you a good option to just like, I'll just do the manifest thing if I don't counter a spell this turn and use up my mana. Yeah, that part does make it a little bit better. I think it's still probably like a D+? A D. Yeah, D. Like it just doesn't always make the cut. Unnerving Grasp is 2 and a blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It says return up to 1 target non-land
permanent to its owner's hand and manifest dread. Yes.
Yeah, you like this card. Don't worry. This is the most martially card. This is literally Mana War.
It's Mana War. Like, it's back,
it's just straight up Mana War.
Wait, this is like, I mean, I'm not going to say it because I have the artwork around here, but this is like better Mana War, right?
Oh, yeah. Bounces any permanent and manifest is generally better than a 2/2. The one downside about it not being an actual Mana War is they can't use all the return target creature cards for your graveyard to like Mana War them a bunch of times.
Right.
But it's still quite solid.
Dude, I got Mana War back. I didn't know this. I wasn't ready.
Yeah. I did. I was waiting. Yeah. This card's great. This is a B.
B.
Put it in any deck. It's fantastic.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. This is great. They finally brought it back. Unwilling Vessel is next. It's 2 and a blue for a 3/2 human wizard at uncommon. It's got vigilance and it has Eerie. Put a possession counter on Unwilling Vessel. And when Unwilling Vessel dies, create an XX blue spirit creature token with flying, where X is the number of counters that were on it.
If you've got some good ways to get some counters on this, like if you get 1 on this, it's still fine. And totally if you get fine. 2, it is great. So we're not talking about something that's like the hardest to achieve.
Why in the name of all things does this card have vigilance? So weird.
So you can attack them and still block.
And have 2 toughness guy attacking. Anyway, whatever. This card, I would never cut this from a blue deck. And certainly if built around, it becomes a real problem for the opponent. I'd give Unwilling Vessel a B.
Yep, I agree.
Clammy Prowler is 3 and a blue for a 2/5 enchantment creature horror at common. And it says, whenever Clammy Prowler attacks, another target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn.
I mean, this is kind of like one of the other creatures that can help enable survivors, where you attack with this and a survivor, and this is big enough to survive, and the other thing...
Definitely.
The other thing, gets through because of the ability, but I don't think blue-white is going to do that all that often, so I guess this is a D.
Okay. Yeah, man, it seems like it would fit, but I do have this weird feeling that it just won't see that much play. These type of effects aren't usually the way to go. Next is Ghostly Keybearer. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/3 spirit. It's uncommon. It has flying. It says, whenever Ghostly Keybearer deals combat damage to a player, unlock a locked door of up to 1 target room you control. Wow.
I mean, that's
like 4 or 5 mana?
Amount of mana.
Yeah. And it's a 3/3
there's
flyer.
rooms that cost 5 to unlock. So
yeah.
This is the real deal. I think that the Keybearer is like a builder on B. In the rooms deck, it's just one of the premium cards.
Would you play it without too many rooms? It's still a 4 mana 3/3 flyer.
I would want some, because like it is bad to play a card like this without rooms, because a 4 mana 3/3 flyer is still a little below the curve at this point.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, but the build around B plus.
I mean, think of the Seed Pod Scout or whatever, the 3 in a white blue hybrid 3/3 flyer that when it attacked did something in Bloomburrow. Like that card wasn't that good.
Yeah, I mean it's a little tough. It was in such a bad archetype, but I guess that speaks to the point as well. Glimmerburst is next. It's 3 and a blue for an instant. It's common. It says draw 2 cards, create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token. So 4 mana instant, get a 1/1 and draw 2. Man,
I want this card to be good, but I just have cut it from basically every deck I've drafted.
Okay.
So I think that because there aren't really that many spells payoffs, this card doesn't really end up playing out super well. But I think it is still obviously like a fine card on its face.
It feels like
probably
1.
a D.
It's probably a D, but it feels like 1 should be good.
Yeah.
Like even if you just chump block with the token and just get your cards and then untap with all your mana and everything. Next is Vanish from Sight. This is 3 and a blue for an instant at common. Target non-land permanent's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Surveil 1 for 4 mana. These actually have been making the cut lately. Like these are never premium, but they actually count as real removal. And blue is pretty happy to get that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. This is not premium, but totally playable. Looks like a C.
C minus, something like that. Fear of Failed Tests. This is for all the students out there. This is 4 and a blue for a 2/7 Enchantment creature Nightmare at uncommon, and when it deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards?
So this is also technically something that goes along with, like the Clammy Prowler or the Enter the Enigma. So unblockable stuff works nicely. But I just don't think paying 5 for this and then needing certainly some help to get it through is worth it. 2/7's pretty big. I think that the best you're going to get with this card is to sideboard it in against decks that don't have removal except toughness-based removal. So like something like, red-green. And you just play this and they don't really have a great way to kill it. And maybe you have some ways to get it across the line. But I think I would start this at D and let it.
Totally.
Let's see if it can pass the test,
I would love for that to be the case. I do not expect it to be the case. Next is Fear of Falling. This is 3 blue for a 4/4 enchantment creature Nightmare at uncommon. It's got flying. And it says, whenever Fear of Falling attacks, target creature defending player controls gets -2/-0 and loses flying until your next turn.
Yeah, until your next turn is great because not only does this remove blockers, though funnily enough, Reach can actually always block this. A Reach blocker is better than a flying blocker against this because you can't remove Reach. But you can also just attack with this and shrink your guy so it can't attack me back. So it's got like a pseudo vigilance aspect to it. Yeah, this one I like. This is one that you would prefer not be an enchantment because of how expensive it is, but slamming this on 5, it's going to dominate the board. I like this at B-. I just think this is what Air Elemental needs to get by in this day and age, and that it does have enough. This is you don't need to know anything else about your deck besides this is just a good card to cast.
Definitely, I would give it a B, and this is just just raw power. Next is Underwater Tunnel Slimy Aquarium. Underwater Tunnel is blue, and it says when you unlock this door, surveil 2. And then Slimy Aquarium is 3 and a blue, and it says when you unlock this door, manifest dread, then put a +1/+1 counter on that creature.
I see Underwater Tunnel Slimy Aquarium as a 1-mana enchantment to trigger your Eerie stuff, a manifest to go with your manifest synergies, a room to sink mana into if you have Smoky Lounge. It's basically this is filler for all the different decks, and they did a pretty clever job of making it touch a bunch of different kinds of strategies, but by itself, it's not good. Your average deck does not want this unless you learn more about the deck and figure out, okay, what is the deck doing that would make me want this? This is kind of like a D level card if you just put it in a deck that doesn't make use of it very well. But in a deck that pays you off for some or all of the things I mentioned, you can get it up to a C, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it just means it's a solid playable that you're not going to cut that often.
Definitely. Yeah, because on its surface, it's not powerful enough. Next is Bottomless Pool and Locker Room. Bottomless Pool is blue. It says, when you unlock this door, return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand. And Locker Room is 4 and a blue, and it says, whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card.
This, on the other hand, is just fantastic. 1 mana to bounce a creature and then get your Eerie trigger and have an enchantment in play for whatever purposes you want.
Jeez.
That would already be good. And then Locker Room is expensive, but when you have an open lane and you just flip this and attack with your flyer and draw a card, you completely get paid off. So I like B for Bottomless Pool.
Definitely. It hits right at both points. Next is Dagger Maw Megalodon. This is 4 blue for a 5/7 shark at common. It's got vigilance again, and this one has island cycling and some gnarly artwork.
Yeah, too. I haven't been liking this one too much. I feel like blue has enough to do with its mana. It doesn't want to mess around with this. It's not reanimating. It's not the heaviest delirium color. I'm mostly out on the Dagger Maw. I think it's a D with, you can always play this. It's never going to be that bad, but I just don't think blue uses it that well. Can
the blue-black deck do reanimator stuff? Because blue does have a good way of get stuff in the yard.
Blue-black or maybe even blue-white could technically reanimate this thing. And I think blue-black and blue-green are going to be much more interested in this. I don't think blue-red wants it, and I don't think blue-white is very likely to want it either.
Okay. But you're low on it. This is a D+ Dagger Dawn Megalodon? Yeah. Okay. Next is Duskmourn's Domination. This is 4 blue for an enchantment or it's uncommon. It says enchant creature. You control enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets -3/-0 and loses all abilities. It nerfs the thing that you steal. That's funny.
It's funny. In the beginning there was control magic, 2 blue steal target creature, and then they made treachery for God knows what reason.
Right.
And then they made
Control.
Persuasion, which was
Persuasion.
3 blue, and steal a creature. Treachery, by the way, is 3 blue, steal a creature, untap 5 lands. Like, come on, don't need to really explain.
That's a real Magic card, by the way.
Yeah. Then they didn't do control magics that often because they were like pretty unfun and always the best uncommon in the set, right? Whenever they had those in the set. Mm-hmm. Now they've started to be like, hey, what if we try some new design space, like do like Kidnap and Duskmourn's Domination, control magics with real drawbacks. I think they've finally gotten to the point where control magic is not that great.
Mm-hmm.
Like Duskmourn's Domination, yes, it steals their thing. It removes the game piece from their side, puts it onto your side. It's just a lot worse on your side. You steal their 5/5 now. It's like a 2/5 with no abilities. And this is a 6-mana aura.
Yeah. It can go away.
If you play against someone like me who wants to put 4 enchantment removal spells in their deck,
right.
like this card is just you're just gonna get farmed. So I actually think this card's bad. I would just say that I'm gonna start this at D, and
okay.
I'll maybe be convinced if it turns out to be good. But I have now played against this card twice, and both times it was really not good.
That's super interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with your read on it, obviously, because I haven't played against it. That's a new thing for sure. Let's see. Next, actually, last blue card is Meat Locker and Drowned Diner. Meat Locker is 2 and a blue. And it says, when you unlock this door, tap up to 1 target creature and put 2 stun counters on it. And Drowned Diner is 3 blue. When you unlock this door, draw 3 cards, then discard a card. I mean, really you see the joke here. Yeah, it's like, buy myself the time to take advantage of the Drowned Diner.
It's a chunky card draw spell alongside a good tempo spell that gives you good bang for your buck on tempo, but puts you kind of down a card. Except, to save you, you've got the Drowned Diner, serving up some delicious calamari there, right. and you end up, I think, getting a really good deal, especially with room synergies and enchantment synergies. Maybe you bounce this later. So I like this at C+. I think this is a solid common.
Okay. Yeah. That's an interesting card for me and one I want to keep my eye on, but we'll go C+. All right. We've got a few artifacts to do and a few lands, and then we're done. Artifact number 1 is Haunted Screen, which is literally just a TV. It's 3 mana.
Okay. Let me start again. This is I baited everyone. I started talking about how great this design was. And this was the card I was talking about back when we went from gold to black immediately. So Haunted Screen is 3 mana for an artifact uncommon, and taps for a black or white. Or you can tap and pay a life and add blue, green, or red. Or you can pay 7 mana and put 7+1/+1 counters on it. It becomes a 0/0 spirit. You can activate this once. And it's like a TV with a spirit coming out. But do you see why this design is so cool?
I do. That is really, really cool.
It's a black and white TV that you can pay more to upgrade it to color.
It's crazy.
Just telling such a good story. And I gave Annie props on Twitter. I think she did an amazing job with this card.
That is incredibly clever.
Brain to print. And it's a cool card. I don't think you should actually put this card in your deck all that often. I think a Mana Rock is really not where I want to be, but it's a really clever design.
So a D, but A+ for cleverness. Bear Trap, 1 mana for an artifact at common. It's got flash, and you can pay 3 mana, tap it, and sack it to do 3 damage to target creature. No, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think you want this card very often.
I mean, it's not even an enchantment.
Delirium stuff, I don't think it's very good.
Yeah, that's the one time, right? That like if you just didn't have any other artifacts, you could do worse than this to just round out the ability to get your Delirium a little easier, but wouldn't be my first stop. I would give it a D for Bear Trap. And here's a cassette player. Great. Found Footage, 1 mana for an artifact clue. It's common. It says you may look at face-down creatures your opponents control at any time, and you can pay 2 mana and sacrifice Found Footage to surveil 2 and draw a card. So it's kind of a super clue.
Yeah, if you're really hard up for ways to get Delirium, you can play this, but I think it's a D otherwise. Looking at their face-down cards is worth really nothing. And you're not, I just don't think you're...
Yeah, and really it's a clunky way to get an artifact in the yard, but at least you get some selection. And I mean, this is a very strong Delirium enabler, right? Surveil 2 means you could put 3 cards in with the activation and one of them being an artifact. That could potentially get you all the way there or get you 3/4 of the way there, at least half the way there. So
yeah, my experience is that Delirium is easy enough to get that I don't think you have to
Okay.
really go out of your way for that. But I know, I agree.
If
it
you're
is good.
all in on Delirium, then I actually would be playing a found footage or two.
Yeah.
Next is Keys to the House. This is 1 mana for an artifact at uncommon. You can pay 1 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. So that's 2 mana total to get a land into your hand. Or you can pay 3 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to lock or unlock a door of target room you control. Activate only as a sorcery. Lock a door?
Yeah, so close it and then stop getting the effect, but then you open it, you get the effect again.
That's
so like
hilarious. I did not
on
know
Meat
that was
Locker, you'd close the Meat Locker and then open it to get
That's
the tap
really
again.
funny. I didn't know that was going to be a thing. That's pretty
The thing
funny.
is, I think this is still a 2-color format, so I'm really not that excited about this. But I bet in blue-red rooms you should play this. It's low enough cost.
Yeah.
Like
it's just 2 mana to get a land. If you're not fixing your mana or something, is just a bit steep. Again, though, we have to mention the Delirium aspect as well. Because if this just replaces itself as a land, the first mana you spend on turn 1, you might not have spent anyway. So that at some point in the game, you crack it, get your land, and you got an artifact in the yard, that could be worth it too. Otherwise, it looks like a D to me.
Yeah.
Friendly Teddy is 2 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature bear toy at common. It says when it dies, each player draws a card. I mean, we've had cards like this before. They're fine.
Yeah. I think the thing that makes this one better than most of those is that it's in a Delirium set. So I think this is a totally fine. Like this is like honestly like a C- D+ level card that you'll just play in red green Delirium a decent amount of the time.
Definitely. It still counts as a 2-drop, but except for it just pumps your Delirium by 2. Glimmerlight, that's just a flashlight, is 2 mana for an artifact equipment at common. It says when it enters, create a 1/1 white glimmer creature, enchantment creature token, and the equipped creature gets +1/+1. This thing doesn't attach to it, right? No. But you can equip it for 1.
Yeah, just 1 mana.
Mm-hmm. To give +1/+1, and you get spotted a 1/1 creature when you make this. It's actually okay.
Yeah, it's totally solid. I think that you're not always going to want to play it, but it will kind of get the job done a lot of the time of just like getting a plausible artifact into your deck, giving you like what I'd want to see when I play this card is, do I have some good eerie payoffs to make use of the Glimmer? Do I have Delirium? Do I have a lot of small creatures besides just the Glimmer to like move this around a bunch? So something like white blue is maybe a little more likely to want this.
Yeah. It looks like a D to me still, though. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's about a D.
Like not often going to make the cut. Next is a card called Saw. This is 2 mana for an artifact equipment at uncommon. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Whenever equipped creature attacks, you may sacrifice a permanent other than that creature or Saw. If you do, draw a card, and you can equip this for 2.
I played this once in a red-green Delirium deck because it's a way to sack lands, and it was totally fine.
Okay. I mean, +2/+0 definitely counts. And sacking stuff matters, and drawing cards matters. So yeah, I could see this being a thing.
It's like a D, but
yeah,
it's got its uses,
Also, man, Saw, like a 3-letter, 1-word card.
Yeah.
This card's called Attack in the Box. This is 3 mana for a 2/4 artifact creature toy at uncommon. And whenever Attack in the Box attacks, you may have it get +4/+0 until end of turn. If you do, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. That's sweet. That's pretty cool. Like you get in for 6 and then you get an artifact creature in the yard.
Boom.
Boom. Except for you can't get it back in there.
Yeah. And unfortunately, they also see it, like they get to make their decisions. It's not like you get to choose that after. It's not like a surprise. Exactly. Right. But still, it's good flavor overall. I like it.
Mm-hmm. Is this good? Because a 2/4 is not, but a 6/4 is good, but you would really need to be on a very specific game plan to be willing to just throw away a creature in that situation.
Yeah, I would want to see more like trample granting before this card, I think, got too interesting.
Yeah, that definitely seems like if you do this and they just jump, yeah, that's really tough. I assume this card's bad, like, because the front end's bad, and then you only get the one shot, and it feels very fragile, and there's not that many game states where that's like really a great thing to do. So I would give it a D for attack in the box, but maybe there's use cases that I'm not seeing or that come up more often than I think.
Yeah, I think D is right on this. I don't think it's going to be a card you're like that stoked about.
Conductive Machete as they say, is 4 mana for an artifact, equipment, and uncommon. Equip cost is 4. The equipped creature gets +2/+1, but when it enters, you manifest Dread and then attach the machete to it.
Yeah,
so what,
I like this card.
So you get a 4/3 that you can throw around later if you just have absolutely nothing else to do with your mana. But 4 mana for a 4/3.
Yeah, 4 mana for a 4/3, and moving it around later is like not a joke. And then even though manifest doesn't, flip all that often, it still does. Like it's still relevant.
No, I like this one. What we're looking for on these type of cards is we're looking to free roll the machete. And in this case, you actually get to.
Yeah.
So I like it. This seems solid. This seems like a C+ to me, the conductive machete.
Yeah, I might even give it a B-. I've been pretty impressed with it. Like,
okay.
It also, it's decks that have a lot of manifests, like an expensive equipment to just keep equipping, and like +2/+1, they have to do something about that.
Definitely. Next is Malevolent Chandelier. This is 6 mana for a 4/4 flying artifact creature construct at common. And you can pay 2 mana to put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library at sorcery speed. This is an interesting one, Luis, because normally these cards are cheaper. Like this one costs 6 mana to get down. But also the 2 mana thing is way more relevant in this set than it has been recently, right?
Yeah, because there's tons of self-mill. So just having this card in your deck does give you the opportunity to get it back with a regrowth at some point. And even more than that, it lets you just kind of go nuts just milling without having to worry about paying for consequences later, which I think is very valuable.
Yeah. What do you think about doing that at sorcery speed though? Like, would it have been so tough if they just let us have our random 6 mana 4/4 flying common?
Well, one of the things that's worth noting about this is it can break up delirium.
Yeah.
So you don't want to do that at instant speed. I think that's the kind of the thing they were trying to avoid.
I was thinking that's exactly what I want to do. It's just not fun, or it's
on the board trick, I think, is probably the...
Okay. So what would you want to give this? It's still ultimately a 6 mana card here. I mean, this is a tough pill to swallow.
I think this is a D. You just might want it sometimes. It's not it's a lot worse than like the Bark Form Harvester type version of these cards.
Is it a sideboard card?
It could also be a sideboard card, certainly.
Okay. All right. That brings us to our lands. And it's kind of funny. We have, I guess, 11, but there's really 2. So there's a cycle of common lands. I don't know what people are calling these, but I'll read the first one. It's called Abandoned Campground. And there's one for each color pair. This one, though, is common land, and it enters the battlefield tapped unless a player has 13 or less life, either player. And then this one taps for blue or white. And as I said, there's one for each color pair. Do you like these? What do you think of these?
Yeah, they're good. I mean, this has seemed like mostly a 2-color format. Like Sultai is the one like kind of reliable, like, hey, maybe you'd play another color.
Yeah.
A third color. So I don't think the lands are super high picks because you're just not going to end up in a spot where you're frequently playing 3 or 4 colors. But I would just play them as if they were good lands in any deck, basically.
Yeah, and they're common. Like you should be able to get them if you want them and just either enable a splash or just make your mana a little better.
Yeah.
Pick them at what, like a C- level or something like that?
Probably like a C level.
Just,
yeah, they're completely solid, yeah.
And then there's also Terramorphic Expanse. That's another common land that taps. You can tap it in
Delirium.
Oh, yeah, that's really good. Tap it and sack it. Search your library for a basic land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped. Oh, yeah, that's huge for Delirium. Huh. That's almost like a don't leave home without one of these, right? I mean, if you're really trying to do Delirium, you do want to dedicate one early pick to a Terramorphic Expanse if you can get your hands on it.
Yeah. I would say that's like a C also, but C+ in like Delirium decks, which is a lot of the decks in the format, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Set looks really cool from a build around perspective, heavily synergy based. Big questions. How fast is the set? Because that's just become a thing that we always kind of need to keep our eye on. And of course, the normal stuff about which color pairs are good, which things actually work, how slow can we really go with some of these formats. This thing looks cool, though.
Yeah, I think that Duskmourn seems like a pretty fun set. I don't, obviously we haven't really, nailed down all of what's going on by any stretch, but it does seem like it's got some fairly fun things going on.
Okay. Well, that's going to do it for this. We'll do the rare review next week, as well as the bonus sheet on that one as well. If you want to find us on social media, I'm Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV. Pretty much everywhere you can find everything related to the show over at lrcast.com. We want to thank everybody who supports us on Patreon. It's patreon.com/limited resources, and Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the show as well. That's going to do it for this one. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next week.
All right. Well, seeing as how I was kind of laid low the past 4 or 5 days, I actually have a new show recommendation that I really like. I don't often recommend shows because, I think the bar is pretty high to want to tell people, hey, you should watch this. But there's a new anime series on Netflix called Blue Eye Samurai that is a combination of a really fun story, good characters, and really cool animation. It's definitely like geared towards adults, so it's not like a kid's show, but it's been a lot of fun to watch. So Blue Eye Samurai is certainly earned a recommendation from me, and we're currently 4 episodes of 8 in that we watched over 2 days. So it's definitely got me hooked. I'm looking forward to watching some tonight.